And James Mid-innings. Johnny Tallison leading out Yorkshire. Tom Alsop and Sean Hunt continuing with batting for Sussex. And this will let you all know the revised playing hours today. Lunch will be taken at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, regardless of the votes poll. And the scheduled vote to play is 6:30, or whenever 104 voters have been on. So once again, lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock.
Good morning and welcome along from North Marine Road in Scarborough, where we're on day 2 of Yorkshire versus Sussex in this County Championship Division 2 clash, which could have a major bearing on promotion places Of course, Sussex top of the table coming into it, Yorkshire in third, and fair to say that the hosts had the better of day one when they won the toss, put Sussex in, and had them 187 for 9 after 71 overs that were possible in terms of play before bad light ended that at 6:18 yesterday evening. Tom Alsop, 84 not out, Sean Hunt not out on 1. I'm with you to start things off on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the Yorkshire County Cricket Club stream this morning. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex.
Morning, Georgie.
And myself, Jonathan Deutsch, and wait for it, David Townsend, one of our third voices for the day, along with Nasser Hanif when his train arrives at Scarborough Station. So Yorkshire need a wicket to finish off Sussex first time around. Conditions here, well, cloud overhead at the moment. We've had a fair bit more sunshine so far this morning than we did yesterday, but still a very, very strong westerly wind as Matthew Revis makes his way in for the first ball of the morning, Harmsley.
Yes, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop, who's resumed this morning on 87 not out. He plays that backward score on the leg side. They'll look for 2 here, but a very good bit of fielding coming racing in from short fine leggers James Wharton, who prevents a second run being taken, and that'll please Yorkshire because it means they've got Sean Hunt, the number 11, on strike. That's not to demean Sean in any way. Made a very good 65 against Leicestershire earlier on this season, but he is the number 11, and I'm sure Yorkshire would rather bowl to him than bowl to the man who is now 85 not out. I think I said 87. My apologies for that. Sean Hunt on 1, Tom Alsop on 84. 3 slips and a gully, I'm going to say. The gully is almost a 5th slip. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Revis and bowls. Short delivery down the leg side taken by Johnny Bairstow. I mean, the good news is that the worst of the storm seems to have passed, George. I mean, it was incredibly windy first thing this morning, but it's been bright, and the weather forecast suggests that we're going to get a dry day and the wind's going to abate. And I had a wander down by the beach this morning. The tide was out. Lovely beaches were. A couple of people on the beach already.
Yeah, did you get the budgie smugglers on and go for a dip?
No, I didn't. It's a bit cold for me in the North Sea, Doige. As in comes Revis over the wicket bowls, and Hunt lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Bairstow. And there is no run. So 104 overs we've got today because we make up some of the overs we lost from yesterday. We only had 72 overs, so we actually lost 24 in the day. We will make 8 of those up today, and if we get the 104 in today, we'll make 8 up again tomorrow. So provided it stays dry, the crowd are in for a good day's cricket, and slowly the ground is starting to fill up. In comes Revis from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, in and bowls, and Hunt is beaten outside the off stump, no run. I almost wondered yesterday, George, not that you and Dave Townsend would wind me up in any way, but I mean, it has been known.
As if we would.
And as I walked out of the ground last night, I noticed a street name, and on it did say Trafalgar Square. So I thought, they weren't having me on. But it wouldn't surprise me with you two. You're looking at me in a sort of quizzical way.
I thought you were going to lapse into singing something like a nightingale sang in Trafalgar Square rather than Barclay or something.
Well, there goes David Bowden, formerly the Sussex chairman, down below us. As in comes Revis and bowls. Hunt plays very calmly to mid-on, and there is no run. And there are quite a few people up from Sussex. I bumped into probably half a dozen people yesterday who came and said hello. And a very good morning wherever you're listening from. You may be watching on the Yorkshire live stream, which was terrific yesterday. Showed lots of photographs, not just of the ground, but also some of the bits that were going on outside the ground as well.
And interesting, that has just been mentioned by Chairman Colin Graves in the members' forum this morning.
In comes Revis and bowls. Hunt squirts that one to backward point, and there is no run. So end of the first over of the day. Sussex have added 1 run to their overnight score. They're 188 for 9. Tom Alsop on 85. Sean Hunt on a single. Yes, message from Colin Graves.
Oh yeah, Colin Graves right at the very end of the members' forum was asked about the future of the stream by Mark Bailey, Yorkshire lad, who is sitting down the bottom boundary, and he said, what's the future of the stream going forward? And he said that during this winter, one of the things that will be looked at is the potential for monetising the stream in the future.
Right.
I asked Colin about that on my little interview with him afterwards, with my own position.
I say, is that good or bad news for me? That sounds like
So that'll be going out on BBC Radio Leeds, the full interview with Colin Graves at some point during today, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah. I mean, because the point of that, isn't it, that if a club does look to monetise the stream, they want to advertise clearly that the stream can then not take the BBC commentary as we stand.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that would be right because of the commercial aspect. We'll see how things develop. Here's Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, right arm over the wicket, bowling
Ouch.
to Tom Alsop, who's hammered that one back along the deck at him, and he's checking that he's still got 4 fingers and a thumb in place on his left hand, and I think they seem to be there. Because JT, well, he wasn't present last night, as we have...
was it not me?
Something going off. Not me, because I was on silent. Anyway... the last night, cracking night at the...
It was really good, Doige. It was the quiz, and I thought it was really good. So well done you. It was good questions and it was good fun and it was packed.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah, full house, which is always good to see when you've put on an event. As Thompson's latest delivery with an open face is driven into the offside Luxton Fields, 1 run.
You could have done with an adjudicator though. Oh, sorry, you did have one, didn't you? It was Dave Townsend. It was a thoroughly good evening. Good questions. There was a fella standing next to me at the back of the room, so I sort of hid away at the back, being the only Sussex supporter in the room, until Doige spotted me, who knew the answer to pretty much every question. And I was amazed when you did the Guess the Year, and I was thinking, how on earth, but... Anyway, it was a thoroughly good night, and well done to the 4 Yorkshire players who came along. I thought it was great to see those players interacting with the supporters and taking time out of it, particularly as they've been in the field all day as well. Really good.
Thompson in, 3 slips waiting. Yorkshire trying to take this final Sussex first innings wicket. I do have footage of the final question, so for those, including the adjudicator, who thought that George Hill had pressed the buzzer first. So we got to a stage where we had a tie at 46 points apiece. There was a slight gaffe by the question master in the last round in that I'd written down 2 questions that were the same. But fortunately, at that stage, we had a tie, so I kind of pushed both teams into accepting the next question as being the tiebreaker to win it, as Thompson's in short ball, ducked under by Hunt. And then that question I asked to decide it, which was a genuine question I'd written, was in which nation was Yorkshire and Pakistan captain Shan Masood born, and neither team got the fact that he was born in Kuwait. Some of them said the lads team said UK. I can't remember what the dad's team said.
Yes, I think they said. Did they say Dubai?
Dubai, that was right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was Kuwait. So we had to move on to another question, which I just had to think of off the top of my head for a tiebreaker. Thompson in. Oh,
nice
good
out.
delivery. He's got to be gone. He's gone. End of Sean Hunt. End of Sussex first time around. They've added just 3 runs this morning. Sean Hunt, LBW to Thompson for 1. And Tom Alsop will remain 86 not out in the cricketing records because he won't get a chance to face another delivery first time around. And Yorkshire have done what they wanted to do, and very quickly 8 minutes of play possible this morning, and they've wrapped up that Sussex innings and will now have their chance with the bat. I'm sure we'll talk more about the quiz as the day goes on, but let's talk about what's gone on there, because 186 for 9 at the end of day 1. Last thing you want, Harmsy, as the bowling side in these situations, is one of those niggling, nagging last wicket partnerships of 50. I know Sussex supporters would clearly want that, but you can't really knock Sean Hunt. He's just got a good Scarborough length delivery by Jordan Thompson with a little bit of swing in the air and not being able to deal with it.
No, absolutely. I mean, well bowled Yorkshire, who are just coming off the field now, is the first thing we have to say. And I spoke to Tom Alsop last night. It's an interview you can hear on the BBC Sussex Sport website and also on the Sussex Cricket Club website. And Tom acknowledged that it was, just how well Yorkshire were bowled yesterday, how difficult it was to get the ball away. But I have to say, and I would perhaps say with my Sussex hat on, I think he deserved 100. I think he batted with huge amounts of patience, grit, determination. I think some of his teammates, there were some loose shots. I think Sussex in a way contributed to their own downfall. There was 1 or 2 shots that were injudicious and really could have not been played. But Alsop held things together, and at least Sussex have got something to bowl at. It may well be they're well under par, But who knows, with Robinson and Nudcat, Hudson Prentice and Sean Hunt, if they can bowl as well as Yorkshire have, then maybe that 189 all out may look as not quite as bad as it does.
Let us have a look then at the Yorkshire bowling figures while we've got a moment or two. And they are as follows. Ben Coad, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 52. Jordan Thompson, 17.5 overs in the end, 2 maidens, 3 for 46. George Hill, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 33, was the tightest in terms of economy rate. Matthew Revis, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 38. I don't think I've seen him bowl better in red ball cricket for Yorkshire, even though he has had a 5 for. And Dan Moriarty, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 19. Extras, 1 leg by, and just the 2 no balls. And in 73.5 overs, Sussex have been bowled out first time around for 189. That is not by any stretch of the imagination to say this is going to be easy for Yorkshire. The pitch is good. I don't think there's been any real problem with that. So the players, I think, can trust in that. Speaking to Johnny Tattersall at the quiz last night, and he said the same. The pitch has been fine. The conditions and the way we've bowled have been the key to picking up the wickets, and we've kind of, in a way, as a bowling side, I think he was saying, held our discipline maybe for longer than the Sussex batters have been able to hold theirs, and that's been the key to picking up wickets, really.
I think you're absolutely right. Because of the good lines and lengths that Yorkshire bowled yesterday, when a loose ball did come along, and they were rare, the Sussex batters really felt they had to cash in. I think that was very much the case with Daniel Hughes, who, got to 50 and then got a wide half volley and drilled it straight to cover. John Simpson, who'd batted very stubbornly, got a short one that he pulled straight to mid-wicket. Finn Hudson Prentice hadn't been in that long, but he played at one he really didn't need to play at. So that would be disappointing for Sussex. But I think I think when you are batting for that amount of time and a loose ball comes along, you think you've really got to cash in. So I think whilst those players will probably think they, in inverted commas, got themselves out, I think you do have to credit the bowling side. The big question now is whether Sussex can bowl as well on this pitch. J. Devon Nudcat, this is his first outing for Sussex this season, having just arrived from India. He bowled well in the games that he played at the tail end of last season. I just feel the key for Sussex in so many of these games is going to be Ollie Robinson. If Ollie Robinson bowls well, you tend to find whoever's bowling at the other end bowls well as well, and it gives Ollie the opportunity to really attack the batters. Bowl at that off stump, which he does so well. And he gets a bit of criticism, Ollie Robinson. I was saying yesterday during commentary that one or two people in the press I thought rather delighted in the fact that he got thumped for 43 in 1 over earlier on this season. That would be to belie the fact that he took 5 for 88 in the other 32 overs that he bowled. And he came back after lunch in that match against Leicestershire and trapped Ben Cox, which was a wicket that ultimately really changed the game and led to a Sussex victory. So, Ollie Robinson on top form here may be the key for Sussex. However, if he doesn't hit his straps, Sussex may be looking around for those who can take the wickets. I think the selection of Sean Hunt is an interesting one, Doiji. I wondered with a Nudcat in the side who's a left-arm seamer whether Sussex may just want to go with the one left-armer, but I know talking to the camp yesterday they feel there's a bit of bounce in this pitch. So they've elected for Sean Hunt. I thought they might have gone for Ari Cavalis, who can make the ball nip around a little. So we'll have to see whether Sean's a very capable bowler, but it's quite unusual to have 2 left-arm seamers in your side.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a bit of extra bounce at Scarborough. In some matches it can be a bit more tennis ball bounce, so it's slow. But this is why we talk about a Scarborough length. Just got to get it up there that little bit further, because what looks like an LBW or a ball that will challenge the stumps on Headingley, for example,
yes,
might just bounce that little bit more, a couple of inches more on a pitch like this and take it over. So you've got to be disciplined with the ball, just as you've got to be with your leaves with the bat. And see, Adam Lythe is an absolute, genius at playing here. When they got the 300 partnership earlier in the season, Finlay Bean said just that. It was genius watching him leaving deliveries that you would feel like you've got no right to leave because he's so used to playing here. So there's an advantage in that respect for him. Clearly, he doesn't always get loads of runs here because it's cricket. But if he gets in there and digs in and plays well, then that will be one of the keys to whether Yorkshire can play well. And of course, we have Johnny Bairstow to look forward to as well when he gets his opportunity. A little bit later in the piece, that Yorkshire will be open, sometime this afternoon or whatever.
Yeah.
By the time 3 wickets goes down, rather than early doors.
I mean, I'm hoping from a Sussex perspective that this sort of cloud that's drifting across the ground now sort of hangs. I don't want it to rain, clearly, because we want a full day's cricket and there's a good crowd here. So let's hope we get the full 104 overs. But I think Sussex will be looking at the clouds and thinking, yeah, that might suit us. Because yesterday the bowler conditions were favourable. It was overcast for much of the day. And certainly George Hill, Jordan Thompson, the seamers who predominantly bowled from this end of the ground, the Peasholm end of the ground, we could watch the ball swinging, couldn't we? And if Sussex can replicate that, maybe this total of 189 may not look as low as perhaps it does. But we shall see.
Yep, and as you mentioned, Ollie Robinson, clearly, the pick of the home bowlers for Sussex. He's got to be key. And we talk about how players have an effect on a team in terms of their performance. He's played England international cricket. There'll be a feeling that players look up to him like they do Johnny Bairstow within the Yorkshire side when he plays, or a Joe Root or a Harry Brook. He's still got to do the business. And Matthew Fisher, for example, as an England player, or pre-England player, came here and bowled an absolutely demon spell against Somerset a few seasons ago, which really kind of pushed the game on in Yorkshire's favour. And we look back at that match at Hove earlier in the season that Sussex won. Yorkshire looked like they might go on to win that game, and Ollie Robinson came on and changed the game, didn't he, in that final day? And he bowled a brilliant spell, and it looked like it was probably slipping away, and he got that first wicket, and then suddenly he had the ability to drop on it and cause Yorkshire a lot of problems, and ended up causing their downfall in the match. If he could put one key spell of bowling in that 4 days, then it was clearly his. And so Yorkshire will be mindful of the fact that he can turn it on.
Yes, and I also think with Ollie, he's a big occasion player as well, and this is a big occasion. There's going to be a decent crowd here today. It's an important match for both sides. Interesting that he's starting off around the wicket, Ollie Robinson, from the Trafalgar Square end to bowl to the left-handed Adam Lyth. There are 4 slips in place. Allsop at first, Clark second, James Coles at third, Tom Haynes at fourth, Finn Hudson-Prentice in the gully. There's a short leg as well, a cover and a bit off. So in fact, Sussex they've just got one fielder on the legs. They've got a fine leg. Yes, there's a fine leg and a short leg. So effectively there's no one in front of square. Excuse me, just adjusting my headset on the leg side. So, sorry, Dodgy. In comes Robinson around the wicket to bowl to Lyth, who's straight away forward and plays it defensively onto the leg side. He was thinking about a single, but it wasn't there. And the short leg fielder runs across to field, and there is no run. I'm just looking to see who that is under the helmet at short leg. Normally Ollie Carter would get the dubious pleasure of being in there, but Ollie not playing. It looks like it might be. Let's wait for him to turn around. Yeah, it could be one of the Tom Clark's at first slip, Tom Allsop at first, Tom Haynes in the gully. This doesn't leave too many actually. Oh, it could be Daniel Hughes actually. In comes Robinson. Bowls let go outside the off stump. There is no run. In fact, the mid-off has now come across to mid-on. So he may be this sort of, I would say he's one of the senior pros in the side, Daniel Hughes, but it still means you have to go under the lid sometimes at
Boot Hill, yeah. You look at the corner, they've got the Bairstow in our commentary position, and it's a bit like a West Indies 1980s sort of cordon at the moment, isn't it? 4 slips and a gully.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit closer to the stumps, as DT points out.
Yeah, that's true. Robinson wheels away, pile of sawdust at the far end. He's in around the wicket, bowls to Lyth, who clips away nicely. And the first runs for Yorkshire, it's going to be a couple of runs. Jack Carlson having to chase the ball furiously back to the... in fact, it's not Jack Carlson at all. I need to get my fielders right. It's Sean Hunt who chases the ball down to the... And it's a no ball as well. Signalled by umpire... No, who's the umpire at the far end? Is it James Middlebrook? They've got different hats on today. I think Middlebrook has got the sort of straw boater on, and I think that Tom Lungley has got the cap on. I think we discussed this when you were at Hove. I think umpires should have names on back. I don't know why they don't. It would make it a lot easier for everybody. It's getting cloudier by the minute. The sun has gone in. Robinson in. Bowls to Lythe, who punches down the ground, and that's a lovely looking shot by Adam Lythe. It's racing away towards the boundary. Is it going to go all the way for 4 runs? That's a very good stop down at the 4 end of the ground. No, it's not. It has gone away for 4 runs. So nice shot by Lythe, getting onto the front foot and drilling the ball down the ground. So a confident start by Yorkshire. 6 runs off the bat and a no ball. 8 runs off of this opening Ollie Robinson over so far.
Yep, he responds well to playing at this venue and get a bit of a crowd around and all of that. He loves it, Adam Lythe.
Robinson pauses at the end of his run and is on his way again around the wicket. Bowls to Lythe, who's forward, clips that 2, and they've taken the single. Sean Hunt is in. I don't think Ollie Robinson was desperately impressed with that bit of fielding, actually, the way that he gave Sean Hunt the stare. I'm not entirely sure there was a single there, and Sean perhaps caught a little bit on his heels and incurring the glare of Ollie Robinson. Bowlers are a bit like that, though, aren't they, when a run gets conceded? But it was fairly straight too, Sean Hunt. He's had to move to his left. Nonetheless, Lythe goes to 7. And Yorkshire to 9 without loss. If you're just joining us, Sussex bowled out for 189. Sean Hunt, the last man to go this morning. LBW to Jordan Thompson for a single. It left Tom Alsop marooned, 86 not out. Robinson around the wicket. Bowls to Bean, who's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal from Ollie Robinson, but I think bowling around the wicket to a left-hander, that looked to me like it was probably slipping down the leg side. And there is no run. It was one of those appeal that sort of lacked any real enthusiasm. Robinson wanders back. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, various local radio stations around the north of England, and on the Yorkshire live stream as well. So one of the chaps working on the stream lugging some cables on it. It's never easy at outgrounds. To them, as in comes Robinson, bowls, and Bean lets that one go outside the off stump. End of the opening over, safely and what word I'm looking for? Safely and without any problem. That's not the word.
Negotiated, probably.
Thank you. Yeah, a late night out with you, Doige, means I can't get my words out. 9 without loss.
Late night. You bailed out early, the rest of you. There's just 2 of us left for the last 90 minutes.
Doige, at my age, bailing out is not late at 11:30. That is very late for me. 11:30. Yeah, I know you.
You've got to live a bit now and again, Howes.
No, I know. And it was a very nice evening, good company, and it was just nice to sit around and talk cricket and history. This end of the ground, the Peasholm Park end.
Yep, and he's going to be bowling to Adam Lythe, who of course nicked the single. So Finlay Bean just getting used to the light, getting a bit of a suntan at the non-striking end at the moment. A wind tan probably as well, if you can get one of those. And watching his colleague. Short leg, 4 slips this time rather than 4 slips in a gully.
Can I just give your email address, Georgie? So sorry, because I know some of the listeners in Sussex do send in emails, and my computer's having another off day, so I'll give you your address in a minute.
Here's an Udcat then, and that's dropped into the leg side. Ollie Robinson at mid-on will come round and field. They actually just moved the 4th slip wider to gully, so 3 slips in a gully. West Yorkshire sport@gmail.com. And my first impression of that ball from J. Devon Udcat, that was quite sharp. I wasn't really concentrating on the speed of it, so we'll go with that as a yes. So here's an Udcat, 91 on his back. Left arm over the wicket. Well,
no, maybe not.
That died on its way through to the gloves.
Maybe that was me being optimistic.
John Simpson, of course, keeping wicket for Sussex. Took that down around his ankles, so not great carry with the second delivery. Bit of gardening from both the batters out there. Yeah, you can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport@gmail.com, whether you're ever Yorkshire or Sussex or neutral persuasion. And at Jonathan Doige is my handle on X. Everybody else can, I'm sure, pass you theirs on. I think it's at Adrian Harms, isn't it, for yours?
Yes, it is.
Solidly blocked.
It is on Twitter. And a couple of shout-outs to a couple of people down in Sussex who are regular emailers. I know Bob Pook is one of them. Hello, Bob, down in Hastings. I'm sure you're listening or watching, and thank you for your email yesterday, which, as I didn't see until this morning, But thank you for getting in touch. John Malone, another of our regular listeners down in Bexhill, and I'm sure they're listening or watching down in the Sussex office as well. So good morning to Jamie, Jake, Jack, and all the guys down in the office at Hove as well.
And Cat comes in, slants this down the leg side of Lythe, who's flicking at it and missing through to Simpson. No run. So for those just joining us for the first time today, welcome along. 189 all out Sussex. They had just 3 runs to that overnight, 186 for 9. Sean Hunt, LBW to Jordan Thompson for 1. Full delivery, looked out, even though we're not straight on it, had that feel of it, and Tom Lungley had no hesitation in raising the index finger, and Tom Alsop stranded on 86 not out from 187 deliveries, including 14 fours. Excellent effort from him. As Lythe pushes square on the offside, there's a dive at point which can't fully stop the ball. I think there was a hand on it, and they're going to get at least 2. They're coming back for a third and going to get home comfortably. 12 without loss. Yorkshire, Adam Lythe has 10 of those already.
Good start by Yorkshire. Positive. Sussex needing to go on the attack here. I mean, they'll be looking with this new ball to pick up early wickets, needless to say, and they've got that cordon of slip fielders. I would say it's probably 3 slips and a gully now, but still got the short leg in place as well.
Here's an Cat once again, and Bean
crumbs.
leaving a ball that doesn't bounce that much. It might be a danger point if he gets one of those straight, but able to leave it on line as much as anything. Finley Bean, end of the over, 12 without loss. Also should say good morning to, he said, going back through his emails, John Cantwell, who just happens to be staying in the same guest house as I am, and mentioned this morning at breakfast that he sent us an email in. We were talking about the various food outlets around the ground yesterday, and he heard you asking what's available in the tea room opposite us. Apart from the tea, they do indeed have cakes, scones and sandwiches, he says. A bit more in a moment because Ollie Robinson's into bowl.
He is bowls to Lythe outside the off stump. There's nothing to do with it, taken by Bairstow, no run.
He also said DT said there wasn't much on the ground beyond burgers, fish and chips or ice cream, but given his Thai connection, you might be interested to know that there's a Southeast Asian food outlet near the pavilion, which we found very good food at. There's John Cantwell. John, by the way, tells me he's over here from New York. He's been living in New York for the last 20 years, but he loves to come back for this Scarborough fixture. He's not even a Yorkshireman.
Wow.
So he's trying to become a Yorkshireman. He's a southerner, actually. I'm not quite sure exactly where down south. He probably told me, and apologies, John, for not remembering. Maybe London. I can't quite remember, but he wants to be part of the Yorkshire club as an official Yorkshireman, and I thought, you know what, he lives in New York, and there's a tenuous York connection there. He's a Leeds United fan. Right. What more can we say? I mean, he deserves to be a Yorkshireman. So I think you're in, John.
Well, welcome, and that's some effort coming across from New York to Scarborough. Robinson, the sun has gone in now. Around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's the best delivery Robinson's bowled, and he lured Lythe forward. The ball goes past the outside edge, and there is no run taken by Simpson. Just maybe an indication that Robinson is starting to get his line and length. I was interested yesterday when you and DT were talking about the slope, because coming into the ground, I wouldn't have thought it's not a big slope. It's not. I mean, it's not a Hove type slope, is it?
No, it's probably exaggerated by our commentary position, but it's still
There is a slope.
Yeah, DT was trying to argue at an earlier match this season that there's barely anything. But I think there's still, when you get down to ground level, still an appreciable slope from that end.
Robinson in, bowls to Lythe, who drives smartly into the covers. Good bit of fielding there by Jack Carson. There is no run.
Good morning to Malcolm Palmer. Says, thoroughly enjoyed Yorkshire's bowling yesterday. Just hope our batting can cope with the threat of Robinson in particular. Meantime, I have to say I was surprised to see that Leach is off to Northants in view of the loss of Fisher. We're going to be a bit thin in the seam department, I think. Hope there are some cunning plans in store. Malcolm from a still roasting Alicante.
Oh yeah, it is very hot out in Spain. Well, quite across Europe, I think. Robinson. The 4 slips and a gully go down. The sun is back with us. Around the wicket bowls to Lythe, who plays deftly wide of the gully fielder. He's going to pick up 4 runs here. The ball is racing towards the boundary. Hudson Prentice in hot pursuit. Well fielded, Hudson Prentice, and prevents a couple of runs. That was a good effort. Diving back, and he gets warm applause from those sitting on the benches on the eastern side of the ground. Good chase, but a couple of runs, and Lythe goes to 12, and Yorkshire to 14 without loss in the 3rd over of the morning. I'm going to have to go in a minute, Doidgy. I think we're going to have DT.
You're due to go anyway, so...
I am, yep. I've got to do my update to the listeners. I'll take this delivery from Ollie Robinson, which I think is the last of the over. Looked like my line had gone down anyway to Brighton. In comes Robinson. Bowls, and Lythe again defends. More runs here as Hudson Prentice needs to move to his left at point to field. Lythe picks up another single. He goes to 13. End of the 3rd over, and so far so good for Yorkshire, who are 15 without loss. 13 of those to Adam Lythe. Finley Bean yet to open his account. I'm going to leave with Doidgy. The next voice you'll hear, bit of Dave Townsend.
Sorry, I cut you off in your prime there. So, beautiful Scarborough morning. An interesting cricket game bubbling up. Yorkshire have just got a little bit of a start without an early loss. 15 on the board after 3. Sussex, of course, lost one in the first over of their innings. Good morning to Charlie Hall out there in listener land. And here comes Unadkat from the Peazone Park end, wide of Lythe's off stump, and another disciplined leave from Adam Lythe. You'll recall, those of you, he said having to remind himself because of his own short memory. We came here in June for the match against Gloucestershire when Yorkshire lost the toss and were put into bat, which is not what they wanted to do. And the pair out there in the middle at this moment in time went on to put on 307 for the first wicket in 80 overs and 2 balls before Finley Bean was dismissed for 164. Adam Lythe following shortly after for 129 as Lythe opens the face and runs one down to gully, and there's no run. And that's the highest first highest first wicket partnership in first-class cricket on this ground, beating all those great names that we talked about before. I think it was Holmes and Sutcliffe who'd put on 250-ish, wasn't it, the previous record? So they've eclipsed a lot of great players.
Beat it by a long way as well.
Yeah, and it was a fantastic disciplined stand between this pair. Adcat comes in again. It's wide of off stump and left there by Adam Lythe once again, and the feature probably more so in that knock, and he's scored more in matches that I've commentated on here, that we've commentated on here, DT, but was just the way that he left and left and left and kind of made the bowlers bowl at him. Yeah,
he's, as you say, he's played a heck of a lot of cricket here from, just as I can never remember, it's down the coast or up the coast. It's Whitby, isn't it?
Up the coast.
Up the coast.
20 miles or so up the coast, isn't it?
Played a lot of club cricket as well as for Yorkshire.
Here's an Adcat, and once again, and Lythe pushing forward into the offside, and again there's no run. So we were talking about the quiz, and obviously you were priming that as my adjudicator, and I've just been looking back at the footage. It's not great for radio or streaming when you're looking at other pictures, but I can say have footage courtesy, thank you very much, of Alice Worsley, who was sitting on the front row, and I just said, just for the sake of, after we banged on about it all day yesterday for social media, can you take us a couple of photographs of both teams in action, as it were? And then she videoed that final question, and you can clearly see, if you've got good eyesight, and I'm not sure you have, that Kevin Hill presses his buzzer slightly before George to give the answer, which is how the dad's team got across the line in front, as Adam Lythe cuts one to point, and there is no run.
I was perfectly aware of that fact, that I just thought I should give the question to the lads, because they turned out after a hard day in the field, played very well, came within a question of winning, I suppose. If they'd have known where their club skipper had been born, they'd have been winners.
Here's an Adcat once again, straighter, and Lythe is able to deal with that with a push into the offside for Carson to field and complete over number 4, with Yorkshire on 15 without loss in their first innings. Good morning to you, Craig, in Port Slade.
Where's that? Where's that?
I don't know. Where is Port Slade, Craig?
I've no idea. He's not on the phone. He can't answer that quickly.
So Craig says, thanks for the commentary. I think given yesterday's conditions, Sussex did well to grind out near 200, but given some uneven bounce already this morning, this game is far from over. Yeah, the uneven bounce hasn't yet been anything that's challenged the stumps, has it?
No.
So far it's been wide of the stumps, but if it does become straight deliveries that are becoming unpredictable, then yes, clearly it might become more of a lottery.
So Robinson starts his third over, and it's played back to him by Finley Bean. Apparently Port Slade very quickly, but as he says, it's western suburb of Brighton, so thank you very much for that communication, and hopefully it's nice and sunny down there on the south coast this morning as it is up here. Hopefully you don't have the wind. Never good when you got the wind. Robinson bowls round the wicket, and Bean pushes up towards mid-on. Bean not off the mark yet. Lythe is on 13. I don't know whether Finley Bean's little quip went around the dressing room this morning when Doidge yesterday, one of the questions was which famous Yorkshire cricketer was born in 1931, and Finley suggested
born at Stainton on the 6th of February 1931, to be precise, and the answer?
We'll leave that with you just for a minute as this ball's played into the onside again by Bean. So throw the question out, and people at home can just answer themselves, don't we? We won't, not to send it to us, but so they can just see if they're right.
Okay.
Which famous cricketer? Go on.
Which famous cricketer was born at Stainton on the 6th of February 1931? You will, of course, be able to Google that, no problem. The first quip of an answer and kind of prize for banter of the night given by DT came from Finley Bean,
who suggested Adam Lythe. Here's his opening partner. Robinson bowls again to Bean, and again he manages to pick out the man at a wide mid-on, sort of mid-wicket. That ball just came in, struck the inside half of the bat. I'm sure Lythe would have had a chuckle about that. What would it make him? 1931. If Fred was still alive, he'd be what, 93? Is that about right? Something like that.
My magnificent age to reach. Marvellous.
Well, we didn't have any. Fred didn't turn up at all last night. Well, you can't really. You didn't have a microphone, did you? That was a bit of a problem. Robinson bowls, and for the fourth ball in a row at least, that ball's pushed up to mid-on by Bean, and there's no run. That is he just setting him up with those deliveries coming in, and this one was going to go away and get one of those 6 men in a line waiting for a tickle or whatever.
To my mind, the bouncer is a surprise tactic that should be used by the bowler.
Thanks, Fred. Here's Robinson, the ball that goes away. Is this going to be it? No, he's striking Bean on the pad. The 6 slips and John Simpson all go up for the LBW, but nothing from Robinson, nothing from the umpire either, more importantly. And nothing in the runs column. So a maiden over 15 for no wicket.
Good bowling from Robinson. To my mind, cricket is a side-on game, you see. Got to get into a classic side-on position to bowl that ball, like back in the day.
Well, the youngsters these days, they like to be more chest on. All that started with Malcolm Marshall, didn't it?
I can't understand that at all. Malcolm Marshall, not fit to lace my boots. He didn't average 21 in Test cricket with 300 wickets.
Wouldn't have been far off. About 23, Malcolm.
He must have been probably around about 20. I can't remember actually what Malcolm was. He might have been around about 21 himself. He was my favourite. As a very good delivery from an Cat here, as the beating of Adam Lythe just squared him up as it left him. if his natural delivery, and I speak as a left armer here, if it is the one that is swinging away from the left-hander, as in into the right-hander, he's trying to get that ball to come back to his right-handers. If that's the case, then he's going to be challenged a little bit here, DT, because the crosswind is coming the opposite direction. It's coming from the west, and he'd naturally be shaping the ball the other way, so it might negate a bit of his swing. We'll see how that pans out. He's not been getting it to go big, but clearly he got something maybe out of the pitch there. Good delivery again. Has he got him this time? They're all up for it. But unfortunately for Sussex, Tom Lungley isn't.
Yeah, and it was one of those appeals that they sort of joined in sections, didn't they, in the slips. There wasn't the automatic all going up together. It was, if you look, there's a question over that, just watching the replay on the stream, side-on replay that doesn't show us a great deal. It's good delivery all the same, encouragement for the bowler. But there was just something just a little bit unconvincing about the appeal.
And he comes again then, and Lyth this time dealing more comfortably with a straight delivery.
And also noticeably there wasn't the sort of few words spoken afterwards in the batsman's direction, which you often get when the fielding side know that the batsman's tickled it.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe also because the players, as usual, were warned yesterday morning about their behaviour before the toss was made. Let's have some good hard cricket, said James Middlebrook, but we're in charge. We don't want it to boil over. That's the usual message before every game, as Bernard Cat's in and Lyth pushes into the offside, and there is no run. Malcolm Marshall.
Oh. 376 test wickets, an average of 20.94.
Oh, Fred.
376 test wickets, an average of what?
20.94.
20.94. Better than me. Statistics can only tell you half the story.
Oh dear, Fred, and oh dear to me, because I thought he was 23. 23 would still be very good, obviously.
Presence, there were an aura about me. Here's Unaka, and Lyth punches back out of points. It's a lovely shot, just using the pace of the ball, didn't go at it. And they've got back for 2. They're thinking about a third, but I think, yeah, rightly, they've decided against that. Lyth on to 15, Yorkshire on to 17 without loss. Finley being yet to get off the mark, but this can often happen. They're a really interesting opening pair to watch, I think, these two. How Finley has been developing kind of out there in the middle, really, since he made his debut at Old Trafford at the end of the 2022 season. And they love batting together. They get on tremendously well. It's like a sort of almost father-son type relationship, given the age difference between them. And here is father, Dad's Adam Lyth playing out into the offside, and there is no run to complete that over. 6 now gone in this Yorkshire first innings, 17 without loss.
Yeah, they would have been hoping for a early breakthrough, of course, because this is a key partnership in this Yorkshire lineup. I don't for 1 minute suspect that they'll get anywhere near that partnership they had against Gloucestershire, but even if they put together 70 or 80 for the opening stand, it's a big chunk out of that total of 189 Sussex made earlier. Robinson thinking of going over the wicket, and now he's going to change his line of attack. Alsop at first slip, Clark at second, Coles 3, and then Haynes. So Coles, the 4 slips, splitting the toms. Simpson with the gloves. He's had many a day out there, and it's been as blowy as this. Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and that goes straight through Bean, looking to push it back past the bowler, pushing firmly at that. That's come back. It looks as though it's gone between bat and pad. We'll have a look again. It certainly has. But he played outside it, and just bounced over the top of off stump, taken by Simpson. Oohs and ahs. There were always oohs and ahs, of course, in the slip cordon, but more justified oohs and ahs that time. Robinson then from the Trafalgar Square end, which Adrian thought we were winding him up about earlier. Bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on, and there's no run there. Why on earth Adrian Harms would think we were making up the Trafalgar Square end? I mean, did you not show him Nelson's house up there?
Nelson. Weren't Nelson what won here at Trafalgar Square? Couple of my bouncers. That Spanish Armada sunk.
Yeah, never great cricketers, easy victims there, Fred. As many of your victims were. Robinson bowls, that's outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run.
What are you saying?
One thing you can say about Malcolm Marshall, he never sort of used to try and catch the captain's eye when there was 9, 10 and Jack left, so he could improve his figures. Always worked his through the top of the innings.
I resent the implication.
Greatest fast bowler.
Never drew breath.
Yeah, Malcolm Marshall. Robinson, one of the great fast medium bowlers, and I don't know what Beans tried to do there. The balls ended up going down to slips on the bounce. He tried to take the bat away, and I think he just caught the underside and got away with it a bit. No great excitement. Lovely day, bigger crowd in today. You feel already. Bit of sunshine, Yorkshire batting.
Finley Bean, by the way, against Sussex, is yet to be dismissed by Ollie Robinson, bearing in mind he's not played in every match between the sides recently.
Schoolboy error. Robinson bowls, played down into the crease. There were Yorkshire supporters throwing things at their computers and their TV screens when you see that, Toity. It's like Adrian saying we think we're set fair for the weather, and 20 minutes later it was hosing it down, wasn't it?
April of last year, made 49, was dismissed, caught Ollie Carter, bowled Jack Carson, and 3 in the second innings bowled by Nathan McAndrew. And then he made 45 and 4 in the return match at Headingley. McAndrew and Sean Hunt taking his wickets.
Next delivery is pushed back to Robinson. I think they'll just look to do this, and certainly something that Bean's doing. He's in no hurry to get off the mark. 15 to Lyth, 17 for no wicket. Just see off Ollie Robinson. They know he's the big threat.
Apologies, that misinformation there. 45 he made against Sussex at Headingley last season in his 1 innings in that match. Nathan McAndrew taking his wicket. And then down at Hove this season, 4 and 0. Sean Hunt taking his wicket in both innings, interestingly, the left armour to the left-hander. And here he is, yet to get off the mark this time. And Sean Hunt is coming on to bowl. Although Adam Lyth is the man on strike at this moment in time. But that might bring a challenge, who knows? An extra challenge for Finley Bean.
Same angle though, isn't it? Although he hasn't faced too many deliveries at that end. He's been taking Robinson.
So Sean Hunt in. A bit more bounce than Udankat straight away with the ball wide of off stump. Adam Lyth again has chosen just to push at that ball through the covers, a flat bat really, but he didn't really lace it away. Still had enough legs to make it to the boundary down by the foot of the west stand, and brings him 4. And he has got a start here, 19 out of the 21 that have been scored. Nicely played. Taken out Gully now already. So 3 slips, a long leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, and now a sweeper really out towards the marquee, backward of point, not quite on the boundary edge. As in comes Hunt again, straightens things up, and Lyth just drops that to the onside of straight, and there is no run.
Little pre-lunch murmur around the ground, isn't it? I always love how the bubble of conversation sort of changes during the day, and changes, I suppose, with the amount of food and alcohol that's been consumed. tends to get a bit louder and a bit more raucous. You don't hear too many calls of "Come on, Yorkshire" at this time of day, do you?
Now here comes Hunt once again. It's short and played very nicely by Adam Lyth. An uppercut, he knows third man is vacant and he's got it away wide of the cordon. Well worth 4. He's on to 23 and Yorkshire 25 without loss. And Sussex have got to maintain their discipline with the ball just like Yorkshire did yesterday. You wouldn't want to let the opposition in to this match in a big way by being just that little bit loose. Now we go back to Sussex earlier in the season when Yorkshire had an opportunity. They won the toss, put the opposition into bat and were very loose themselves for about the first half hour or so of that match. Sussex got 40 odd on the board for nothing without much in the way of effort, and in the end Yorkshire lost that game by, what was it, 28 runs, Harmsy? 21 runs, there you go. So they just let things go early doors before they managed to get right properly on it, and that, you could argue, either cost them or was one of the significant reasons why they lost that match. And Sussex here have kind of got to, you know, work, not necessarily with that in mind, but just work hard to try and find the range. We've just seen Adam Lyth play a dot ball, and here's Hunt again, and Lyth pushing this one into the offside, and there's no run.
Interesting to see as well, as they were running down to a third man to collect that ball out of the boundary, that Ollie Robinson, who's at mid-on, wandered over to mid-wicket, where Daniel Hughes is too, obviously with the more senior players in the Sussex side. And they just had a little quiet natter. I mean, they could have been discussing last night's curry for all we know, but I think maybe working out how they're going to attack Lyth.
Hunt in, short ball, Lyth just eases that out backward of point. We'll pick up 1 to complete the over, so really has got going here. 24 of the 26 that I think they're about to put on the board. Yep, after 8 completed overs. Steve Thompson's been in touch asking who won the quiz last night. Steve, well, it should have been playing Steve Thompson, and if you are now with us, Steve, Jordan's dad, by the way, Steve. He was invited to play because Jordan was in last year's team, and so I wanted to give them the opportunity first. But he couldn't take part, so I couldn't really ask Jordan because it needed to be dad against lad to make it most effective. But maybe we can get him to be present on the first day of next year's match.
Martin Bean, who's a little bit reluctant, should we say, Finley's dad. I don't think he's Sean's dad, at least.
Both Martin and Finley were reluctant, but they did a good job. They made sure that there were 4 players in each team, and they had a go. More importantly, they entered into the spirit of it. In fact, I got a text this morning from Martin Bean just saying thanks very much, and it was actually really good fun.
He conferred all the time. He didn't take anything on his own.
Yeah, he was honest. He didn't know the answers. There were a couple in there that I thought he might get. I was surprised he didn't get the Ian Hutchinson Isle of Man TT question. As a motorbike rider himself, Martin rode at British Championship level.
So, gap bowling coming down the hill.
And of course, it was
Robinson off. Do you think Robinson might come up the hill?
Yeah, maybe he should have a go, shouldn't he? Really, I think you've got to try both ends if you've not bowled here very often to see which suits you best. Kevin Hill was the hero, wasn't he, of the evening, in the sense that he got the winning. He tipped the scales in the dad's favour in the end. But Richard Tattersall, who took on the captaincy, took it by the scruff of the neck, didn't he, for the dads? He clearly had pretty good sporting knowledge from the things we could hear during the conferring.
Good cap bowls and forward defensively. Well, forward actually, yes, defensively, but offering no shot line. Struck on the pad, as you could hear in the effects mic, a shout for LBW, but Lyth knows that ball's going to be bouncing over the top of the stumps, and umpire Middlebrook at the far end knows that as well, and not out. So a local knowledge there certainly for Adam Lyth. Yes, it was that. It almost proved fatal, didn't it? That dilly-dallying around at the start over who was going to be captain and arguing and things. I had to find them 2 points for that, which didn't prove decisive in the end. Midcap bowls, and that's bowled him. Absolute beauty of a Yorker. Adam Lyth late down on that. It's crashed into the stumps. The first wicket has gone. A vital breakthrough. And, well, you won't see many better Yorkers than that, I don't think. Doidgy, let's have a look at that one again. And it's just swung late, has it? And through the... oh, look at that. That's absolutely superb.
I think, given that it pitches and rolls, it looks as though it might have made contact with... Yeah, he's clipped it onto his pad, hasn't he? He's got his bat down on it, onto his pad, and it's rolled back onto his stumps. So a little bit of ill luck for Adam Lyth as well, but there's no doubt that that was a high-class delivery. And to get a player who had got himself a start on a ground he knows well, to have to play a shot like that is a little win in the first place. So I think you've just got to congratulate the bowler and say, on that occasion, he's come up with something that the batter was unable to deal with. And Adam Lyth, that's a big wicket in this match.
As you say, he did get a little bit of something on it, but it didn't. It wasn't as though it dribbled into the stumps, was it? It didn't delay it crashing into the stumps for any length of time. That key wicket, because he loves batting here. He got 24, he got his start. Yorkshire now 26 for 1, and strangely with new batsmen coming in. Got 2 batsmen on naught, Finley being in no hurry to get going. Quite happy to, having seen that off, and quite happy I would have thought to be at the non-strikers end for that delivery, because of course it wasn't unplayable. You can always dig out a Yorker, but it was a cracking delivery from Nutcat. Comes again then, left arm over. New batsman James Wharton, who defends. And I think we found the Nutcat prefers bowling out of the 2. And of course you were mentioning earlier that little bit of swing that he likes to produce, the swing into the right-hander and away from the left-hander. That, of course, will be helped by the breeze that's dropped a bit. There's still a stiffish breeze going across the stumps. They're going across the pitch. Yorkshire have to be very wary. This opening spell, it's taken Sussex to the 9th over to make a breakthrough, but a key breakthrough. Cat bowls again, a nice looking drive there from Wharton, and a good diving stop as well. So good cricket all round there. That's that is Robinson up there. I thought Robinson was... Who's this big chap down there? That's that's Hunt. Ollie Robinson throwing himself around.
He's pretty considerable in presence, isn't he, Sean Hunt?
Yes.
The wicket falling, by the way, at 26 after 8.3 overs. Adam Lyth bowled Nutcat for 24 off 37, including 3 falls.
Cat bowls again, and well, Wharton attempts to leave that and gets a bit of glove or something on it, just deflects it past his stumps. That could have been 2 wickets in that over, but in fact that jags back and just flicks him as it goes through. So an excellent over.
An excellent over.
That's what they've signed him for, take wickets.
A few bits of correspondence to get through before I disappear for half an hour. Tony Sweeney, thanks for attending last night's quiz. He's thanked us for putting on a good evening. Nip and tuck right to the end. Expertly marshalled by yourself. What else have we got? Jonathan Wilson says, decent performance against a really good side. Good to see the players playing for each other. Hoping the rain holds off today. And Yorkshire lad, very prudent that the health and life insurance advertising panels have been removed for safety reasons as Storm Lillian hits Scarborough as Hunt is in. And Bean leaves one wide of off stump. Bent Nielsen, good morning to you. 1 quick wicket and then the absence of quick wickets for the remainder of the day would be quite nice, actually, he says. Cricket, one of the few sports where it's good to have the runs.
Hey,
Gary Sheridan asking if I can give a shout out to 2 dear friends of mine at the North Marine Road Terrace. Terence Bean and his lovely wife Maureen. There you go, Terence and Maureen. I was hoping to head down from Durham to the beautiful East Coast, but couldn't due to illness. Sorry to hear that. As ball short of length has been clattered away through point. I think there might have been a hand on that. It's making its way down towards the suits outside the marquee, and Finley Bean, after a precisely 1 hour of play, gets off the mark with a 3.
Yes, and he hasn't been batting for an hour, of course, because we had to finish off the Sussex innings, but he has been out there. Well, we're into the 10th over, and he's finally off the mark, and I think that was a drop. Well, it was a drop chance.
Was it really? 42 minutes since Yorkshire went out there. Before he's got off the mark, drop chance. Who was it at point?
Well, by the U's and R's, I think it was a half chance.
A half chance. Okay.
Hudson Prentice.
And a good morning to you, Andy Walker, who does what he kindly does most days and reminds me to send a link out by doing it himself and getting me to retweet it. Thanks, Andy. As that's turned into, I didn't have a chance to do any of that stuff, even the video this morning, because of course I went in the forum, which I'm surprised you haven't asked me more about during this first hour, but anyway, maybe you might do later on in the day.
Myself, you mean?
Yourself or anybody, really.
I would probably say some things that I would regret. Demutualisation.
You do that on a daily basis when you're on air, so what would be different is Hunt, and that is punched down the ground to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, there might be things that important people in NW8 wouldn't like to hear. So. There you go. 29 for 1.
Also, heads up, folks, I have updates at 12:30, which I'll have to do off the air today, apparently. So I won't be coming back on until just after that. And then at 12:45 that I have to do on the air. If you can get your heads around that one, as Wharton turns one into the leg side. And there is no run. James Wharton is enjoying a good season, building in confidence. Nice right-handed player. He is one of the players who, under Otis Gibson's tenure, has been given opportunities, and got a big 100, of course, down at Chesterfield. He said, hopefully, that it was Chesterfield. Sean Hunt comes in, and Wharton solidly behind it, and there is no run. Yeah, it was at Chesterfield. 188 he made down there in a 299-minute stay at the crease. That's a fair old amount of concentration. Johnny Tallis, of course, got a ton in that match as well. Yeah, end of the over, 29 for 1, and I'm off.
Thanks very much to Jonathan Deutsch, and in fact, come back and just natter for a bit whilst I change over mics. Yeah.
There we go. Always on it, and a step in front there, DT, and Harmsley back in. We'll have Nasser on in about 15 minutes or just under. His first spell of the day. Welcome back, Harmsley. And you and Sussex supporters will be encouraged that Yorkshire have not got off to an absolute flyer here, and they've picked up that early wicket.
Yeah, and as I think Dave described it beautifully, I mean, it was a terrific delivery from Jade Evanukat. And that change of ends, so credit to John Simpson for switching ends and bringing a Nukat in from the Trafalgar Square in. He's in again, bowls to Bean, who lets that go outside the off stump. I haven't had an opportunity to look at that chance. I think it was hit pretty firmly by Finley Bean through backward point, but my feeling was that, I mean, maybe Hudson Prentice didn't pick it up. He sort of gave that impression. I'm not sure if he got a hand on it, but there was no question from the reaction of the Sussex fielders that it was a chance, Dave. So maybe he didn't pick it up against the background, I don't know, but it was certainly in the air. The bottom line is that Finley Bean is still there. He's 3 not out, and he's facing Jade Evanukat running in bowls up on his toes and plays that into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, obviously we're just watching it the same as spectators inside the ground. But he seemed to go to his left to stop it, and then the ball diverted and went more down to third man. So I think he got something on it.
Yeah.
But, obviously not enough to prevent them getting 3 runs, and certainly not enough to send Finley Bean on his way.
3 slips a gully, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, And a fine leg as in comes Nukat bowls, and forward is Bean and plays into the gully. There is no run. I think since those opening couple of overs when I think Ollie Robinson conceded 9 in his opening over, but since then Sussex have really tightened up, and they're bowling in exactly the same way as Yorkshire did yesterday. Good lines and lengths. Sean Hunt went for 8 in his opening over, but he's bowled a couple of decent overs since then. Big vote of confidence for Sean in this game. There would have been 3 players vying for the third seamer position. Henry Crocombe, Ari Carvelos being the other 2, but Sean was given the nod. And Nudcat in bowls, and Bean is forward, plays to backward point. Good tumbling save by Hudson Prentice. No run. This is really good Thai traditional cricket, Dave. Enjoying it.
Proper cricket, absorbing.
It is. It is. Yeah. John Simpson is just discussing there with Finn Hudson Prentice, who's fielding at backward point. Maybe a slight change in the field, and there is a change in the field now. There are still 3 slips and a gully. There's a point mid-off. There's now a mid-on and a mid-wicket, as well as a fine leg. 3 gents walk by with cups of coffee in their hand. Nukat is in, bowls, and Bean defends into the offside, no run. I was going to go and get a cup of coffee down there, but all day yesterday and all day today, there's been a long queue. So I reckon that must be good coffee.
It is good coffee. It is good coffee.
It's the only problem, isn't it, sometimes with the coffee trucks. Often there's only 1 or 2 people in there, and if they get a good reputation, everybody's down there, so it takes a little while. But judging by the queue, people are obviously quite prepared to wait.
Yes, you can, if you don't have to come rushing back up to commentate, Adrian.
Yeah, well, that's true.
You
That's
can
true.
also watch the cricket whilst
You can, yeah. Plenty of people on the boundary edge down there in their picnic chairs. In comes a Nukat bowls, and that has just bounced short of Tom Alsop at 4th slip. And this has been a good little spell from J. Devon Nukat. Full shot from Findlay Bean. The ball just dropping short of Alsop at slip. End of the over. 11 overs gone. And having got off to a good start. Adam Lyth gone for 24. Yorkshire 29 for 1. Findlay Bean is on 3. James Wharton is yet to score. And it looks to me as if Ollie Robinson is coming back into the attack.
Yes, a swap of ends.
Yeah.
Robinson running in from the Trafalgar Square end initially, and then
one thing
swap into what's this end called, Adrian?
It's called the Peas
Don't
Holm.
cheat! Don't cheat!
I am cheating. It's called the Peas Holm Park end. Thank you, Dave. But he's one thing I like about John Simpson's captaincy, Dave, and you know him well from Middlesex days. He never lets things. I know he wasn't the skipper there, but he never lets things wander very often. You know, if there's nothing's much happening, there's a change of bowling.
He knows the game, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So it's Robinson running up the slight incline, bowls. Oh dear, that's
a shocker, wasn't it?
Wide ball down the leg side. Well, I suppose if you're going to bowl a loosener, then a foot and a half outside leg stump is not going to get hit too often. Certainly in first-class cricket, and it won't get called a wide. So yeah, it would be a glorious day today if it wasn't for this strong breeze, light wind. It was a real blowy old wind earlier when I was walking to the ground.
Yeah, it really was.
Is Robinson, 25 on his back, and a drive by Wharton. That's not a good shot.
No.
Felt for that one outside the off stump. At the moment, just I know he's not off the mark, but at the moment he just needs to just mind his work. Take a lead from Tom Alsop, who took an age over his first sort of 20 runs, didn't he, and went on to be unbeaten. That's what Yorkshire need. Plenty of that today. But a better crowd already than yesterday, and I'm sure some more will come in as the sunshine.
Up there.
Yeah, big.
Good bounce as well.
John Simpson sort of holding his hands either side like the Angel of the North there, isn't he? He's wondering what's going on. And Robinson, very fine bowler, of course. Experience with England, but what I like about him is he'll come back and play for Sussex, take wickets, bowls again here, and that's again what Doidge calls the Scarborough length. This time he's just getting Wharton coming forward slightly. Again, that bit of bounce. Sometimes the tennis ball bounce, get carried. Quicker bowlers, they can get carried away and bowl it too short and not be too much of a danger. But just settling into his work. But again, you look at his trousers as he walks back. That wind is whipping at them. Number 25 on his back comes in, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Wharton's allowed. Can leave that one to go through, and it's a no ball, so there's a couple of runs to the total. The other thing here, for those of you who have been to North Marine Road, and obviously those of you who haven't listening, the entrance to the ground is through a small, what will you call, sort of alleyway. Well, certainly the entrance to the main entrance to the ground is through a small alleyway, which is something like 10 yards wide, something like that, where they check bags and things. Robinson bowls again, and again he allows that one to pass through to Simpson. And the wind was absolutely, it was like a wind tunnel this morning, wasn't it? You walk down North Marine Road, and you're pretty sheltered there with the tall houses, terrace. So
yes.
There's no gap.
And they are tall houses as well.
And then you turn around and woo, dearie me.
Yeah, there were newspapers flying in the air and all sorts this morning.
Indeed. Robinson to Wharton, and Wharton again very sensibly just allows that one through to the keeper, and there's no run. So just the no ball as far as runs went from that over from Robinson. 31 for 1. The wind will have dropped a little bit, but well, it's whipping over from the west, from the newly refurbished west stand over there, and that will be helping. In fact, I know Robinson would presumably get choice of change of ends. He's now jogging off the field to either take something off or put something on, or perhaps just a comfort break. He'll be back. It is the favoured end for quick bowlers at the far end, but as far as movement goes, certainly been better for Umka.
In he comes, bowls, and Fiddly Bean reaches for one outside of the off stump. Beats him through to Bairstow, no run. Yeah, Ollie Robinson, as Dave said, has left the field. Ollie Carter has come on. I don't think it's an injury or anything to worry about. Ollie sort of jogged off the field. I'm sure he will be back for the next over. 31 for 1. I see Jamie Smith has got 100 for England in the Test match at Old Trafford. He certainly seems to be cementing his place with the gloves. Yeah, not so sure I agree with that selection, but he's certainly taking his chance, isn't he? He has. And comes Nudcat again, bowls, and been right in behind this, place to mid-off. No one. Who would you like to see with the gloves? I was just going to say with the Nudcat, having swapped ends, it's now helping his swing, and it's also helping Robinson, the wind, just to take the ball away from the right-hander at the far end. I've got Ben Folkes. I mean, you pick your best keeper. I don't particularly like some of the things that Ben Folkes has done in the past. Particularly, there was a run out in a stumping in an Ireland game that was a bit naughty, and didn't put him in my good books. But he is a very, very good keeper. That's out. Well, that is out. Bean has gone. That ball again has pitched and left Bean. And he's looking to play it on the onside. He's got a little nick. He's turned round, tried to avoid the stare of the umpire, but the umpire's finger has gone up as soon as Beans looked at him. And he's on his way, and the second wicket has fallen, 31 for 2. And if this pairing of a Nudcat and Robinson can continue for half a dozen overs, then I think it could be a tricky one, couldn't it, for Yorkshire, and a very good one for Sussex. Well, you heard the nick up here. There was a definite nick on that. I mean, I was quite surprised it took the umpire quite so long to raise the finger. I think he was waiting for Bean to look at him. That's the thing. The umpires often do that, don't they? But he's interesting change of ends, and you were talking about this, about the favoured end for the bowlers. He's getting quite a lot of bounce. So that was steepling bounce, and a big nick through to Simpson.
Something that Doidge talked about earlier, though, is the fact that his natural movement, which will be into the right hander and away from the left hander, the left armour, with that wind coming across the ground, that's helping a little bit. Whereas when he was bowling from this end, he was almost battling against what he was trying to do.
And you're right with Ollie Robinson. I noticed in that previous over he was getting the ball to swing away from the right hander, maybe pitching it a little too wide. So if he's pitching it, maybe around leg stump, middle and leg, that may be the line that Ollie will want to bowl.
As Jordan Thompson did to take a couple of LBWs, didn't he?
Yes.
The one that wrapped the innings up this morning and won yesterday.
Well, unsurprisingly, John Simpson is going on the attack with 2 new batters. Neither yet to score in James Wharton and Will Luxton. There are 3 slips and a gully. There's a point mid-off, a short leg, a mid-on and a fine leg, as in comes a Nudcat bowls, and right in behind that is Luxton, plays it down the ground to mid-on, fielded by the substitute fielder, who is Ollie Carter. I'm just glancing down, we're literally next door to the players' pavilion. I can't see Ollie Robinson yet, but I would imagine, he didn't look as if he was injured when he left the field. And he's away, he jogged off, and maybe, as Dave was saying, maybe it was a comfort break or to change his boots or something, you're not quite sure. And 2 wickets on his return to Sussex. He played the last 2 or 3 games last year. I need to check my records actually, how many he actually did play, but made a very good impression. He's impressing here around the wicket. Bowls, and that's just wide of the fielder there at third slip, is James Coles. It was in the air, Coles diving away. I'm not sure he got a hand on it, but it was a forced shot by Luxton, and he gets a streaky boundary down to third man for 4.
Yeah, he just managed to, when your luck's in, Luxton, just goes with it. It was a diving catch. Had it been, he'd got a splinter less wood on that, it would have been, it would have been a low, fast catch to third slip. But,
a moral victory.
Worrying times at the moment for the Yorkshire lineup, because the Nudcat bowling very well from the Trafalgar Square end.
He's in, rolls and forward. He's struck on the pad. The ball bounces in the air. I reckon there was a bit of inside edge onto pad, and the Sussex fielders were getting very excited because the ball ballooned in the air, but nowhere near the fielder at short leg. It is the end of the over. Another fine over from J. Nudcat. The other good news for Sussex is that Ollie Robinson has re-emerged from the pavilion away to our left, which means that Ollie Carter's 12th man duties for the time being are done with. And Sussex fighting back, 36 for 2. Luxton on 4. Wharton yet to score. The men are Adam Lythe for 24 and Finlay Bean for 3.
Yeah, Bean was out there for a long time for his 3 and was reluctant to leave as ever. Well, any batsman is, aren't they? He got quite a clear nick through to John Simpson. Well, so this is the... what do we just started now? The 14th over as Robinson bowls, and that's defended into the offside.
It's a better line.
Yes, he's. I think this is the right way round. Although the Trafalgar Square end is the favoured end to bowl for. Did Doidge not show you Nelson's house at the Trafalgar Square?
No, he didn't.
No,
and I suspect there isn't one. I've known you too long, Dave.
Fancy thinking we'd wind you up about the Trafalgar Square.
I know you and Kevin Hand of old.
Next delivery is on off stump, and again just shaping away, very well defended by Wharton.
Kevin Hand being the Middlesex commentator.
Who we will be seeing, Yorkshire fans will be seeing or listening to next week on the stream from Headingley. Another big game in Division 2 promotion race. I think those are with respect to the other 6 teams, I think it's probably between those 3 sides.
Yeah, possibly Leicestershire as an outsider.
Robinson bowls, and that's clipped nicely away down the hill, and just pulled in.
Good bit of fielding.
Sean Hunt, I don't know. the throw comes.
Yeah, it was Sean
clean
Hunt, and he got a good round of applause from his teammates. Sean Hunt, Dave, made his debut 3 seasons ago up at Old Trafford, and it's no secret. Sean was carrying quite a bit of weight, and he's worked incredibly hard. He's almost unrecognisable, and he's worked very, very hard. He's a very popular member in the Sussex dressing room, and I thought then, chasing the ball hard down to the boundary, that's testament to just how hard he's worked.
They've got Wharton off the mark. Did they only run 2?
They did.
Robinson bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. I thought they'd run 3, so what's the scoreboard?
Well, it's saying 37 for 2. It's showing Wharton on 2 and... it's showing Wharton... Is Wharton on 2? I thought
they ran 3.
I'm pretty certain they did run 3.
Yeah.
So maybe the scoreboard is slightly incorrect.
I think it's Luxton on strike at the moment.
It is.
Robinson to bowl to him. And he's again allowed that ball just to pass through. Got a little bit of shape with the...
Yeah, it just hasn't quite got the line right, has he, Ollie Robinson? He'll just be looking to really lure Luxton into a shot outside of the off stump. But it's really evenly poised, this. And the crowd, and a decent sized crowd, are totally absorbed in the cricket.
Robinson from the Peashorn Park end bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. There's going to be no run there. That is the end of the over, and that's the end of me for a while. I will hand you over to Nasser, and you'll join Adrian Harms.
Thank you, Dave. So 38 for 2. A very good morning wherever you're listening to us today on BBC Radio Sussex, other BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. You may be watching via the Yorkshire Cricket Club live stream. Wherever you are, a very good morning to you, and welcome to Scarborough on a lovely sunny day. It's been a very windy morning and windy overnight, but that wind is abating as the day goes along. We are due to have 104 overs here today, having lost 24 overs yesterday. And lunch today, if you didn't know, is at 1:10, and tea is set at 4 o'clock. J.W. Nugcat is running in from the Trafalgar Road end. He's in and bowls, and that's it. That looks very close. I wouldn't be surprised if that's given out. The ball ricochets away into the offside, and there is no run. Doidge is just making a little note in my commentary pad, and that was actually Will Luxton. Thank you. And he's now telling me the name at the end of the ground, which is the Trafalgar Square. What did I say? Road. Did I? See, you two are in my head now about Trafalgar and the Battle of Trafalgar, which was when, Doidge? Thank you. Well done. Yeah, that could have been in the quiz last night. In comes a Nugcat around the wicket, bowls, and in behind that is Luxton, plays it away into the offside. It's a well-judged single because Hudson Prentice needs to move to his right-hand side. But it's a very good morning to Nasir Hanif. Hanif, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Adrian. Yeah, bright and sunny here at Scarborough this morning.
It is. And a big change from yesterday. And as Dave Townsend was saying, I think once that breeze drops...
Yep.
Well, it's not a breeze now, is it? It's pretty windy and the trees are swaying away, but not anything like as much as they were earlier on this morning.
No, and a complete mess of my attire this morning because I've put on my winter thick shirt.
Schoolboy.
Yep,
schoolboy error.
Thinking it was going to be cold.
Yeah, no, it's really quite warm out of the wind. In comes a Nugcat, bowls, and another good delivery that wraps Wharton on the thigh pad. The ball runs down in front of him. There is no run.
So Unankut has been bowling really well this morning.
No, he has, and I need to check my records exactly. 3 or 4 games at the end of the season last year, the first we'd seen of him. He's played Test cricket. Again, another one of the. I'd imagine Paul Farbrace has got a little book somewhere with all these connections that he's got, because the fast bowlers he's picked up over the last 12 months have been excellent. Jaden Seals, Nathan McAndrew. And now J.W. Nugcat, who have all played at various stages. Nugcat in, bowls, drilled down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Probably one of the shots of the morning, to be perfectly honest, by James Wharton. It was overpitched by Nugcat, Wharton very quickly driving that straight back down the ground for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, beautifully played.
Yeah.
And the total goes to 42 for 2, and he goes to 6.
Yeah, beautiful drive, beautiful on drive. And earlier on the way in, actually on the train, I was talking to a friend of mine, he's a big watcher of Indian cricket, and I just mentioned Ununcut to him, and he said, "Oh, he's not that good, he's slowish." But clearly, this morning he certainly proved his worth.
Well, he's certainly not slow. Over the wicket bowls. Oh, and he very nearly breaches the defence there of Wharton, who was looking to push that one away into the offside. He's got a thick inside edge. The ball ended up sort of trickling out back to the square on the leg side, but that could so easily have played on.
I guess the thing is, India have such a strong bowling setup, don't they? They have so many resources when it comes to fast bowlers. Ununcut probably, certainly not bottom of the list, but going to be hard pressed to get ahead of the likes of Jasprit Bumrah and company.
Yeah, in comes. Now he's changing his angle of attack here, isn't Adcat? He's going to come around the wicket from the Trafalgar Square end. Have to get that right. Haven't been given those instructions by Dorji. In comes Anukat, bowls, and forward comes Wharton, defends onto the leg side. So it's another tidy over. The one boundary coming from a very good shot, one of the best shots of the morning actually, and often for a right-hander, that's a difficult shot, that on drive straight down the ground. It was beautifully played. End of the over, 43 for 2, with both Wharton and Luxton on 6 apiece.
And maybe that switch of the bowlers early on perhaps has gone in favour of Ununcut, because he bowled from this end, which is the Peas Coat. I've written it down somewhere.
It's the Peas Home Park end.
Peas Home Park end. There we go.
I blame Jonathan Joyce for making it. I mean, we have the C end, Simple, and the Cromwell Road end. In fact, they came up in the quiz last night.
Simple. There's been a Peas Home Park in Scarborough for a long, long time.
Okay.
And it's
called Peas Home Park end.
Ollie Robinson coming in to bowl the first ball of a brand new over. And there's no run off the first delivery of his bowling in.
There's no excuse.
Yeah. To Will Luxton. Will Luxton is facing.
Do you need me to get off, George, or have you...
I'll do an update off air.
Oh, okay.
I think we're going to switch over, so I'm going to...
Are you staying on?
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, I've got to do an update in 3 or 4 minutes' time, but I'm fine.
Yes, Ollie Robinson. He's coming into bowl. 25 on his back, comes in. This next delivery, just outside the off stump, going through to Johnny Bairstow. There's no run off that delivery.
He hasn't quite got his line right here, Ollie Robinson. He's looking to swing the ball away from the right-hander, but it's possibly the breeze, which is coming from the west. It's a very strong breeze as well, which is taking the ball further away from the right-hander. I can see Finn Hudson-Prentice warming up, doing some Pilates exercises there at...
Maybe it's just maybe it's just a case of him pitching it more on leg stump and perhaps that helping him to get his shape right as Ollie Robinson comes in again, third ball.
Better.
And this one a much better delivery and ending up in the hands of fourth slip.
I know that's a Pilates exercise because I do those.
No, I've never really done Pilates.
Oh, it's great. Yeah,
Is
I
it?
love it. Yeah. I mean, the first time I did it, I have to say the class I went to was predominantly ladies who were in it. There was just me and perhaps one other chap, about 20 odd people in the class. And I thought, I'll be able to do this. I've got a bit of a wonky knee, and someone said it'd be good for me. Well, I was probably the worst in the class, and all these ladies were on a different level to me.
Wow.
And it's great. I absolutely love it. When I don't do it, I really miss it.
It's Ollie Robinson in again. And this ball again played out towards the leg side. And there's no run. So quite a tight over here.
J. Devon Ucat has played 4 test matches.
4 test matches, yeah.
He's taken 3 wickets. His first class career, 114 matches, 403 wickets at an average of 23. He was born in 18th of October 1991, so he's 32.
Solly Robinson in again. And this next delivery again outside, and a bit of shape on that last delivery, but again the line's not right, is it?
No, he's just been getting a little frustrated here. Having said that, Yorkshire haven't got away this morning, so Sussex will just feel with this ball, which is still relatively new. We're only in the 16th over.
Yeah, for those people just joining us, early on it looked as though Yorkshire may get away when Adam Lyth was certainly smacking the ball about a bit. 24 to him, wasn't it?
They got away to a bit of a fly, didn't they?
Yeah. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson in again, coming to near completion of this over. This next delivery is again outside the off stump, over the off stump and going through to the slip cordon, and it's the end of another over there. And Yorkshire 43 for the loss of 2 wickets. James Wharton and Will Luxton are the 2 batsmen who are in earlier. Adam Lyth for him and Finlay Bean both lost their wickets. Sean Hunt is the new bowler. He's going to be coming in and releasing Uncut, who has taken a wicket this morning. So certainly Sussex ringing the changes, seeing if they can get some more inroads into this Yorkshire lineup. A couple more wickets. The sun is shining brightly actually here. I really wish I'd brought my sunglasses, but yeah, sun shining brightly. Certainly the crowd building up in front of us and to the left and to the right in front of the tea room, which I can see in front of me, as we have the first ball of a brand new over. And this one again played out in front of him by Sean Hunt. Yeah, so Sean Hunt is the bowler. And that first delivery, punch out in front of him by James Wharton, no run. As he lines himself up again, does Sean Hunt, comes in for this next delivery and bowls, and this one again played out in front of him. The batsman will cross over for another single. Score moves on to 44 for the loss of those 2 wickets. And to the right, yeah, sun coming from that side. Yeah, clouds, well, no real clouds. Bright sunny day here. And it'll slowly build up. And the weather forecast is supposed to be good for the next couple of days.
Yes, it is very good. I mean, fingers crossed. I think we've been quite lucky. Interesting bowling change this, with an Uncut coming out of the attack.
Yeah, as Sean Hunt comes in again. This third delivery, punch down the ground, back towards the bowler and just bobbles a little bit, and there's going to be no run off that delivery. Yeah, bright sunshine. I mean, probably the nicest place to be, near the seaside, watching cricket on a day like this. And Sussex hoping they can get a few more Yorkshire wickets before lunch. So he comes in again. Here's Sean Hunt. This next delivery, beautifully driven through the covers. 4 runs all the way, and the sort of shot that Yorkshire and certainly Will Luxton will be looking for this afternoon, as they hope to build a partnership together, because it's all about partnerships for Yorkshire this afternoon. If they can build a couple and get ever closer to that 189 that Sussex made in their first innings, it'll certainly put them in a very good position in this game. And that's what they'll be looking for, a lead. If they can get a lead over 189, the weather forecast next couple of days is supposed to be good. And it's going to be Sean Hunt to continue. This next delivery, again, just played out in front of him. There's going to be no run there, just bobbles out a little bit towards mid-off. And fielder picks it up. It's going to end up back in the hands of Sean Hunt shortly. There's a couple of spectators coming into the ground. There's some late arrivals. Certainly crowd a lot healthier than yesterday. The weather helps, of course. As Sean Hunt comes in again, this next delivery is again punched out towards the slip cordon, going through to 4th slip. Shy at the stumps, and the batsman cross over for another single. And there will be an attempt, of course, to get some of those quick singles as well, where Yorkshire can. 1 short of 50. 49 for the loss of 2 wickets this morning. Yorkshire. James Wharton, he is on 7. And on the other side, it's Will Luxton. He's made 11. So those 2 batsmen in. Earlier we saw Adam Lyth playing really well, dispatching the ball to the boundary quite frequently before A Yorker, got rid of him from Chetan Anandkat, one of the Sussex bowlers early on. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson now to continue. He's going to come in and bowl his first delivery of a brand new over, and this ball is again pushed out for no run by the batsman. So Ollie Robinson went for a little bit of a break earlier on, but he's now back on the pitch and bowling for Sussex in this game. Of course, played for England on numerous occasions, very experienced bowler. And I think, am I going to give way at this point?
No.
Carry on.
No, you're carrying on.
And it's going to be Ollie Robinson coming in again. Second delivery, brand new over. Comes in, bowls this next one, punch towards the leg side. No run there.
It's another no ball from Ollie. He's changed ends, but that was more the line that he'll need to bowl. The applause around the ground is for the 50 up. A ripple of applause, 2 for the no ball. 51 for 2. Now, I think we've been very lucky with the weather, really, because certainly earlier on when I was looking at the forecast before heading up here and early part of the week, the suggestion was that Thursday and Friday were going to be washouts. So I was thinking, oh dear, 2 days sitting around doing nothing. But actually, quite the opposite. Not
good in the context of this game as Ollie Robinson comes in again. This next ball played a miss outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, Johnny Bairstow. No run there, of course, no run. But a brilliant delivery and perhaps the sort of line that we were talking about earlier.
Well, absolutely. That's why. And Simpson took that, Nasir, sort of waist high, but exactly the line that Ollie needs to bowl, and he was just luring Luxton forward into the shot. Once he gets his line and length, Ollie Robinson, he's such a dangerous bowler. Yeah. But he can create pressure that the bowlers at the other end can exploit as well.
And here he is again. And he bowls this next delivery, and this one again is pushed out in front of him. The batsman will run through for a quick single. Good running between the wickets by these two.
Yeah,
and that'll get us up to 52, and Yorkshire now 52 for the loss of 2 wickets. It's James Wharton who's made 7, and on the other end it's Will Luxton who has made 12.
Well, I think that's good cricket from Yorkshire. You know, it's not easy against Robin and this morning. Good balls are hitting over.
It's going to be Ollie Robinson again. And he comes. Is again around towards the side.
Swear in the championship, just read the scores. Nasser, Middlesex 22 without loss at Merchant Taylor's School in reply to Northants 207. Derbyshire 210 for 4 against Glamorgan. That's a lead of 42 at Derby. Wayne Madsen making 70. Harry Kame making 84. And Leicestershire 354 for 8 at Bristol against Gloucestershire.
It's Ollie Robinson in again, and this next delivery again played out in front of him past the umpire, and again the batsman collects another useful single, and these singles all helping to build up some momentum, hoping to build a partnership, these two, this afternoon.
Indeed. Liam Travaskis, 45 not out. I think he's been an excellent signing. Liam Travaskis was at Durham before, but just one of those cricketers who always seems to either be taking runs or, making runs or taking wickets. So they're the scores in Division 2. And just to bring you up to date in the Test match, England 347 for 8. Jamie Smith now out for 111, his maiden Test century.
And here is Ollie Robinson again. This next delivery played out and fielded by Ollie Robinson as well. And there's going to be no run, of course, off that last delivery.
Very quickly in Division 1 of the County Championship, Worcestershire 204 for 4 in reply to Kent's 171. Somerset in trouble, 29 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 337. Surrey 155 for 3, reply to Lancashire's 104. And yesterday in Southampton, Essex are 52 for 1 against Hampshire.
It's Ollie Robinson again. Comes into bowl this next delivery, and this one again, it's kept quite low, that one, and just outside the off stump, and there's a bit of shape on it as well. Late shape, but not really going to cause any damage at that space.
He's just struggling to get his line here, Ollie Robinson. I think it's time for me to go, and I think Doiji has returned, and it's going to be Jonathan who's going to be with Nasser.
Yeah, if we can bring you back at 1 for the last few minutes of the session.
That's fine.
Okay, lovely stuff. And yet another, it sounds repetitive this, doesn't it, chaps, but yet another interesting game of 4-day county championship cricket is developing. and yet you still feel there's a need to protect that. Harmsy, I think NASA might need a bit of a view on what he's trying to commentate on, if you don't mind.
I was just going to let him move over. I was just going to let him move over. Yeah. And we're seeing 4 runs. First ball, brand new over. 55 for, well, 57, I beg your pardon, 57 for 2 now, Yorkshire. And it's going to be James Wharton who's facing.
Yeah, and for the sake of the game, it's been good that Sussex have bowled with some discipline themselves this morning. Picked up a couple of wickets.
Sean Hunt comes in, and the next delivery is punched down, and in fact he's going to pinch down the leg side and dispatch to the boundary. 4 more runs there, 4 very useful runs, taking Yorkshire on to 61 for 2. 4 runs there to James Wharton again. So he's slowly accumulating, slowly building up his run tally.
Yeah, lovely flick off the hip. He played like a player in his first, I don't know, I can't put a number on it, but his first few opportunities in county cricket. You know, there's that feeling you need to feel like you're part of it, and there was a feeling maybe from the outside when he looked in that he didn't quite feel part of it, but I think he certainly seems to do now.
Sean Hunt in again, and this one again played beautifully for another great shot down towards the cover region, through the covers and by the tea room as I'm looking ahead of me, and 4 more runs to him. So 2 boundaries in succession from James Wharton, certainly helping the Yorkshire cause.
Yeah, lovely shot. That's one place that you can't bowl at him. We've seen that in his relatively short career so far, and in that big 100 he scored against Derbyshire at Chesterfield, full and on his legs, it will go, and it certainly did.
And this next delivery in again, and this one again, it's pulled beautifully from 4 more runs. So Sean Hunt certainly, in fact 6, I beg your pardon, I need my eyes checking sometimes. Yeah, 6 more runs to him, taking the Yorkshire total 71 for 2. So 6 for 4. Last 3 balls. Yorkshire certainly doing the damage in this over, and Sean Hunt being dispatched to different parts of the boundary ropes here. And some thinking going on between Sean Hunt now, getting advice as he prepares himself and gets himself ready to bowl this next delivery. And James Wharton has moved on to 24 now, as in comes negative. Let's push him in. And so yeah, good for Yorkshire. Hope to mend them. 100 will be, I guess, one of the targets they'll have in mind. 189 is what Sussex made in their first innings. But of course they'll hope to go way beyond that to build a nice, good lead in the context of this very important game. And it's Sean Hunt again, and he bowls his next delivery, and this is played out in front of him again by the batsman, and there is no run, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, good over for Yorkshire. 6, couple of boundaries, couple of 4s as well. And Yorkshire 71 now for the loss of 2 wickets. Will Luxton, well, he's made 12, and on the other side James Wharton, successful over for him. He has made 24.
Yep, BBC Radio York about to call for an update by the sound of things, so stand by your beds for that. And
it looks like we're going to have a change of bowling.
It does. Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Finn Hudson-Prentice is the man to come on.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
From the Peasham Park end, Hudson-Prentice, who had a little bit of success in the reverse fixture back in the spring. 2 for 32 when Yorkshire were bowled out for 195 in their first innings. But here come BBC Radio York.
Yes.
So I'll take things from here for a minute or two as Hudson Prentice comes in then. At the P-zone park end, right arm over the wicket is a big appeal. First ball he bowls, which thuds into the pad of Will Luxton, and I dare say there might have been a moment of apprehension from the batter because it was full. Hard to tell from this angle, but those who can see the stream will see a replay. Height might have been an issue and maybe going down, but either way, not enough about it to get Tom Lungley to raise the finger on this occasion. They've stuck with 3 slips for Hudson Prentice. But time for your update. Back with the commentary in a mo. And that is turned into the leg side for a single by Luxton. Yeah, and it's been an interesting start to day 2. You'll recall that Sussex began it on 186 for 9 after 71 overs that were possible yesterday. That had just 3 further runs before Sean Hunt was out LBW to a swinging delivery, full swinging delivery by Jordan Thompson. He went for 1, leaving Tom Alsop, who'd played superbly for 86, not out, stranded on that score after a 187 ball stay at the crease, 14 fours. And with 3 extras, Sussex were 189 all out in their first innings. 2 wickets for Ben Code, 3 for Jordan Thompson, 3 for Matthew Revis, and 1 apiece for George Hill and Dan Moriarty was the way of things with the Yorkshire bowling. And then Yorkshire, well, facing the same challenges with the conditions here at North Marine Road that the Sussex batsmen had to face themselves. Adam Lyth played really nicely up front, but made 24 before he got a delivery from Jaydev Unadkat. With a bit of swing involved in it. He nicked it onto his pad, rolled back onto the 24 off 37 deliveries, and not so long afterwards Finlay Bean, who'd struggled to get off the mark, ended up making just the 3 from 1 scoring shot before he too was caught behind by John Simpson off the same bowler. They've moved on though to 74 for 2 at this stage. Will Luxton is out there, 13 not out. James Wharton went in preceding him at number 3. He is 24 not out himself. And lunch, well, that's been taken at 10 past 1 rather than 1 o'clock today. So 20 minutes or so to go. These two would certainly like to be there, irrespective of what the score is. And Yorkshire obviously trying to work their way, trying to get some positives on the board and in front at some point today. We'll see how things pan out. There we go. BBC Radio York have been updated. And another dot ball off the most recent delivery. When you're actually doing an update, it's hard to tell you what's going on out there in the middle because you're thinking about what you're saying. But anyway, it's 74 for 2. And Finn Hudson Prentice is bowling still from the P-zone park end. And he's going to make his way up the incline to bowl to the right-handed James Wharton. And this one, straight delivery, dropped into the leg side by James. And there is no run because he missed a couple of matches, James Wharton, at the back end of the 50-over competition. You may or may not recall, but when they played here in the 50-over comp, he ran around the top boundary, the North Marine Road side of the ground, to field the ball. And he was close to the rope and ended up putting his foot on the rope and turning his ankle while he was running for the ball. Wasn't sort of concerned about where his feet were. And so a couple of matches rest to make sure he was okay for this fixture, and it's good to see him out there in the middle. He's just turned 1 into the leg side to complete that over at 74 for 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting little period this now, just 10 minutes or so to go before lunch. Yorkshire will definitely not want to lose any further wickets. If these two can go in at lunch, that'll be useful. Come in the afternoon, build this partnership, and then the likes of Johnny Bairstow can come in later on and have a crack.
Yeah, Sean Hunt going to continue at the Trafalgar Square end. It doesn't feel at this moment in time like anybody kind of needs to have a crack in those, that expression, Nasser.
No, I know. I know.
Because you're sort of risking things, aren't you?
You are risking things.
You really need to just work hard and build here as Yorkshire.
Yeah, here's Sean Hunt again, first ball new over, and that's just punched down the ground again, no run off that one. No, but at some point, I guess they may have to change that strategy, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, certainly the way Adam Lyth started this morning, he certainly had a crack. Yorkshire got off to a flyer, 24 to him early early on, but then he lost his wicket, as did Finlay Bean. And these two now, big responsibility on their shoulders. It's Sean Hunt again. Bowls his next delivery, and that's played out in front of him. And occasionally this wicket is just playing a few tricks, isn't it? So these two batsmen are certainly going to have to be on their mettle. As some of the people sort of leaving for an early lunch, I think. Clouds sort of coming and going. Sun's out. Was out a few moments ago. Now it's gone back in again. It's Sean Hunt again. And bowls this next delivery. Just ball bobbles out to the leg side. There's going to be no run off that over. 74 for 2, Yorkshire. Yeah, James Wharton. He's made 13. And Will Luxton is the batsman on the other end. And
Just getting lunch sorted out now.
13.
Do these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
They don't have this to do on TMS, do
No,
they?
they don't. They have people bringing the food to them, don't they, I suppose. Sean Hunt. And this one again, punched through the gully sort of area and going squarish. It's going to race along to the ball. Oh, it's slipped by the fielder, and I think it does end up in the boundary ropes. Yeah, 4 more runs to Yorkshire. Fortunate perhaps in the end. I think the fielder slipped as he was running towards the rope. I think it's going to be signalled 4. I think it was.
I'm not sure.
No?
Haven't seen a signal because I was looking down in the direction of the incident. That with the grounds sloping down to that west stand, and there was, it's been some rain, overnight rain for the past 2 nights, maybe just a little bit juicy. But I did walk down in that area this morning to have a chat with somebody, and didn't feel particularly soft, got to say.
No, I don't think it was a 4 in hindsight. No, there's no signal. So in comes Sean Hunt again, this next ball, and this again left well alone by Will Luxton outside his off stump. Bit of bounce going through to slip cordon.
Let's catch up with a bit of correspondence while we can. Good afternoon, Miriam in sunny Brighton, a regular correspondent of ours, of course, and does like to make a trip up here. She made her annual trip up for the Gloucestershire match. She says Bairstow has successfully cast its spell. My Hampshire-born husband Martin has pointed at the screen and says, "I can see my seat."
As in comes Sean Hunt again, this next delivery. And this played leg side, and it's going to go to the boundary. Yep, 4 more runs. Flicked off his pads again. He's played that shot earlier as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, and Miriam goes on, "Can you say hi to my brother Adam listening in Sunderland?" There you go, Adam, and my Sussex supporting friends, especially Mike and Simon. There you go, folks, a few shout-outs. We can do all of that on our broadcast. BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, the BBC Sport website and app. Nasser Hanif and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this little spell of commentary up to the lunch, well, for the next few minutes. Hanif's back in before the lunch break, which is at 1:10 today. And yeah, on comment on Will Luxton, who played a beautiful innings at rugby school in the 50-over competition the other week. He got 100 in the Counties Select 11 match against the Sri Lankan tourists, like a tourists' warm-up match, if you like, which wasn't counted as a first-class 100. Now, I didn't see it, I've got to say, but Harry Duke played in the same match and told me he batted like a dream, as in comes Hudson Prentice, and Wharton runs that down to third man, and they'll pick up 2. So clearly played really well. You'd have to be frustrated, wouldn't you, as a young player, where you're playing against an international bowling attack. You get 100 and it doesn't count as a first-class ton because it wasn't given first-class status. But rather than making that a one-off and, in 30 years' time looking back and saying what could have been for Will Luxton, he went out and got a ton against top of the table Warwickshire in the 50-over comp the other week, and he batted superbly. Didn't give a chance. Hit the commentator who was sitting next to me with his first boundary actually there at a rugby school that day, as Hudson Prentice is in, and Wharton plays off his legs. That's going to be 4 down at the bottom boundary, I think. Oh, it's slowing up, but no, still going to get there and have the legs. Lovely shot by James Wharton, who he is leaning away to the offside to play that, but he got the balance right, as it were, for you Depeche Mode fans out there, because he leant away but was still standing tall enough to work it through the leg side. And I think, if we do see a long, lengthy career for Will Luxton, then the sort of things we'll be saying about him, he's a lovely, wristy player, timer of the ball, uses his feet well against spin, those sorts of things. Just from having a bit more opportunity to watch him out there in the middle at first team level this year. Hudson Prentice in, and Wharton punches another one. They're not learning here. They are not learning bowling at James Wharton. He's played a beautiful shot through the leg side to a delivery from the Trafalgar Square end not so long ago, and he's just had 2 deliveries up there on his legs, and well, he'll be delighted. Bowl there at me all day if you like, will be what James Wharton's saying. He's on to 34 now, and Yorkshire 92 for 2, having been 31 for 2.
Yeah.
So a good stand developing here, 61 between the pair of them. And 15 minutes from lunch, one of those moments in cricket, if you like. Just make sure you're still there, don't get too carried away. James Wharton playing from the crease this time, punches one back to Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. So yeah, it was good to see you, and things that you look at in terms of players' body language and all of that. When he got the 100, the celebration, there was something about it. This is my first ton for Yorkshire. Proved to himself that he can do it, and that's a big, big thing, isn't it? For all of us in whatever we do. So that was just the first notch. There's a long way to go, but a good young player, and he's earned his opportunity in Championship cricket here. And James Wharton, with an open face, runs one just wide of the cordon and picks up 2. And he's begun to take his own opportunities, as I've mentioned on a few occasions already today, with that 188 in particular in the Championship against Derbyshire. The next kind of notch up the ladder for these young players will be to get back into Division 1 and start to make those scores against Division 1 bowling attacks, which clearly should be a tougher proposition. In comes Hudson Prentice again, that's punched into extra cover, and Hughes does the fielding, and there is no run. People start to rise and maybe leave to get to the lunch queues a bit earlier than the rest. We've got 13 minutes to go before the lunch break. 22 overs in. Yorkshire 94 for 2 first time around.
Yeah, and I think at the end of that over, as you quite rightly said, Jonathan, I think it's a fantastic opportunity, isn't it, for these younger players to make a name for themselves. They've got a perfect opportunity if they can build a partnership. I'm going to give way now to Adrian just before lunch, and
I'm going to be a change, and Tom Haynes is going to get his first go of the match from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, Helmsley.
Yes, I need to get that right. I have to say, I don't think Sussex are bowling very well here.
Yep.
And John Simpson's got a problem because his support bowlers, neither Finn Hudson-Prentice or Sean Hunt, have really bowled particularly well, so he can't bowl Robinson and Nucat the whole time. I wonder whether he might turn, or might have turned to Jack Carson, maybe for a couple of overs of spin just before lunch. He's brought Tom Haynes, who bowls sort of a military medium. He nips the ball around a little bit, Tom Haynes, but the fact is Yorkshire have got away here. Sussex have conceded runs too readily in the last 20 minutes or so, and now they're under pressure. Haynes coming in from the Trafalgar Square end, in and bowls a short delivery. It's easily worked down to deep backwards square where Jade Nucat fields. One more to the total, 94 for 2. And what these two have done is punish some poor bowling. They've been very quick. And I'm sure that Paul Farbrace and James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, will be keen to stress the importance of bowling good lines here during the lunch interval. In comes Haynes, bowls, and that's down the leg side. That's a poor delivery. I mean, that just sort of exacerbates what I was saying, really. I mean, it's a half volley, it's down the leg side, it's meat and drink, and it's 4 runs. And Yorkshire go to 99 for 2.
Yep. And I'll just reiterate what I said. James Wharton, he's got shots all around the ground, but in particular, you'll see the ball disappear off his legs, and I guess that's what you should be seeing at professional level anyway.
Haynes going into bowl to Wharton. He's in and bowls, and Wharton drives onto the leg side, fielded there is short mid-wicket, and there is no run by Tom Clark.
Chris in Bath, good afternoon to you. He says, loving the stream, JD, and a great commentary team, recovering from a cataract, I should say, operation, not a contract operation, a cataract operation at 9 a.m. today.
Wow.
Luckily, cricket is a side-on game. Amongst all the delights on the ground, always enjoy the shots of the guys watching from on top of their garage or extension.
Here comes Haynes bowls, and just if Wharton rather just defends down the offside no run.
He said, imagining the cell. Shall I build us another bedroom, love? No more DIY ever.
It's amazing, isn't it, what happened with cataract operations now? I mean, it seems to almost be, I mean, it makes me feel quite squeamish, but I think they're almost routine now, George. It's incredible. Haynes bowls, played to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice, no run. Keeper Simpson standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, one of those things where I just said, don't tell me what's going on, just do it.
Yes.
I'm not sure I really want to know.
A friend of mine had this laser surgery on his eyes, and I mean, it is pretty expensive, but I sort of said, well, can you do one eye at a time? And they said, well, no, you can't do that, so I haven't had it done. In comes Haynes bowls. That's a wide swinging half volley that's very competently taken by John Simpson. End of the over, 99 for 2, and these two have so far added exactly 66. Is that right, Dorji? Yes, for this third wicket.
Well, I thought it was 31 for 2, wasn't it?
Was it? What am I looking at the scoreboard there? What's the figure? Oh, I'm sorry.
99,
you're quite right. I do apologise. Yeah,
68.
31 for 2. You're quite right. 68.
Good afternoon, Steve Carmichael, who says, thanks for the commentary. During the recent Metrobank Cup matches, I was impressed by the way that teams that lost early wickets applied themselves in the middle overs to rebuild the innings. It seemed more like test match batting than you see in modern day test matches, and was a great advert for retaining the 50-over game.
It was really good, the competition. I thought it was excellent. I thought it was excellent last year. I think it was very good this year as well.
Here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice in this stiffish breeze still, flapping his shirt behind him as Luxton plays one into the offside, no run. He goes on and says, Wharton and Luxton seem to be getting their eyes in, and with the weather set fair for the next couple of days, I feel it's important that someone builds a big innings for Yorkshire to avoid having to make a big score batting last on a pitch with variable bounce, which may take spin later in the match. Yeah.
Good point.
I think that's a good point. Well made, Steve. That's some Prentice then. Flicks the ball from left hand to right. Makes his way in again. Ooh. Now then, he's just squared up Will Luxton, who's trying to play that through the leg side and got a leading edge on it out towards point. It wasn't aerial, fortunately for him, and he's survived it quite comfortably, but just again shows you that a momentary lapse of concentration could cost you a wicket. 8 minutes shy of lunch. Yorkshire, of course. Johnny Bairstow set to go in next at number 5. There'll be plenty of people looking forward to that, but they'll be, as Yorkshire supporters, quite happy if that's delayed for a couple of hours or more yet. If these two can continue to play well, as they have done so far. Luxton straight blade, pushing into the onside, no run.
Much better over for Finn Hudson-Prentice. His opening 2 overs went for 15. And we were making the point earlier about them. I mean, Robinson 8 overs, 0 for 23. Unudkat 7 very good overs, 2 for 14. Unfortunately, Sean Hunt's gone around the park a bit, 5 overs for 42.
And just back to Steve Carmichael's email about the 50-over competition. Colin Graves was asked about that this morning in the Yorkshire Members Forum. More in a sec, because Hudson-Prentice is making his way in and bowling now to Luxton. It's full, flicked off the legs, fielded by Unudkat at mid-on, diving, fumbling stop really, and they've picked up a single, and the applause is because Yorkshire have now made it to 100 for the loss of 2 wickets and are 89 runs behind the 189 all-out that Sussex posted. So apparently Colin Graves suggesting that there are rumblings within presumably the ECB that the 50-over competition might be played at the start of the season from 2026 onwards, so not next year. That's punched down the ground by James Wharton, and a good stop off his own bowling, in fact, in the end by Hudson-Prentice. Yeah, so it may be played as an early season competition, and he was sort of suggesting it as getting, you know, young players into their stride. But then if they did that, my first question would be, where does that leave Championship cricket? And somebody then asked that, and he said that more of it played in the middle of the season. But then what would happen during the 3 weeks of the 100? Would that just stand absolutely alone? And would that cramp up the fixture schedule, or would they be losing some T20s to accommodate the 50 over comp, or would they reduce the number of games they play in the 50 over comp? But there was none of those questions asked or answered, as that last ball of the over is wide of Wharton's off stump and he leaves. So, they did play. I mean, I remember, I think my first season doing commentaries, I remember Harry Brooks going 100 against Leicester at Headingley, Leicestershire at Headingley. And that must have been in April or May. So they played the 50 over comp early in the campaign in 2019. And then, of course, COVID came in 2020 and everything changed.
Yeah, I mean, it's like heresy to say this because it affects clubs, doesn't it, in terms of revenues. But my feeling is that, I said yesterday, 3 groups of 6 in the T20, you play 10 games instead. I think 14 is a lot. And if you're not filling grounds, is that a bit of a false economy? In comes Haynes, bowls to Luxton, who plays down the offside of the track. And there is no run. As Jonathan says, we're honing in on lunch because of the rain yesterday. We're playing 104 overs today, so lunch is at 1:10. Tea is set at 4 o'clock, and if the weather's set fair, hopefully we'll get through those 104 overs, and indeed it'll be the same tomorrow as well to make up time. Yorkshire batting themselves into a strong position here. Haynes in, bowls Luxton again on middle and leg, and he clips the ball away through square leg. There's a couple of runs. J. Devon Newcat runs around to field from fine leg, picks up the ball at about square leg on the field, on the boundary rope, gets in the throw. 2 more to the total. 102 for 2. Luxton goes to 25, and these two, since those 2 early wickets went down, 31 for 2, have looked relatively comfortable, it has to be said. Haynes in again, bowls up on his toes as Luxton plays onto the onside, fielded a bit wicket by Clark, and there is no run. I'm just a little surprised maybe that Sussex haven't perhaps experimented with an over or 2 of spin. Is that your mate walking down there?
It is. I was trying to attract his attention because he usually looks up and has a wave, but actually on this occasion he didn't.
When I said your mate, is that your only mate?
Look,
Haynes in, bowls driven down the onside, no run. That was an unfair question, but I know it's the sort of thing you would say to me.
Yeah, you've nailed it, to be fair. I can't help being on.
Well, we saw him yesterday evening. We had it was a very pleasant evening last night, Jonathan. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The quiz, which we've spoken about, was excellent. And then we had a very nice curry, so it was a very pleasant evening. Thank you very much for organising it, and meeting some new people is always good fun as well, and good conversation around the table. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Hudson just really happy just to help himself through backward point and backward square leg. Get it right, Adrian, and really without having to try too hard here, Yorkshire sort of picking up the 1s and 2s, and from a Sussex point of view, rather too quickly, they're closing in on that total of 189. Tom Haynes wants a change in the field. Not quite sure what he wants to happen here, otherwise it's staying as pretty much as it is. Haynes in, bowls, Luxton drives down the ground. There is no run. End of a Tom Haynes over. The right arm seamer. He has bowled 2 tidy overs without really looking threatening. 2 overs for 8. Hudson Prentice 3 overs for 16. Hunt 5 overs for 42. And Newcat 7 overs, 2 for 14. Robinson 8 overs, 0 for 23. I think we are going to see this. I suspect this will be the final over before lunch. It looks as if it is going to be Finn Hudson Prentice who's going to bowl it. The sun has momentarily gone in. Quite a few people walking around the ground in anoraks. That a lady walking down below us with a couple of pints of something or another. What do you reckon that is? Cider or something? She's wrapped up in a big red anorak. So if you're out the sun, it's a little chilly. If you're in the sun, it's really very pleasant.
Yorkshire bitter.
Is that what it is?
Mine's a Yorkshire bitter. Aye. I don't know. It looked more.
Looks ciderish to me. Lagerish.
Okay. Well, you clearly know your alcohol. Here is Finn Hudson Prentice, and that's down the leg side of Luxton, who wafts at it and misses. Forever Domo, good afternoon to you. Says just keeping tabs on you. The weather looks better than expected. Sitting over that is by the tea room.
Oh, we had a note about. I might wander over there later. They said they have cakes and scones and.
Don't forget to come back, will you?
No, it is, so I might go because the queue for the coffee then is continually quite long.
FPL Spartans asking a couple of questions. One for you: is Daniel Hughes available for the remaining 4 county championship rounds? You can answer after this. Hudson Prentice delivery, which is to Luxton and flicked away into the leg side. Adcat fields and they get 1.
The answer is yes. He's available right through to the end of the season, T20 Championship, and he's signed a contract for next season, committing to play the whole of the Championship and the whole of the T20 as well.
And two, which of the two remaining rounds where the Kookaburra ball is to be used? Now, I do know this, but I've forgotten it. I had the conversation with Otis Gibson not that long ago, and now you've put me on the spot. Yeah, can't remember. Well, I'll find out.
Yeah. There was a conversation I heard between the scorers yesterday. No one seems quite sure when it is. Out.
Oh,
great catch.
Oh, dear.
That's a brilliant catch by Tom Alsop.
It is.
That really is a good grab. Brilliantly taken away to his right-hand side. That was an absolute belter, and just what Sussex needed as well.
And just what James Wharton and Yorkshire did not need. See it through till lunch. Last over before lunch is going to be the last ball before lunch now, because James Wharton has edged one and gone. And rightly, really, his head bowed as he walks off the field, because they worked really hard, the pair of them together. They've gone from 31 for 2 to 104 for 3, a 73-run partnership. But that is that for James Wharton, and he, I'm sure, will be livid with himself for playing the shot so late on in the piece. He played well, he made 40, but he's gone. And Johnny Bairstow will be walking out with Will Luxton at the other side of the lunch break. 104 for 3. Little win for Sussex right at the death, and they'll be up now in the dressing room. That's just got them back into the game with a little bit of a foothold. And if they can get Johnny Bairstow earlier in the next session, they'll be right in this again. Well,
I couldn't agree more. I just felt the Sussex body language was quite despondent 10 minutes before lunch. But what a catch by Tom Alsop. Catches win matches, and you're absolutely right, Dorji. Instead of going in 2 down, all of a sudden they've picked up a wicket almost out of nowhere, to be perfectly honest, on the stroke of lunch. I noticed when the wicket was taken that there wasn't sort of huge celebrations amongst the Sussex players. I think they know they haven't bowled particularly well in this session, particularly since Wharton and Luxton came together. So that's a real bonus for Sussex on the stroke of lunch, and as you rightly say, they're looking to capitalise on that after the interview.
Yep, everybody out there on the field as usual at Scarborough. We'll let them get on about their business and have a good time for the next 40 minutes or so. So 104 for 3, an 85-run lead at the moment for Sussex, with 7 further Yorkshire first innings wickets to take. Doesn't disappoint this game, does it, cricket? It's bubbling up again, and we're looking forward to bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of the afternoon session with Adrian Harms, with his crisp packets, with Dave Townsend, with his yays, and with Nasser Hanif when he returns as well, and myself, Jonathan Dodge. Hope you'll join us for that.
Well, welcome back to Scarborough, where the players are just taking their field. I can see the Sussex players down below me in a huddle. Johnny Bairstow came sort of bouncing out of the pavilion down below us because he is going to be opening the batting, in inverted commas, after lunch alongside Will Laxton. That after James Wharton was out to the final ball before lunch. Very well caught by Tom Alsop low down in the slips. Dave Townsend is with me. I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice actually going through quite a busy warm-up during the lunch break. I think he was probably a little disappointed with the way that he'd bowled. Really important wicket for Sussex on the stroke of lunch, Dave, because I thought the body language in the field wasn't great during those few minutes before lunch.
A big difference going into lunch on 104 for 2, 104 with 2 set batsmen, or coming out at 104 for 3. Johnny Bairstow in. Now, here's a question for you before he faces his first ball. One of the senior journalists next door said to me, Johnny Bairstow, above or below 21? What would you go for?
What, averaging?
No, today's.
Oh,
not.
I see. Above.
Well, I said,
Did you both say below?
Yeah.
Did you? All right. Okay, interesting. Well, he's going to take strike, and he's facing Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's running in to bowl the first ball after lunch. He's in and bowls, and he drives his first ball straight down the ground for 4 runs. Well, he's been warming up over the lunch break as Finn Hudson-Prentice, but that's a half volley on middle and leg, and Bairstow said that's a nice way to get underway, and just clips the ball down the ground through mid-on for 4 runs.
I went as far as to say a couple of very stylish boundaries and then caught at third slip.
Did you? Okay. Well, let's see. You may be right.
There's the first one.
I'm not sure over on the scoreboard on the far side whether it shows the overs remaining in the day. It shows 25 overs gone.
No,
in this innings.
that one doesn't. The main one
main-
that we can't see.
The main one does.
It does have it on.
Okay. Well, we are going to get 104 overs in the day. If the weather holds, which it is at the moment. Hudson-Prentice in, bowls to Bairstow, who plays that firmly to mid-wicket. And there is no run. So a very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from around the county of Yorkshire, around the county of Sussex, to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC, many local radio stations in Yorkshire. Or indeed listening around the world, wherever you're listening from, a very warm welcome to Scarborough. You might be watching via the Yorkshire Cricket Club live stream, bringing its excellent pictures. And if you are, a very warm welcome. And warm being the operative word here at Scarborough, certainly in the sun, as in comes Hudson-Prentice bowls and Bairstow defends out into the offside. And there is no run. So it's the end of Hudson-Prentice's over. Only 3 balls bowled because it was a wicket was taken in the over before lunch, which means that lunch is taken and then the over is resumed after lunch. And it is going to be J. Devon Nudcat who's going to open the bowling after lunch from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Bowled really well this morning, didn't he?
Yeah, 2 for 14 from memory, Dave, off of his 14 overs. 7 overs we're talking about.
From the Trafalgar Square end, J. Devon Nudcat.
And he looked like taking wickets. I think the problem for Sussex was that the
That injury need the off. That is down.
I think he's normally a really good pair of hands. I don't know if he's hurt his hand or whether he's just disappeared.
Well, Luxton.
I mean, he's got such a good pair of hands, James Coles. He will be desperately disappointed that that's gone down. Let's wait for him to turn around, but I'm pretty certain that's who it is. Yeah, James Coles. So a life straight after lunch for Luxton on 27.
So up wide third slip, almost 4th slip, and the next delivery has gone through Luxton and is taken by the keeper. So a promising start to the afternoon from Sussex, you would have to say.
Yeah, and Nudcat has looked. I don't think Ollie Robinson quite got his line right before lunch either. He wasn't conceding runs, but Nudcat has.
He never does.
He's looked by far the most likely to take wickets for Sussex.
Left arm over the wicket. He's. Well, I was going to say he did have a mid-on and a mid-wicket, but now he's going to have another mid-wicket because there's a field change. And there's a 4th man has come into that slip call, and it's not really a gully. It's 3 slips and a 5th slip. as he runs in, left arm over, bowls to Luxton, and Luxton's has the luxury of being able to allow that one through to the keeper.
I mean, no catch I know is no catch is straightforward, but we only get a fleeting glimpse of that. But it looked to me to be sort of waist high, diving away to his right hand side. He's, as I say, he's such a good fielder, James Coles. He'll be desperately disappointed that chance went begging.
Yeah, he's just showing you a little replay there, Adrian. I think it was a little bit higher than the waist. I think it was probably about shoulder.
Was it? Okay.
Well, it's Joel Garner waist height.
Right.
Let's put it like that. 108 for 3 as the no-cap bowls, and that goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, it's
no run, but it's just moments like that that can change a game. You would have two entirely, in a sense, they're both new batsmen just come out after lunch, but Luxton's already got 27, and he's got a feel for the pitch and resuming in his innings. And had he fallen to that chance, then of course you would have had two very new batsmen at the crease and 4 wickets down and still trailing by 80 odd, 81. I can see trail at the moment. He's going to come around the wicket, isn't he? Bowls and ball bounces there, and
good bounce as well, wasn't it?
Good carry through to John Simpson, who took that about shoulder height. Luxton again had a little fiddle at it. Probably shouldn't have done. Could have left it alone.
I could see Ollie Robinson was warming up a few moments ago at mid-on, so I wonder whether they might go with a combination here of Nucat and Robinson straight after lunch.
Yeah, I think new obviously Hudson Prentice had to finish that over, but I think you start every session with your best 2 bowlers, don't you? Or the 2 that you consider most likely to take wickets. As next delivery is outside the off stump and allowed through by Luxton, and the end of a good over there, and possibly should have been a wicket taking over. Crowd coming back in. The bleachers over there were sort of filling up the wooden benches. You asked yesterday, Adrian.
Yes, I did. Why are they called bleachers?
Well, it's
bleachers.
Bleachers.
Okay.
It's an American term, actually.
Okay.
Not that I'm a big fan of American terms normally, but wooden seats out in the sun, they get bleached by the sun, so they refer. I think it's what's that sort of poor imitation of cricket they play over there? It's baseball. So I got it. That's what they call the wooden benches, where they say that's known as the bleachers. I doubt if they have too many bleachers these days. I'm sure they're all bucket seats. Yeah. Individually.
It's rather nice.
Numbered and charged.
It's rather nice to see those benches. That's from, as you say, very sort of modern and with new seating these days. Well, we were right. Ollie Robinson is going to come in to bowl to his England teammate Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow is forward, plays that into the offside, and there is no run. 2 players who, in different circumstances, might have been playing for England at Old Trafford in the Test match, but both out of favour at the moment with the England selectors, and both will be keen to give those selectors a nudge. Central contracts about to come up. Certainly Ollie Robinson's expires later on this year. Hasn't played for England in any of the 4 home Test matches so far, but he would dearly love to get Johnny Bairstow out. Robinson in, bowls, Bairstow drives, thumps that into the covers, and that's a very good stop. Who's that in there? I think that might be Tom Haynes. That was hit very firmly. He was down very smartly to his right-hand side to field.
Yeah, I've got to reassess my 2 lovely boundaries and a catch at third slip. That was the second boundary, but it went to the fielder.
It did.
So you've got to wait for the catch at third slip.
Just looks slightly ominous here, Bairstow. I mean, the 2 shots he's hit have been right out in the middle of the bat. The sun has gone in. Robinson in, bowls. Oh, it's a good delivery, and Bairstow has gone. Is he caught behind? No, he's not. Well. Is he walking?
No, he's just walking.
No, he's not. He's having a little word to Ollie Robinson there. Well, they're still having a natter to each other, Yes, still going.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? I think Ollie Robinson is saying, why isn't he out, to the umpire politely? But Johnny Bairstow, that made me think about the situation at Lord's last year, where he didn't ground his bat. He came wandering out of his crease. Oh my word, it very nearly bowled him, it very nearly caught the outside edge. Robinson was convinced he'd got him. And Bairstow, I think, had a few words for Ollie Robinson. This could get a bit spicy. Robinson in, bowls to Bairstow, who has a wild swing at one outside of the off stump, and Robinson is straight down the wicket and he's right in Johnny Bairstow's face. And, well, there is no love lost there, Dave.
He's quietly smiling.
Is he? What, Bairstow?
No, well,
Robinson.
I got the glasses on.
Yeah, well, he made a point of going. I mean, Bairstow completely seemed to lose his head there. I mean, he was just looking to hammer that one away.
This is not what Yorkshire want. They want Bairstow just to, if you like, get his eye in and not have a dash.
This is
Robinson has wound him up.
This is first-class cricket. It's hard. In comes Robinson, bowls to Bairstow, who defends down the track. Robinson deflects the ball with his right hand to mid-on, and there is no run. Well, if you play sport at the highest level, which these two have done, and indeed every player in this game is playing, because it's high-level elite sport.
They played at a higher level, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And you want to win. And Ollie Robinson won't like getting hit for runs, and Bairstow won't like getting beaten outside the off-stump like that. So this is terrific stuff. Robinson licks his fingers. Bairstow says, can you wait a moment? I don't know quite why. Maybe someone's moulding behind the bowler's arm. We haven't seen any of that here this week. But Robinson does wait. The sun has gone in and everyone is on the edge of their seats. Robinson in, bowls to Bairstow, and Bairstow leans forward, plays that to the third slip where it's fielded by James Codd, who had to move to his right, and it meant there was a single taken. Robinson and Bairstow walk past each other. They don't look at each other. They don't exchange words. It is the end of the over. Ollie Robinson is still continuing to have a word there to Tom Lungley, the umpire. Just looks disappointed, Ollie, doesn't he? He's taken his, he's not anything animated. I think he's just asking why wasn't he given out. Anyway, he wasn't. Who else is also inquiring? Looks like James Coles has got something to say out there as well. So it's all just bubbling up, isn't it?
Yes, and it's a little bit of a confrontation, as long as it doesn't get
nothing wrong with that.
Out of hand.
No, I agree. I mean, this is an important game of cricket.
A bit of, well, I wouldn't say in Johnny Bairstow's case a bit of headbutting, but you know what I mean. A bit of sort of what is it? Rutting stags or something, isn't it? Where they sort of get their heads down and basically try and push each other backwards. I think that's one of the confrontations. It's not exactly like that, but you know what I mean. It's too young. It's too young, very competitive young man. And here's another competitive young man with Nudcat.
Well, as Jonathan said, just as the players went off for lunch, he said, Sussex are back in this now. If they could get Bairstow quickly after lunch, they've already put Luxton down after lunch. We're looking at 104 for 3, 109 for 3. I mean, it should be 4 down. It wasn't Bairstow who was put down, I stress, but he did look like he'd lost his rag with Ollie Robinson there.
He just lost that. But then again, a little bit of experience kicked in, I think. And
yeah.
Nudcat bowls, and that's again outside the off-stump. He'll be disappointed with that. He'll be wanting to get Bairstow playing. And to get him playing, he either needs that delivery to be obviously on the stumps, off stump, or he needs to be a bit wider.
Yeah.
And then Bairstow will see it as a free hit and may well not get all the bat on it. But it's just in that corridor where it's, no, I'll leave that one alone.
Lovely view on the live stream at the moment, right across the ground, looking towards those. Are they houses or are they flats at the far end of the ground? I mean, they're tall, aren't they? 3 or 4 stories high.
And Nudcat bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, and again Bairstow leaves it alone. Yeah, sort of typical old seaside houses, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
You say, are they houses or are they flats? And the answer to that is probably yes, Adrian.
Yeah, it's probably a bit of both, I would imagine.
A bit of both up there.
Yeah.
So that's a little gap there, which Callie used to try and convince me that David Bias once hit a 6 through the gap in the houses at the Trafalgar Square end.
Oh, right, I can see what you mean, yes. That would have been a big hit.
Yes. Not sure whether it's entirely true. It's round the wicket. Bairstow hits that one in the air, and it bounces short of mid-on, and he's going to pick up 2 runs, so just clip that off his legs nicely. It looks as though, doesn't look as though there was once a house there that's been demolished, does it? It looks as though that there is sort of a...
You think there's meant to be a gap there?
Well, maybe not. I suppose it's a house-sized gap, isn't it? It's over a very straight long off.
Is that sort of a street lamp sticking up sort of halfway up on the wall on the right-hand side? So I'm wondering if that's a road through there or an alleyway or something.
That could be the mast from the old Victory, because when they replaced the mast on the Victory, they put it up there on Trafalgar Square. And look at bowls, and that's through to the keeper.
Yes, which I don't believe for one moment.
But it'd be a big hit to hit through there, wouldn't it?
It would be a big hit, and a very accurate hit as well. I'm sure he didn't intend to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the sort of player who would do that, I mean, I've been lucky enough to, during my time doing this job, to watch Luke Wright on a number of occasions. Now, Luke's the sort of player who could hit the ball that far. I didn't watch David Byers at all, but yeah, that'd be a terrific hit right down the ground.
I should imagine what probably happened was that he cleared the stands at the far end there, quite fairly low-level stands, and he went out to the ground in that direction, where they'd actually carried all the way to Trafalgar Square. Is very unlikely. We're now having a fielding change.
Yeah, that's not going to improve his mood, is it, Johnny Bairstow?
No, there's a deep square leg gone out as well as a fine leg, and that's pitched up, and he's driven it back. And Nudcat's just deflected that into the stumps, but fortunately from a Yorkshire point of view, Will Luxton has got his bat back, and there's no run there. So it's all calmed down a bit since that last over from Ollie Robinson, the appeal and a bit of excitement going on.
A little bit of afters, wasn't there? Well, Ollie Robinson's going to bowl the next over, 111 for 3 here. Adrian Harms and Dave Townsend, your commentary team here on a lovely sunny Scarborough on a breezy day. But the forecast good for the rest of the day. The forecast also that the wind is slowly going to abate. And for the next 2 days, the forecast is good as well.
So after your first impressions of Scarborough, after a couple of days here, Adrian, when the fixtures come out next year, and
yes.
Yorkshire and Sussex are in the same division, possibly.
Yeah. Well, that'd be rather nice, wouldn't it? In comes Robinson, over the wicket, bowls wide of the off-stump. He hasn't quite got that line right, Ollie Robinson. Taken by Simpson, there is no run. Yes, I certainly think, our colleagues around the county circuit on the commentaries, when those fixtures do come out in November, I mean, people look at out ground and think, oh, I hope my county's playing there. So a lot of people look at Scarborough. Down in my neck of the woods, when they used to play at Arundel, a lot of people say, oh, I hope Sussex are playing. I hope we go to Arundel this year. Yeah,
but also people say, hope we get Sussex and we go to Hove.
Yeah.
Because Hove's cracking.
And comes Robinson, bowls, and forward comes Luxton, plays out into the offside. And there is no run.
That's one that you'd want to go to.
Yeah, people like, I mean, I enjoy going to Cheltenham College.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. What about the ones you don't want to go to, Adrian?
Well, do you know, the problem is with county cricket.
You're going to turn around and you're going to give the sitting on the fence answer.
No, I'm not.
Well, all the grounds are lovely and all the.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to say that the test grounds for county cricket often are, you've got 2,000 people in a 25,000 seater ground, and I think that can feel a bit sort of cavernous and and no atmosphere. Robinson in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery by Robinson, and he beats Luxton outside. That's exactly the line that Ollie Robinson wants to bowl, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Daniel Hughes with his hands on his head at mid-off.
Yeah, didn't get up that one a great deal. Went through it about just below bail height, and it would have plucked a fifth stump out without any trouble at all, that one. Yeah, I think my 2 least favourite grounds for watching county championship cricket would be Edgbaston and Old Trafford.
Right.
They're both, as you said, cavernous, and you just don't get an atmosphere there.
Robinson in bowls, that goes outside the off stump. There is no run. I mean,
Trent Bridge isn't too bad.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, I mean, Trent Bridge is quite an interesting ground with the old pavilion at the far end, and Sussex haven't played them in the championship for a number of years, but I always think that doesn't lack atmosphere. I don't think it lacks atmosphere at the Oval, to be honest, as well, because you tend to get half-decent crowds at the Oval, and I love going to Lords just because it's Lords, but I would tend to agree. Sussex had a game at Edgbaston, and Edgbaston's a fabulous cricket ground. I mean, I've been there for test matches, and it's rocking, particularly in the Hollies stand, but say when you've got 1,500 people in the ground, It feels very empty. A false slip has gone in place. Robinson smelling his opportunity in, bowls to Luxton. Luxton declines to drive at a delivery outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yes, I think that the best thing about Edgbaston when there's a county championship game on, and I'm sure you'd agree, the press lunches there.
Do you know, it's so long
since
we've been to Edgbaston. We went there for a 50 over, and I think it was a good lunch. Did you go downstairs?
You go downstairs and the sort of, you can help yourself.
Yes, it is good.
And a bit of nice dessert as well, which you often don't get with the lunches.
And Trent Bridge, I seem to recall being very good for lunch as well.
Oh yes, cracking plan, and for scones for tea.
Robinson in bowls. That's too wide from Ollie Robinson, and Luxton's just able to let that one go. We're disappointed with that delivery. End of the over, 111 for 3, so we didn't see the resumption in that over of the Bairstow Robinson. I'm loath to call it a confrontation. Battle is perhaps a more adept word. 111 for 3, Bairstow on 7, and Will Luxton is on 27.
So just that.
Oh, look at that! Some people on a balcony over there. They're getting a freebie watch of the.
Oh yes,
game.
they're there every year. Out on that boat. Well, probably not the same people, but that's the down the North Marine Road. There are loads and loads of bed and breakfasts down there. Not all coming to watch the cricket, obviously, but sort of regular visitors.
Just a point here. Sussex reorganising the field, and Sussex have already fallen foul this year of slow over rates. And I'm not sure. There's nothing on the scoreboard to indicate, but I don't think their over rate is the best here. You know, might be just interesting to keep an eye on that because they're fiddling around changing the field.
That'll be John Simpson. He well, not him personally, but Middlesex. Remember, were relegated. Cost them relegation a few years ago. Ludcat bowls, and Bairstow has worked that one away down to third man for a couple of runs. The throw comes in.
See if I can find out where.
Not too many runs since we've only had nine runs since we've been on, and there was 4 runs off the first ball after lunch.
Yes, there were.
So I've been very quiet since then.
I wonder
a bit of interest in cricket.
Well, I saw Doidge was out with his fan club. I wonder what they made of the Bairstow Robinson.
You mean he was out with what he made of it?
I saw about this. He was signing a few autographs and a few selfies he was doing.
No, that's his family as opposed to his fan club. Who were here today. And cap bowls, and that's just the new fielding position. It's a sort of very straight. Silly mid. Oh, he's not. He's silly. He's about level with a non-striking batsman, and
right. Yes.
3 slips, backward point, and we've got 4 on the leg side for Nudcat bowling to Bairstow, who again tries to find that gap between the 3 slips and the backward point. This time he doesn't get enough on it to get it away. Doidge just giving an explanation of the appeal and the potential caught behind. He thinks Bairstow just hit the ground, and that's what made the noise. And definitely a little bit of. They would have been teammates at some point, of course.
Of course, yeah. I mean,
113 for 3. Slight field change, and no, they just lost the ball. He's mid-off's gone back to his position. Bowls, and that's crashed away. Back to the point. Outside the off stump. Short ball, thank you very much. And away to the boundary on the west side.
Well, as we said, the boundaries he's hit have come right out in the middle of the bat, and he just looked busy, Johnny Bairstow. When he came out after lunch, he sort of skipped out to the middle and said he couldn't wait to get out there. And that was a super shot. But as Doidge was saying before lunch, if Sussex could get him early, I mean, they've already put this catch down after lunch, which could be so important with Will Luxton.
Yeah, Luxton's yet to score, I think, since lunch. Bowls again to Bairstow, and that's
he scored
pushed
2
square of the wicket. He's got a couple.
Only 2, yeah.
Indeed.
This is the 6th over since lunch.
Were they not 104 for 3 at lunch.
They were, but I had Luxton down as being on 25.
Well, you
That's
probably
my
copied that down wrongly then.
1104.
Bairstow's got 13, was he? 13, 104?
Yeah, so maybe I copied it down wrong. Maybe I did. Maybe he hasn't scored. Maybe you're more observant than I thought. I think you're right. Well spotted.
Yeah, it's probably.
Well, if Doige made a note of it.
No, it's probably just a fluke.
Oh dear, there's a couple of pigeons walking right behind the bowler's arm. Not much the stewards can do about that.
Well, I think there probably is. Not get a foul, but yeah, so come on and chase them away, Adrian. Catch that pigeon. Played square with the wicket, and there's no run there.
Well, I've been very impressed with the stewards here. I think this idea of not allowing people in at the end of the ground where the bowling's coming from until the over is bowled. I like that. You see, it drives me mad when you get interruptions with people walking behind the bowler's arm. I mean, when you go to Wimbledon or something like that, you can't get into the court in between games. You have to wait for the players to have their break before they'll let you back in. I think they should do it with cricket as well.
We always cricket spectators always used to just sort of that was a given, wasn't it? You didn't go back to your seat until the end of the over.
Oh.
You just waited.
Well, it drives me nuts at all sorts of events. In comes Springsteen. In comes Springsteen. In comes Robinson. I was thinking about Bruce Springsteen, and it hits Luxton on the pad and bounces out onto the onside, no run. I was going to say, it drives me mad. I went to see Bruce Springsteen at Wembley a few weeks ago, and we were on the end of the row. And during the concert, I reckon we got up about a dozen times to let people in and out for drinks and to the loo. And it drove me bonkers. Come to watch the music. Here comes Robinson bowls, and forward comes Luxton. He plays it to mid-wicket, not with an awful lot of confidence, and there is no run. What do you think? I don't think Ollie Robinson likes Bruce Springsteen.
He's
very good. All born in the USA. Yeah. Yeah, but Mickey take. I mean, I was talking to a friend of mine who went to Twickenham last year to see an international, and he said he wouldn't go again because he said Springsteen was on. He said he spent the whole time getting up out of his seat as people wandered in with pints of beer or went to the loo. He said he paid £100 for a ticket and he wouldn't do it again because he said I barely saw any rugby.
that's a shame.
Springsteen again. In over the wicket. Bowls. And Luxton is solidly forward. Right in behind that. Plays it out into the offside. Robinson fields and there is no run. That proves that I can't multitask. Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's failed the audition. Oh dear.
Wonderful stuff.
I can see that's going to come back and haunt me in front of you two. 4 slips in the bright sunshine here at Scarborough. I've got to take a break in a minute, which is probably a good thing, and Doige will be back with Nasir as Robinson. Sussex needing a wicket in and bowls. He's just again a little too wide of the off stump, and he just doesn't quite. He's trying to lure Luxton into playing a drive outside the off stump.
He's probably thinking, well, Luxton hasn't scored. Well, you've given him a couple of runs since lunch.
I have, yeah, I have.
He hasn't actually scored since lunch, and he gets a wide one. Ooh, tempting. And that one wasn't quite full enough. It was wide enough to encourage a shot outside the off stump.
Now Robinson wants a change in the field. He wants his mid-wicket to go back to deep mid-wicket. Well, about 3/4 of the way back to the fence. Still those 4 slips in play. So Simpson's still attacking, which has to be the right tactic. He's in and bowls short, and Luxton ducks underneath it. The ball goes through to Simpson, and there is no run.
Tempting him into a rash shot. So we better have a change at the end of the over.
Sussex are indeed well behind on over rate, which might be interesting. They're -3.
Right, well, I'm going to move out and let...
I thought they'd been slow, and it's been something that hasn't been good about Sussex this year. The fiddling around in the field. In comes Robinson. Bowls. Oh, and has he bowled him? No. I thought for a moment he bowled him. Played out into the offside. There is no run. Doige is back with us. I'm going to make way for Nasir in a moment. End of Robinson's over. 170. So that's quite interesting, Doige. -3 on the over rate, and I understand that was at lunch. So Sussex will have to be very mindful of that. But I'm not surprised, because they seem to have taken a long time between overs, a bit of fiddling around with fields, etc. So they won't. I mean, there's still a long way to go in this game, but you have to bowl some spinners at some stage. Have you got an update to do?
No, not yet. 2:30.
Right. Okay. Shall I make way, because I think Nasir is due to come in for his afternoon stint.
Thanks, Helmsy. Cat down the slope, bowling to Bairstow, who tries to drop this and go, but can't do so. As DT moves out and sits next to his 14 opened bottles of water that he's got about a quarter of the way down. Yeah, I went and sat with the fam for a bit. There's the Swiss family Deutsch is away to the left. Got eldest son, mum, brother, nephew, and a couple of their various other halves there. Cat is in, and Bairstow solidly behind it. No run. I think what we all made of the exchange out there was that Johnny hit the ground. You could kind of, when you were out there, certainly, I don't know what you could hear on the effects mic in here, but out there it sounded like he'd hit the ground. But obviously the players seemed fairly convinced that he'd hit it maybe at the same time as the ground or something like that. And you never quite know what's being said in these exchanges, but you can imagine Johnny saying, well, I hit the ground, I've not hit the ball, I've hit the ground.
I think the Yorkshire faithful that I was hearing outside not very happy as well with Johnny Bairstow early on, taking some of those rash shots.
Here he is again, just pushing at one from Cat, which was angled in towards him, and just leaves him on its way through to the gloves of John Simpson. And while Yorkshire are in a good position here, they're still obviously behind on the scoreboard. Wouldn't want to surrender this with 2 or 3 quick wickets and then have a scrap to try and get ahead in the game. So they've got to work hard out there.
Yeah, that deficit, 72 runs now.
A lot of work to do. Bairstow waits, stands tall. That high backlift, his little trigger movement back and across, and he gets one fed on leg stump, which he flicks around the corner. Sean Hunt, to be fair to him, he's juggled with that and not taken it cleanly, but the ball was bobbling on its way to him. And Jack Carson helped him out with a bit of fielding. They got back for 2. Bairstow on to 15. Luxton on 27, as the lads were saying. He's not scored many or possibly any since the lunch break. I normally do have a note of both scorers at lunch, but for the first time in life, I just written down that James Wharton was out for 40 and lunch was taken, and didn't note Lux's score at the same time. But not many. As Cat's in again, and Bairstow just turning this one back at a square leg. We'll pick up another single. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And Jim Green, good afternoon to you. He's done just that. Great cricket, great commentary. We need to get a batting point at least, he says. Any news on the new coach? Fisher, Leach leaving, assume their choice. Milnes, Edwards, will they be going? Will new arrivals await coach being appointed? The answer to all of that and more not coming up shortly. Cat is in again, and Luxton drops this into the offside, and there's no run to complete the over at 120 for 3. What I can tell you, Jim, yeah, as you say, Matthew Fisher recently announced that he's on his way. Dom Leach also going. Whether it's their choice or not, I'm not sure. In terms of the deeper, meaning of that, it depends on sometimes what choice you're given, doesn't it? Or no choice. But Matt Milnes is still on contract, I think, till the end of next season, so I can't imagine he's going anywhere. Mickey Edwards, well, we haven't seen him for quite a while, and the theory is, I think, that he is bowing out. Will new arrivals await the coach being appointed? Yes, Colin Graves said this morning that the future in terms of bringing people in will be decided once the director of cricket and a new head coach is appointed.
And it's Ollie Robinson to bowl the first ball of a brand new over, and Johnny Bairstow letting that one go past his off stump. Intriguing battle between these two, of course, former England teammates as well. I heard the name Chris Silverwood mentioned as well.
Yeah, he's been thrown in there. Anthony McGrath has been thrown in there as well, although he's just got that director of cricket role at Essex, so I'm not sure if there's any possible get out on that front, or even if he'd want to get out.
Wind getting a little bit stronger, actually.
The stewards who are in place to stop people from walking behind the bowler's arm have just been having a chat, and that stopped Johnny Bairstow, who wants one of them to move. But he's ready now.
And it's going to be Ollie Robinson coming in to bowl again. This one left outside his off stump. Much more cautious, watchful. Perhaps a better approach from Johnny Bairstow on this occasion.
Sussex bowling figures so far. Well, Harmsy was saying that they're not too happy in terms of how they bowled. And Adcat's 2 for 25 off 11. Bruce Springsteen has none for 24 from, well, he's in his 12th over now. Sean Hunt, none for 42 off 5. Hudson Prentice, 1 for 21 off 4. And Tom Haynes, 2 overs for 8. So that kind of bears out what he was saying. A couple of loose, the support bowling from Sean Hunt, Finn Hudson Prentice, maybe not quite as accurate as they want.
Ollie Robinson, and again, this next delivery, again, just left outside his off stump by Johnny Bairstow. Comes out of his area just to prod the ground in front of him a little bit. And then he seems to be signalling something just to the umpire. Perhaps something behind the bowler. Oh, it's a steward. I think he wants the steward to move to his side. Well, he's certainly signalling at the steward, and the steward seems to be getting some directions from the umpire. So all has been sorted out as Ollie Robinson comes in again, this next delivery. And it's played, and for a beautiful cover drive from Johnny Bairstow, sort of shot he's been looking for perhaps since he's come in.
Yeah, that had a bit of the wow factor about it, didn't
Yeah.
it? The speed with which that ball has travelled from Johnny Bairstow's bat to the boundary. That was as clean a shot as we've seen struck in the match so far.
He's certainly been looking to get on with it as soon as he's come out. And whilst that's important, his wicket is crucial as well for Yorkshire as well. They need him around, certainly for most of this afternoon, if not tomorrow. As Ollie Robinson comes in again, this next delivery again played back to the bowler and picked up by Ollie Robinson. Sun's out.
Yeah, feels like a big partnership this for Yorkshire now. International test player in, young player at the other end. And what a great experience too for Will Luxton to be out there in the middle and having this experience with a player of the quality, the abilities, the experience of a Johnny Bairstow.
And this is the battle, Ollie Robinson against Johnny Bairstow this afternoon. As Ollie Robinson comes in again, this next delivery played down the ground. But it's gone past the fielder, in fact, straight past the fielder, who puts his hands into his head, and 4 more runs. Cheers from the crowd. 4 more runs to Johnny Bairstow, taking the score on to 128 now for the loss of 3 wickets. A good boundary at the end of that over.
Yeah, he thumped the ground in disgust, did Sean Hunt, who was making his way around to try and field that. It did kick off the pitch just in front of him again, so he's had a couple of those this afternoon. Some days the ball just follows you and is awkward, isn't it? It might be you've got into catching positions that are not perfect, and you put the odd one down, something like that, or there's a couple of fumbles in the field, and then next time the ball comes to you, you feel under more pressure to do it cleanly. He did a little bit of a fumble down in front of the pavilion where he's taken himself off again down to long leg a little bit earlier. It didn't cost the team any runs, but he just, it wasn't clean. And then this one, I think you can probably forgive him for that one. He's just missed as Adcat comes in, and Luxton drives firmly up to mid-off. It did strike that well, and it was fielded again slightly awkwardly by the Sussex fielder, who is Daniel Hughes. And catching up on the over rate might be one thing Sussex have in mind, and Adrian Harms just suggesting off air that might see a bit of Jack Carson. That obviously would help with things. We've got an update for BBC Radio Leeds coming in a moment. As Adcat comes in. He's bowling left arm round the wicket to Luxton, and that ball clearly nipping on him. Hard to tell what happened with it from my angle because I'm right behind Luxton, but he's bent double in pain now, and he did double over at the delivery, which hinted that it nipped in on him. And I think he might have been hit in those places that we don't mention. 128 for 3. And Johnny Bairstow has just walked down. I'm not quite sure that he's checking that everything's there. But Will Luxton is feeling it. Good afternoon, Toby. Yeah, Yorkshire out there batting for the first time in this match are 128 for 3 at the moment. Just to recap briefly on what's happened so far. The addition of 3 runs this morning for Sussex, who were bowled out for 189 in the end in their first innings. 3 wickets apiece for Jordan Thompson and Matthew Revis, 2 for Ben Code and 1 each for George Hill and Dan Moriarty. Was a good all-round bowling performance by the Yorkies, who then saw Adam Lyth go for just 24, bowled by Unadkat, one that he clipped onto his pad and onto the stumps. Finley Bean, not long after than that, if I can get my teeth in, was also a victim of Unadkat, caught behind by John Simpson, and right on the stroke of lunch, last ball as it turned out before lunch because the wicket fell, James Wharton was caught by Tom Alsop brilliantly in the slips off Hudson Prentice for 40. So at 104 for 3 they went to lunch. They've been back out since then. Johnny Bairstow walked out after lunch to face his first delivery. He's out there with Will Luxton. So far so good as far as this partnership's concerned. Bairstow 24 not out, Luxton is 27 not out. The sun is shining, which usually means that batting conditions are better, but it is a challenge against an international quality bowling attack in terms of the opening pair for Sussex, and Yorkshire are just going to have to continue to bat carefully in the Scarborough sunshine. They are 128 for 3. And now a short ball from Unadkat. There was a coming together of the umpires before that delivery while I was doing the update, not quite sure what was going on, and a short delivery which has hit Will Luxton on its way down to the boundary beneath our commentary position. It's been signalled as 4 leg byes, although it was nowhere near his leg. I think it hit him on the shoulder or the back, or he's looking at his helmet actually, so maybe glancing blow on the helmet. Hopefully he will be okay, but we will now of course have that break for the usual head check protocols. And 132 for 3 the score, which leaves Yorkshire, what's that, NASA?
It's they're trailing
67
61
runs adrift at the moment.
61, is it?
No, 189. 67, I reckon. 57 even.
57.
57. Did he, mate? My maths used to be good. It genuinely did, but it's not anymore.
Yeah.
So break in play. We have to still talk and fill in the gaps. And Johnny Bairstow just having a chat with Will Luxton, whose mop of blonde hair is evident because he's had to take off that helmet. Ed, the Yorkshire physio, is out there just making sure that he's still got a pair of eyes and maybe other things as well after what happened a couple of balls earlier. Umpires James Middlebrook and Tom Lungley are also in attendance at this moment in time. What are both these sides thinking at this stage? They've been out there again for 45 minutes or so now since the post-lunch resumption. Yorkshire haven't lost a further wicket yet, which is a positive tick for them. Sussex haven't picked one up clearly, so that's a bit of a negative for them. And you would have thought, having picked one up bang on the stroke of lunch, that they'd have been back out there full of it in this afternoon session so far. They clearly thought they might have got Johnny Bairstow to nick one early on, which wasn't given, and I do think he did hit the ground, but only those out there will have a clearer idea on that front.
Good thing is Will Luxton's wearing one of those helmets that's padded round the back as well, which gives you that extra protection, doesn't it?
He seems okay, and they're going to resume, and so Unadkat down the incline from the Trafalgar Square end round the wicket. Luxton seems okay as he drops that one out square on the offside. 2 deliveries still to come in this 35th over of the Yorkshire innings.
Yeah, very important that Yorkshire, this partnership carries on throughout the most of this afternoon. Build on this partnership. As Dorji said, we've got the experienced hand of Johnny Bairstow on one side and the young gun on the other side, Will Luxton.
And some feedback as United Cats in over the wicket, and Luxton, change of angle, punches it along the deck to Hughes at mid-off, I should say, and there is no run to complete the over at 132 for 3, as we see some beers being brought back in and a bit of lunch tucked under somebody's arm by the looks of things. The usual between overs movement. Reminder, you can get in touch on Jonathan Doidge on X or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. John Crowther says, give that man a maths GCSE. I did O-levels, I'm that old. Yeah. And I got a B at O-level maths, so, you know, it was all right. Well, not too bad. You can certainly do arithmetic if you get a B, can't you?
I got a C, so just below you, unfortunately. So between the pair of us, not that great, really.
Well, it's an O-level. It's not that great,
it
is
it? Yeah, well.
Better than it was better than what was it called? The other thing? CSE.
Yeah, CSE. Certificate of Secondary Education, as Ollie Robinson comes in again. First ball, new over. Comes in. This first one pushed down in front of him by Johnny Bairstow. No run there. Ball just trickling out.
FPL Spartan says, thanks for the update, read Daniel Hughes. Read the Kookaburra. If you remember or find out, would appreciate it if you'd let me know. Yeah, we'll send Carrier Seagull your way from Scarborough. And could you persuade Howard Ferguson to say on the PA, from the Peace Home Park End, Bruce Springsteen?
It is Ollie Robinson in again, not Bruce Springsteen, as the ball passes the off stump of Johnny Bairstow's bat. He wafts his bat a little bit afterwards, comes down, prods the pitch in front of him, goes back to his mark.
Jim Green asking if Yorkshire will be interested in Paul Farbrace. Are you talking about as a head coach or as a director of cricket? We've been shooed away by Adrian Harms on that front. That's the first time I've heard his name linked with the positions, Jim. But you never know. You might have hit a nail on the head there. I've no idea on that front, I've got to say. Colin Graves did say that Yorkshire had received 10 applications for head coach, and the interviews will be taking place in the early part of next month.
It's Ollie Robinson in again, this next delivery. Oh, playing a miss just outside the off stump, but I don't think it was anywhere near Johnny Bairstow's bat. Again, he comes out, prods the bat. It does seem as though he's in a bit of a rush. The way he's just moving around. Wants to get on with things. Yorkshire 132 for 3. Johnny Bairstow's made 24 of the runs so far. And Will Luxton on the other side, he's made 27. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson in again. As it continues in this afternoon session, and he comes in and bowls this next delivery, and that's left outside his off stump. Extravagant leave from Johnny Bairstow. Ball passes bat through to the slip cord and wicketkeeper. No further runs. A few claps from the crowd. Silence, sort of few oohs and ahs. Sun out again. Beautifully poised this afternoon. Yorkshire looking to build on this total, and Sussex looking to get a few wickets in this afternoon session. It's Ollie Robinson in again, this next one. All played, and I think it was played down into the ground, into the second slip area by Johnny Bairstow. No run there.
It certainly bounced just in front of second slip.
Yeah.
Who took it clean. Did he hit it into? No, he's in it on the up.
Oh,
so it would have been a catch, but it bounces just short.
Just short. Yeah, just short of the fielder. Johnny Bairstow's walking a lot after each delivery. He's doing a fair few steps outside his crease.
Yeah, we know, if you like, when you poke the stick in the hornet's nest with regard to Johnny, that it seems to give him that edge, doesn't it?
Ollie Robinson is in again. And this one Playing a miss outside. Well, he just left it actually.
And I mean that in the context, Nasser, of, so, I don't know, do you remember going back a few years now, there was the incident where I think did he get a football injury, stood on a football, something like that, before a test match, and the press had a pop at him, and he had a pop back, and when he went in and batted next time, he was bang up for it and got a ton, I think. So, you know, that little incident early on, I'm not sure it's buzzed him up in quite that much, but you did wonder if Ollie Robinson was going to try and get under his skin, would that give Johnny that little edge, that get him ticking like he does sometimes, and that, he really, really plays at his best often when something like that has happened, when he's got a point to prove maybe. I'm not sure it's fully had that effect on him with the ways, but there is something about him, isn't there, out there? He is busy at the crease, he's walking around, he's having a chat with his mate really, James Middlebrook, at the umpire at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. They've known each other since Johnny was much younger.
There is something special about Johnny, isn't there? I mean, where I've seen him play innings against India and stuff at the international level, there's that X factor that he does have, and maybe he's trying to inject that into him this afternoon and get himself going. I don't know if that's what it is, or...
Well, Luxton on strike then, and there is a change of bowling at the Trafalgar Square end. It looks as though it's Finn Hudson-Prentice, it is indeed, who's bowling this towards us, and Luxton pushes into the offside. Will Luxton, he's been really patient here. He's a player who, well, just like most players I guess, loves to feel bat on ball, wants to keep the scoreboard ticking. Some players feel that more than most, but he's shown good patience. He's been out there for 51 minutes since the tea break. Since the lunch break, my apologies. Yeah, DT, I'm getting carried away with the day. Here's Hudson-Prentice in again, and Luxton drives through the covers, and he's waited, he's been patient, he's been presented with a shot to put away, and he's done just that. Good play by the young man, who has punched it down to the marquee for 4 runs. Hudson-Prentice offering a bit of width, and as Harmsy was saying earlier on, if they can be patient when the Robinsons and the Unadcats of this world are on and bowling, and wait for the change bowlers, then with what we've seen so far from the change bowlers, just that tendency to err a little bit more, to offer more loose deliveries, then they may be able to prosper. So he's into the 30s now, Luxton, 31. Now then, having waited all that time for a shot to play, he's had a go at one and got a massive top edge over the top of the cordon for 4 through third man, but that was nothing like what you'd call a controlled shot, trying to swat it away through the leg side. So, having fired the praise at him for the previous one, you've got to say, not quite sure the way he played the shot, not quite sure he's judged the length of that one as well as he might. And it sort of felt like a bit of a horrible hoik, didn't it, really?
It was a hoik.
Anyway, he's got 4 for it, so he's got 2 successive boundaries in very different ways. 35 on the board, 140 for 3, and now plays at one that leaves him. So he's waited and waited. Curious few moments of cricket.
He seems to have been so sensible early on and throughout his innings, in fact. And it's only in this last over that he suddenly seems to have changed it. Something about his temperament in this over, but...
Well, just in these last 2 balls, really.
Yeah.
Can he get the head back on?
There's plenty of time in this game. There's no need for him to...
49 runs the lead for Sussex at the moment, or the deficit for Yorkshire, whichever way you want to put it, as he pushes one up to mid-off, and there is no run. David Coleman says, hi JD, just back from walking cricket in Kirkstall, where my son-in-law Luke enjoyed his first game. He struck 2 sixes and I dropped 2 catches, and both on the winning team, and now feet up enjoying the comms as ever, while being pestered to buy some sketches.
Other shoes are available as well.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice, and this is a bit more like we saw earlier in the over from Luxton. He's not going to get a boundary this time, but just a little stroke into the offside in front of square, and picks up a comfortable 2. That'll make him feel a little bit better after those couple of deliveries. 37 now to him, 142 for 3. The pair of them came together, well, post-lunch with the score on 104 for 3, so 38 added thus far.
Yeah, it looks like Ollie Robinson's going to carry on and continue. No wickets for him so far. And he will be bowling to Johnny Bairstow. And he readies himself, so there's 3 slips.
And Terry Bean kindly points out that because of my update when I was concentrating on looking at scorecards and things like that, I missed the fact that J-Dev Unadkat threw the ball at Will Luxton and got a warning. That was when the umpires came together, just on the back of my previous update. So thanks for that, Terry. I hadn't noticed that.
As in comes Ollie Robinson. First ball, new over, and that one keeping a little bit low actually and passing Johnny Bairstow's bat. I think it just went under his bat through to the wicketkeeper. Certainly looked that way.
And Jim Green says, "Hi Jonathan, you can tell Brucey that Farbrace has applied for a Yorkshire job."
Interesting.
Brucey? Is that Harmsley?
The boss.
That's only Jim Green, who one of our learned correspondents'
Here comes
opinion.
Robinson again. This next one pushed out again to the offside. Picked up by 3rd slip. Now further additions to the total. Yorkshire 142 for 3. Still trailing. 47 runs is the deficit. That'll be the first, one of the first key moments for these two. Get it up to 189 and then build on from there as Ollie Robinson comes in again. And this delivery again, punch 2 balls off his legs by Johnny Bairstow. They'll pick up a couple of runs for that shot. 2 more to the total. Takes Johnny Bairstow to 26 now. And Will Luxton, he's still there, he's on 37. So Sussex looking for a breakthrough this afternoon. Just having a few windows opened in case you're wondering. There's Ollie Robinson, and he's in again. And this next ball, Johnny Bairstow flicking it down leg side, and an appeal from the bowler, but it's gone through for leg byes, 4 leg byes, flicked off his legs by Johnny Bairstow.
Well, the door was closed for ages, so I opened the window, and now the door's opened, and so we've got the hurricane blowing through once again. Shut the. His arms are going to shut the door. Yeah, right.
Getting some meteorological changes to.
You get that through draft. It's pretty grim for all the notes and stuff you've got around, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want your notes flying away all over the place. So Ollie Robinson is going to come into ball again to Johnny Bairstow. This next one again, pushed down the leg side. Off his pad, just trickles down this time. The wicketkeeper picking it up cleanly behind. And there's going to be no further additions to the total. 148 for 3 Yorkshire.
DT Zimmer also gets unbalanced in the wind.
Does it run on electric, or is it?
I heard that, pardon, he said, which is a throwback to that 1970s comedy called I Didn't Know You Cared. Yeah. Stavely, hi. Uncle Moore.
Ollie Robinson coming into ball again, and this one pushed out in front of him by Johnny Bairstow. It's going to be the end of the over, no further additions. Yorkshire 148 for 3, Johnny Bairstow 26, and Will Luxton has made 37.
Change in the com box. DT going to come in for NASA. What time are we at? 2:50. That says JD and DT. So Finn Hudson Prentice. Fun. Finn. Fan Hudson Prentice. About to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Bit of gold traffic on the outfield. Will Luxton gets hold of one of these. They might want to flutter away. In comes Hudson Prentice, wide of off stump. And discipline with the leave from Luxton. Having had just that, just an awkward moment or two in the previous Hudson Prentice over. David Townsend is back alongside.
Yeah, Nasir's got nipped off to brush up on his American rock and roll and niche 1970s northern comedies, I think.
Marvellous.
I can't see Fred being a Springsteen fan, to be fair. I think Fred would be more an Elvis man, wouldn't he?
Hudson Prentice in, it's wide of off stump and Luxton leaves. Well, I was the king.
Do you know a strange thing about Elvis? He was naturally blonde, you know. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Just beautiful.
Oh. Hudson Prentice running towards our commentary position then from the Trafalgar Square end. Bowls to Luxton, who dabs that down to second slip. And there is no run. Keep saying it, but worth a repeat really. It's simmering, this one. It's developing slowly. There's a bit of a slow burn feel to it, which is absolutely fine. Because Yorkshire, well, they're having, you can argue that Sussex haven't bowled collectively as well as Yorkshire have previously in this match, but they're still having to work largely for these runs.
I don't think they've got as good a bowling attack collectively as Yorkshire either, have they? They've got probably two better bowlers.
As Luxton has a go at this one wide of off stump, he had the office to play it. It was probably about 5th, 6th stump, and he's got it away backward of point just for the one. There's a sweeper out there, made his way round.
Robinson, I suppose you could put him on, if you pair him up with Code, then better bowler than marginally than Ben Code, although but Code has bowled better in this game, and obviously he's probably the best bowler on show in between him and Robinson, but the backup bowlers, Hunt and Finn Prentice, not really doing it, are they?
No.
Would that be fair?
Yeah, haven't been as tight. Have offered more opportunities. Certainly Hunt in this match so far has been the most loose. If you look at the stats of the Sussex attack, as Bairstow dealt with one,
just popped,
yeah, and turned it into the leg side.
Bairstow's gone three quarters of the way down the pitch to tap something down. Nowhere near the ball where the ball landed. Yeah, it's. I mean, you look at somebody like Revis, who came on third change, didn't he? Bowled excellently.
Johnny Waits then drops this one down towards second slip. There's no run. He's looking to pick up those singles. He's picked up a few already, hasn't he? If he can just dab it just away from the reach of the slip cordon and run it down in that general fly gully type position, he's going to be going through and picking up ones and just keeping it ticking. But that was a dot to complete the over, the end of which Yorkshire are 149 for 3 first time around. And thanks to Graham Hardcastle, who I had to message when I was groping around for the answer on the use of the Kookaburra ball. So for our correspondent who was asking, which was FPL Spartans, here you go. The next 2 rounds are Kookaburra rounds. So
why not the last 2 rounds? Because it was the first 2 rounds, wasn't it?
Yep. So the next 2 rounds. So for Yorkshire, that will be Middlesex next week at Headingley, and the week after it will be the trip to Leicester. I think that's the right way around, isn't it? I think they got to Leicester before they got to Cardiff. But the next 2 rounds, whoever they're playing, are Kookaburra rounds. Ollie Robinson going to continue from the Bruce Springsteen end.
Ollie Robinson on his way. Slightly diagonal approach, bowls, and late adjustment there from Luxton. He plays that up to mid-on. That's oohs and ahs, still 4 slips in place. Can you imagine the Premier League deciding, oh well, we'll play the first 2 rounds of the season with a rugby ball instead of a football, and then a couple of rounds in the middle of the season somewhere we'll play with a rugby ball. It's just nonsense. You should be playing with the same equipment all the way through. Any sporting competition, next delivery from Robinson is defended, push back down the pitch. By all means, and I wouldn't like to see it, but play with the Kookaburra ball for the whole summer. Yes. Don't have a problem with that as far as the rules go, or the bylaws, or whatever they call it. But to play 2 rounds with 1 ball, and then rest of the summer with the Duke, and then back again with the Kookaburra. Glorious shot that from Luxton, ball outside the off stump. There's plenty of space on the offside. There's just a 1 fielder in front of square, and he just hit that one on the up, got his front pad out to it and timed it nicely. And we'll look at the replay there, and simple enough shot, but executed superbly. Elegant shot.
Yep.
Would you agree with that, Deutsch? Or am I sort of...
No, classic extra cover punch, I think, really.
No, I was actually referring to my views on the Kookaburra ball, but...
I can't see why we need to use it at all.
Robinson bowls, and that's just pushed it to the offside. Oh, Bairstow's going to have to hurry. Oh, yes, no, and there's a little bit of hesitation for a minute there, and then very quickly. He got a bit of pace, the old fella there, didn't he? Completes the run, and the applause is for the 50 partnership.
And the noise was DT's top set falling out and hitting the deck.
Robinson starts in and sees Bairstow isn't quite ready. Starts in again. Bowls, and Bairstow pushes into the offside. Another fielder in the cover ring for Bairstow, so that's the second fielder. And doesn't get a run there, so not quite as easy a 4 if Robinson over pitches outside the off stump. And that fielder really is sort of deep backward point, isn't he? The sweeper. The Duncan Fletcher position, I always call that. I think he introduced that in the 2005 Ashes series to great effect. Robinson bowls and oohs and ahs, and a very quickly well taken single. Is it a leg by? It is a leg by. That ball came back in, struck Bairstow, I would imagine, just outside the line, and Luxton saying, come on. And Bairstow says, oh, go on then, son. Through for a quick single, they all count. 155 for 3, deficit now. Doherty just 34 runs.
Yeah, I like cheeky little runs. I used to like to take those when I was playing. Just drop that in it, and it's one of those things where, nothing major in a game of cricket like this, but there's an opportunity, and field set back in that general area, so why not?
Robinson has finished his spell and has now decided to go off for a comfort break or a shower or something. And not quite sure what that's about, but he went off this morning for a brief period of time, but had a long bowl this afternoon and has made his way to the away dressing room, which is the one closest to us.
Door slammed as in comes Hudson Prentice, and Johnny Bairstow's got on this one, but it a long way down towards long on, didn't quite make the boundary for 6, but has come to rest almost in front of the tea room and has picked up 4. Hudson Prentice over pitching.
Ollie Robinson showing the grumpy side of his character there, I think, as he walked off. Or maybe it's just the wind caught the door and slammed it.
Yeah. Slipping a gully in place, and this time he's gone in the same area. It's lofted once more, and it's the same result in pretty much the same part of the ground, just slightly straighter this time. But Hudson Prentice has come up with successive deliveries, not learning from the first of them and paying the price second time.
The first cries of Yorkshire, Yorkshire around the ground.
163 for 3. Bairstow up now on to 34.
Is this one going to go as well?
Let's see what Finn Hudson Prentice serves up. This time he's going to go out through the offside. It's over extra cover. He's not quite got hold of it, and it might not even, no, it doesn't make the boundary. It's plugged. Johnny, we know, loves his golf, and it's almost like he's played a slice off the tee that's gone way away to the right, and also got underneath it because there's a bit of backspin on that, but he's got through for 3. So 11 off 3 deliveries from Hudson Prentice, and maybe it is a signalling of intent from Johnny. He might have just played the 3 balls on merit, but it might be a sign that Ollie Robinson's A, gone off the field. He's not even got his presence out there at this moment in time. But his spell has ended. United Cap's obviously not bowling either. They can't continue to bowl all the time, and he might just fancy taking on the change bowlers. Luxton now on strike and flicks one nicely off his legs out towards the sweeper, who is square on the leg side. He picks up a single.
Gorgeous shot that, wasn't it? Everything right about it. Clipped it away, only got a run for it. But there were many of us, Doidge, would have played our entire club careers without playing a shot as elegantly or as well timed as that. It's only just gone for the one. Not you, of course, I'm sure you played better shots.
Hudson Prentice down the incline past umpire James Middlerook, and bowls it now, and first dot ball of the over as Bairstow can't find a run from it. Ollie Carter, I think, is the man who came in and did the fielding.
This is also, of course, Bairstow's assault here is signalling to the batsman to come that, you know, there's nothing to fear in this pitch. Take our time against the good bowlers and see them off, and then let's make hay.
Hudson Prentice in again, and Bairstow with a respectful defensive push, but that was a productive over for Yorkshire, who picked up 2 Bairstow boundaries, a 3 and a single. I make that 12. 167 for 3 in response to 189 all out. Again, puts Yorkshire in a strong position. Add the 2 wickets on as usual, and they're
Still
in deficit 5 down. Still pretty strong, but you want to get past, if they can get past with 3 down. You can never be complacent about these things, but they could go on to come up with a significant lead and put some real pressure on Sussex for their position at the top of the table.
Yeah, they're very well placed. You wouldn't deny that. That wicket going just before lunch, you thought maybe the momentum has just turned back. You probably heard the golden tones of Howard announcing a bowling change. Jack Carson coming into the attack for the believe it's the first time. Young lad from the north of Ireland, number 16 on his back. Looks around his field. He's got 3 saving, 1 on the offside. He's going to be bowling to Will Luxton first. Slip and a short leg for his close fielders. Mid wicket as well. Over the wicket bowls, and that's just worked up to a deep mid on, so deep that they can charge through for very straightforward single.
How deep is mid off?
Mid on. He's he's gone back to long on now, has he? Can't see him. Well, where's he did? Ah, Johnny's on strike, of course. So a couple of fielders drop back to the boundary.
Do you know any other Bee Gees hits?
Oh, right. Yes. Quite a musical afternoon, isn't it? Carson bowls, and Bairstow is, well, he has an almighty swing at that. John Simpson whips the bails off. It wasn't really there for that, Johnny, was it? It was good length delivery. He's gone for the big shot. Just got his leg back in time. Fielder's very enthused as to thinking that could be out, but it's not. So he'll try again. Could be exciting, this. Bowls again. Bairstow makes room for himself, crashes it through the offside. Only going to get us in. Substitute fielder there doing the work by the look of that splendid mullet below his cap.
Magnificent.
Here's Carson again. Bowls this time to Luxton, who struck on the pad. No run.
Speaking of Fred, Martin Preen says, you asked a question about who was born on the 6th of Feb 31. Easy one for me, as I share Fred's birthday, but in a much more recent year.
Yeah, I should hope so. He'd be 93 if he hadn't. Carson bowls, that's outside the off stump, angled backward a square. Again, no run.
He says, but you said 93 would be a good age, but my dear dad, Sid Preen, is 97, living in Wakefield.
Wow!
Must be one of the few people alive who saw Bradman bat. Went with my late mum to the 1948 Headingley Ashes Test and saw Bradman bat in the first innings. When he didn't get many, he got a century in the second.
Wonderful. Final delivery of Carson's over. Gets met with a defensive bat, so just a couple of runs off that over. 169 for 3, trailing by 20.
Glad you're enjoying the coverage, Martin. Thanks for your email. Great memories of watching Boycott and David Bairstow there with my dad in the late 80s. That was sent in 3 hours ago, but that's a point to make, folks. Some of you do, for whatever reason, decide to email me on my personal Hotmail address, which is out there on Tinterweb. I'm not saying don't do that, but if you do and you want to get your emails out there, they all just drop into junk, and so some days I don't even check it for a couple of days in succession, so you may be wasting your time at the keyboard. So if you can, email on bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. as Johnny Bairstow is dropped at slip. Tom Alsop, I think, is the man who's got one. No, it's not Tom Alsop. My apologies, Tom Alsop. It's Tom Clark. Tried to take one high above his head. A ball that did kick a little bit off the pitch. Finn Hudson-Prentice doing the bowling. So Bairstow put down on 39. How costly might that prove to be?
Slips are very wide apart, aren't they?
Here's Hudson-Prentice to Luxton, who solidly defending that one. Back to the bowler.
Can be annoying when that happens, Deutsch.
Yeah, they picked up a single, by the way, from that, so Bairstow moved from 38 to 39 as a result. Patrick Lynch, another one who was dropped into junk mail, but I just happened to have checked it Again, this is a couple of hours or so old now. I'll tell you the content in a moment, because here's Hudson Prentice again. Luxton punches into the offside and there is no run.
You should check your junk more regularly, you know.
No, I give out a BBC West Yorkshire Sport email address because I want people to email me on that address. So why would you do something different? But anyway, Patrick did, and it's here, and it says, question re demutualisation. Loving the commentary as always, and it looks like we've got a great game on our hands. I wanted to check to see if Colin Graves made any comments in regard to demutualisation at the members' forum this morning, an issue I know concerns a number of Yorkshire supporters, as Luxton defends. With all of the various speculation around IPL teams wanting to buy the club, it's been hard to keep tabs on. Well, yes, I made a few notes. I'm not shorthand, but I did the best I could under the circumstances. So, Colin said in that regard that he wants to demutualise the club, quote unquote, to protect the future of the club. As we get a full delivery here from Hudson Prentice to Luxton, who plays it into the onside, no run. He says members will retain all their current rights, and that's appertaining to
presumably except their voting rights.
Yeah, you would think so.
So not all their current rights.
The words he used, as I wrote them down, were members retain all current rights. And Luxton, standing tall to play this one again short of length, has got it away down to third man and will pick up 2, taking his score to 47, the total to 172 for 3 at the end of the over. And the proposal is that they're going to give £100 worth of shares in the new club to the members as a sweetener to vote in demutualisation.
A sweetener.
And also as an incentive to get them to actually cast a vote. So to get demutualisation in, there needs to be 50% of the current voting membership casting a vote, and then of those 50%, or however many above 50% do cast a vote, 75% of them need to cast a vote in favour of demutualisation.
Next delivery from Carson. There's a swing and a miss from Bairstow. Made sure he got his pad outside the line there, so there was no chance of an LBW.
So he's going to take some road shows out around Yorkshire, various towns around Yorkshire in the next month or two.
Next delivery is paddled around the corner by Bairstow, and it's gone for 4 runs. Carson's appealing for LBW, but obviously Bairstow got a little bit of wood on that. Moves to 43, 176 for 3, so the trailer just by 13 runs now. Yorkshire with those 7 wickets in hand.
So there will be a prospectus sent to members, some road shows around the various towns in Yorkshire. A vote will take place in, I think he said loosely, November or December. Not decided on a date for that yet.
It's going to be Carson again. And Bairstow again goes for that little paddle round the corner. He's got one, didn't really paddle it round the corner, he paddled it square that time, didn't quite hit it where he wanted to. He gets a single. So,
and to kind of see what he said next, the alternative to demutualisation is that the club remains a members club and will run out of money repeatedly in the future.
Right. Here's Carson bowling and pushed back to him by Will Luxton. So the members are being asked to basically, it's not me saying this is just what some people might say, do it, just give away 2 centuries of tradition for £100. Is that basically what's going on? Carson bowls, and that's pushed back down the pitch. No run there.
You may say that. They've already were showing, he said, some representatives of some, Now they don't.
Carson Bowles again, and just a little bit of drift on that one, wasn't there? So the breeze is helping them.
Some IPL
IPL
interest and American interest around the club. I think he said last week.
Americans, of course, got a long tradition in cricket. They were involved in the first international, but played against Canada back in the day.
And there is a desire for whoever, if they do come in, to be somebody who understands and loves cricket to take the club forward.
Well, that would be an American, wouldn't it?
As Hudson Prentice bowls to Bairstow, who cannons this one really into the ground, down towards second slip. And there is no run. Ben Cliff gives it a thumbs up and he walks around with S&C Harry Booker. And in Collins' word, so he wants somebody who understands and loves cricket to take the club forward, not, quote-unquote, a Chinese ping-pong manufacturer.
Yes.
He did say before he said that, this may not sound great, but I think he was looking for a way to express it, as Johnny Bairstow drops one into the ground, square on the leg side, and they scamper through for 1.
He did say that wouldn't sound good, did he?
Mm.
And then he said it.
Mm.
178 for 3.
So Luxton back on strike on 47. This pair have
done well, haven't they?
They have
74
done well.
runs.
104 for 3 to 178 for 3. There's been the odd hairy moment, like the drop catch on Johnny Bairstow just now, and the Will Luxton
He got away with one.
leg side swish that ended up going over third man for 4. He's just played one into the leg side again there for no runs.
He was also dropped on 27, wasn't he? Again at that roughly that third slip position. So, a couple of chances, and if you're going for the title, Sussex, Adrian Harm sitting to my right, you've got to
hold your catches, win your matches.
Indeed.
Hudson Prentice in again. Luxton just drops and goes into the offside. They've clearly had a chat about that now, and it's something they're going to do just to keep things ticking, and then occasionally they might get an over like they had a few overs back from Finn Hudson Prentice that goes for a dozen. They can capitalise on that. Just 10 runs behind now, and still 7 wickets in the tent, and this pair going well. Well, I suppose it's 6 wickets in the tent, isn't it? Because there's a wicket out there now. Before you get pedantic with me, DT, Hudson Prentice in, and Bairstow solidly behind this, pushing into the offside, and there is no run.
Do you know, I hadn't even thought of that, Doidgy, but you're right. 6 batsmen.
Leo says, can I shout out my friends from Kaywood Cricket Club that are at the game today, particularly Jim Giacomo Morrow, named so because of his dress sense. Kaywood's a small club with 1 team, near the town of Selby. And I know where Kaywood is, although I can't remember having been to it. As Bairstow drops one wide of second slip. Clark doing the fielding, and again they get through 4-1. It's time for a double change in the commentary box if Harmsy wants to take the cans off DT. We'll bring him in first. 46 to Johnny Bairstow. It's not exactly a race to 50, is it? But well, neither of them may get there, but they're both close to doing so. Luxton on 48.
I missed the. I was around talking to some people up from Sussex. You said about a Bairstow drop. Who put Bairstow down?
Tom Clark at slip.
Did he? Off of
Finn Hudson Prentice.
Right. How many was Bairstow
on? He was on 39 at the time.
Okay. Half a chance or a chance?
I would call it a chance. Yeah.
Well, certainly Wharton was put down.
DT's
the first ball that Newcat bowled after lunch, he was dropped at third slip by Coles. But the over before last, I was watching Bairstow, and he was just coming down the wicket, and he looked like he wanted to smash the ball out of the ground, didn't he?
Okay, I'll pop off for a bit and leave you with Nasser and Harmsley.
No problem. Jack Carson it is to carry on. He's won a couple of tidy overs, and Sussex needs some control here because they were rather leaking runs, and he's coming into bowl to John Simpson. He's got a slip and a leg slip in place. As in comes Carson over the wicket bowls, and short and clipped away by Bairstow through the leg side. They've picked up one, they'll pick up two as Bairstow comes racing back. And Johnny Bairstow goes to 48, total to 182. I think a few people in the ground thought that was his half century, but it wasn't. They're both on 48.
He's not quite there yet.
But Yorkshire looking ominously in control of the game at the moment. In comes Carson. Bowls. Bairstow is back and clips that one around the corner. That'll be his 49th run. Every run that Johnny Bairstow scores is being applauded to the rafters. It's the most glorious afternoon. I just had a wander around to the big marquee. I'm quite surprised that it's the President's dinner tonight, Doige. I thought you might have been invited. John Barclay is speaking. Did you? Well, you could have taken me and DT as your guest. Here comes Carson. Bowls played into the offside. I'm only pulling your leg by Luxton, and there is no run. So suddenly the Sussex chair is going, and some of the Sussex board members will be going to the dinner tonight over in the marquee, which I'm sure will be a very grand affair. John Barclay, always good value. Carson in again, bowls. Forward comes Luxton, and very obligingly picks up the ball and gives it to John Simpson. And there is no run. 183 for 3. So now the arrears just 6. I just get the feeling here that Johnny Bairstow is just itching to really put his foot to the floor here. He's looked busy since he's gone in. Carson in again, bowl short, pulled away, and that's not a great delivery, and it's got the treatment. In fact, that's a very good piece of fielding out on the leg side boundary, but it's also a very fine half century from Will Luxton. Given a life when he was on 27, dropped by James Coles in the slips, but he's, like all good players do, he's put that behind him, and he's gone on to score a very fine half century. And to go with Johnny Bairstow, the pair of them are putting Yorkshire in a very strong position here. A partnership between the two of 81. And as Jonathan was saying, still 7 wickets in hand. Carson in again. Bowls. Forward comes Luxton. Plays back down the track. And there is no run. So the arrears now are just 4 runs.
Yep.
And there's still a lot of overs. I mean, they don't show the overs on the scoreboard at the far end of the ground over by the tea room, but they do on the main scoreboard behind me. And when I looked at a few overs, it was 50, well, it was 60 overs. And that was a little while ago, so it's probably 56, maybe 55 overs left in the day. So there's an awful lot of cricket. So if we will go to tea at 4 o'clock, but Sussex could be in for a really long post-tea session here.
Yeah, it looks like 54 overs. According to something I just read.
Okay, well that would sound about right.
54 overs.
Yeah. So, let's supposing we've got 35 minutes till tea. Let's say Sussex bowl 10 overs in that time. If the light holds, Sussex could be out there for 44 overs after tea.
Wow.
And if Bairstow is on the march against a tiring attack, it could be a tough final session for Sussex. They desperately need some control, but more than that, they need to get this man Bairstow out, who's batting beautifully on 49.
And he's facing a new bowler by the looks of it.
Sean Hunt.
Sean Hunt on the other side, and Bairstow clips that square, and it's going towards the boundary. And in fact, he's going to get his 50. Yeah, Johnny Bairstow, 50 to him. A very good knock from the England player. Raises his bat to the crowd. Applause from all around the ground. And a great knock from Johnny Bairstow. So both batsmen now in really good nick, both on 50s, and just 2 behind.
Well, he'll know that Jamie Smith made his maiden 100 for England today against Sri Lanka, so he's just sort of saying, I'm still here, I can still score runs. I don't want to be the forgotten man of English cricket. And all he could do is to score runs.
Yeah, and he faces up again, and this next delivery. He's played up, and he's going to get caught here. It looks as though someone's going to catch it.
Oh, he's dropped it.
He's dropped.
Oh, Oh, that is an absolute
That is
howler.
poor cricket. So two fielders both went for the ball, looked to the skies. They're looking at each other now in dismay, and he's got himself...
Well, it was Tom Haynes and Ollie Robinson. And, well, it's a basic of cricket. That was probably the worst drop of the season. Well, Ollie Robinson eventually was the one, but really someone should have called, and well, Bairstow was halfway back to the pavilion.
It was high up in the air, one of those catches.
Oh, my
one
goodness.
of them.
Oh, my
Where was
goodness
the calling? Who was calling?
Well, he's been dropped twice now. Dropped on 39, but that was a howler.
This next delivery played out again in front of him by Johnny Bairstow. No run there.
Well, when you... Well, it was a... I mean, Robinson and Haynes are just looking at each other, but someone should have called. I mean, the ball was, it was top edge. He was going to clip the ball away on the leg side, a big top edge, and we were saying from here, weren't we? Call, somebody call.
Call, and nobody did. Oh, clearly, they didn't hear each other or whatever went on. It's a real life.
Oh
line.
my goodness me!
Huge moment in the game. Sean Hunt in again. This next delivery, square cut, pulled. In fact, pulled for 6. Beg your pardon, pulled, and that's what happens.
You give good players opportunities, and they will punish you. And he's almost flat batted that, Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah.
And I do fear a little bit here, because Bairstow, since the moment he walked out here after lunch, he bounced out of the pavilion. I commented when he did it, and he looked like he was a man on a mission. And even more so when he had that little spat with Ollie Robinson. But now the umpires are getting involved with one of the Sussex players. I don't know if...
they're looking at the ball?
I'm not sure whether they're looking at the ball. I think they're making notes about something,
Okay, let's see if
maybe they're looking at the ball. No, you're quite right. They are looking at the ball.
They're looking at the ball.
But I just wondered for a moment whether someone had said something.
Yeah.
But anyway, we are going to get a change in the ball.
Change in the ball, perhaps, yeah.
So Sussex are not only under the pump, I'm not sure quite where they are on over 8. I do know at lunchtime they were -3.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that would have improved even with Jack Carson on. Now, we have had some delays, and the umpires do take all of these little pauses in time into account. But he's probably looking around here a little bit, John Simpson, thinking, well, where do I turn now? Because this ball is 46 overs old. They've got another 34 overs until they get another ball. Bairstow looks absolutely in the mood for this today.
He's in the mood, but this time might also help him as well, just to gather his thoughts as he approaches the rest of the afternoon session. But he certainly looks as though he's up for it. He's been given a few lives. Maybe he thinks it's his day today, and when it is your day, you get those chances, don't you?
Well, I'll tell you what, when you get it, I mean, to describe to anybody who wasn't watching it on the stream, I mean, the lads might show it again on the stream. I think they're going to. No, they're not. They're showing the 6, which is pulled away over deep back. I don't know if they're going to show or they may have already shown a replay of the drop catch. Here we are. So thank you very much for this. It goes up in the air. Robinson and Haynes are converging on it. Haynes looks like he's going for it. He leaves it to Ollie Robinson, who puts it down. And Ollie Robinson can't believe he's dropped it. Tom Haynes and Robinson look at each. Thank you, fellas, for putting that up again. But I mean, that is the drop of the season, isn't it? And there were 2 players converging. In the end, it did look as if Tom Haynes left it to Ollie Robinson. Maybe Robinson wasn't expecting it, but the chance has gone down. And will Bairstow punish Sussex?
Oh, it's a massive error in the context of this game and the context of this afternoon session as Sean Hunt comes in again. This next delivery just played out by Bairstow, no run.
Even when Bairstow is playing a forward defensive here, Nasir, he played that shot and then he looked towards the leg side boundary as if to say, I really fancy this.
He played that one correctly. I think they call it the V, don't they? He played it.
Well, Sussex have now dropped 3 catches since lunch. I didn't see the drop, the first drop of Bairstow, but I think that was a tough chance from what I'm hearing.
Sean Hunt again. This one again played back to the bowler. In fact, ball hits the ground and then up into the hands of the bowler. And Sean Hunt, he must feel. What must he feel after that?
Yeah,
I mean, he's not going to be very happy after all of that palaver. End of the over, 193 for 3, both batsmen, and on 50, of course, Bairstow 57.
I'm just going to leave you to do an update, Les.
Yeah, Bairstow 57, and on the other side we've got Will Luxton, who has made 50. Bright sunshine this afternoon here at Scarborough. And Yorkshire in an excellent position to move on. They've had their luck this afternoon. They certainly have had their luck. And we're going to continue with spin from this side. It's going to be Jack Carson. And I am sure that Johnny Bairstow is going to be licking his lips at spin as Jack Carson comes in. His first delivery is punched in the cover region. No run there. And that was Will Luxton, in fact, fielding. Batting, I beg your pardon. In comes Jack Carson again. This next delivery. Again, it's played to the leg side. Just along the ground. By Will Luxton, who's looked pretty good. Apart from the odd blip now and then. But for the most part, he's looked in good nick. As Carson comes in again, this next delivery again punched towards the leg side, squarish, and the batsman will go and collect another single. It's going to be an interesting facet of the game now. Spin against Johnny Bairstow, and Johnny Bairstow certainly likes spinners. Obviously faced a lot of them in India, in the Indian Premier League and around different parts of the world as well in the short form of the game. He's eyeing that sort of leg side boundary as Jack Carson comes in again, this first ball. And this again, an appeal from, and he's been given. Big moment. The umpire's finger has gone up. Johnny Bairstow has been given, and it's a big wicket in the context of the game. 57 is Johnny Bairstow's score. Yorkshire 194 for 3, and that after that reprieve as well, just recently. So yeah, Johnny Bairstow 57 off 71 balls, and a big blow for Yorkshire as Johnny Bairstow trudges off to applause from this crowd. But I'm sure he's not going to be happy heading back to the pavilion. There are applause for him, but I'm sure he would have wanted to make more of that reprieve from the last over. And new batsman coming in for Yorkshire is Johnny Tattersall. As Johnny Bairstow heads back to the pavilion, I'm sure he's not going to be happy. He had the reprieve, he had an opportunity now to go on, perhaps get the 3 figures, put Yorkshire in a real commanding position. They're only now, what, 5 runs ahead of Sussex, but big blow that. And a huge result for Sussex in the context of the game, and it was spin who removed in the end the very experienced Johnny Bairstow. And I'm sure some of the Yorkshire supporters feeling quite dejected now after the loss of such a fine player. Wind blowing here, wind getting a bit strong in fact, as the door opens, and it's Jack Carson who's going to continue, and he continues, bowls this next delivery, and that's played squarish by Tattersall, and that's going to be 4 runs. Square drive. 4 runs to the new batsman. 4 useful runs, and Tattersall and now Luxton, well, they will look to build another partnership here, try to build on this platform that's been given, certainly by Johnny Bairstow. And Tattersall again, and this one played again squarish, and it's going to race across the ground, just being picked up by the fielder just inside the boundary, and the batsman will come through for a couple more runs. So the 200 is up for Yorkshire, 200 for the loss of 4 wickets. Will Luxton is still there, and an over in which Yorkshire lost the services of Johnny Bairstow, which pretty crucial wicket in terms of Sussex. So Johnny Bairstow has gone, but the good news for Yorkshire is that Will Luxton is still there. He's made 51 off 105 deliveries. Pretty solid strike rate of 48. And in fact, it is going to be Will Luxton who's going to be facing the first ball of the new over. And Sean Hunt is going to be the bowler. So big moments in the last 10 minutes in the game. First the reprieve for Johnny Bairstow, and then the wicket of Johnny Bairstow in just a few moments. Sean Hunt, this next ball through to Will Luxton, and he just plays that out into the leg side. No run there.
Well, it was a big wicket, wasn't it? Because you just felt Bairstow, having had the reprieve of that drop. I mean, the most relieved man on the field will be Ollie Robinson, because if Bairstow had gone on to make a big 100, he didn't. He only added 6 more runs, but big wicket for Sussex.
Yeah, this next ball from Sean Hunt is played just in front of him. Luxton looking as though he's going to go for the single, but then back to his crease, and there's no run there. In fact, yeah, huge moment.
Well, Sussex need to keep believing here that you know that maybe 1 wicket can lead to 2. You know, you never know what can happen in 4-day cricket. Yorkshire with a lead of 11, they'll be looking to stretch that quite obviously over the next 25 minutes before tea and after tea, and it could be a very long session in the field for Sussex. But at least they'll feel with Bairstow gone. He didn't look happy with the decision. I mean, no one's happy when they're giving out LBW, are they? But he really did look very annoyed.
As in comes Sean Hunt again. This next delivery is played beautifully through the offside region, but picked up by the fielder, and there's no run there.
Looks a good player, doesn't he, Luxton? Yeah. Very stylish.
Very stylish, played it very correctly. Yeah, I guess the job now for these two is to try to rebuild again. They've got to start from scratch. I mean, Will Luxton is still there. He's made a 50, 51. He's got 51 runs to his name. They can't panic. They've got to build.
I'm sure they won't.
Sean Hunt, he's in again. This next delivery is played up and over, and it was sort of aerial almost, but to the offside, and they'll pick up a couple of runs there. Sort of squarish to the offside, sort of airborne for a short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Robinson catch aside, I mean, clearly that hasn't cost Sussex dearly, but it might have done. The drop, and it's, you know, it's very easy always. I'm mindful of when we're in the commentary box. We're not the ones who are out there, but you know, at this level, you've got to take chances, and that was a massive let-off for Luxton just after lunch, because that would have meant Yorkshire had lost a couple of wickets within a few balls either side of lunch.
It's Sean Hunt again. This one over.
No ball.
The batsman, in fact, yeah, signalled no ball by the umpire.
I think he signalled a no ball.
He certainly put his hand.
Or has he signalled that as the...
let's just have a look at it again.
One for the over.
I think it might be one for the
yes,
over.
I think it is.
One for the over. Yep, one for the over. Yeah, the danger of Johnny Bairstow still sticking around this afternoon, getting quick runs, you know, that's what Yorkshire were looking for, but it didn't quite work to plan.
I think the crowd were looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, Sean Hunt this afternoon, bowling next delivery, and that's punched leg side. They'll pick up a single. Yeah, I think the crowd were...
I think Tattersall will be keen, though, as the skipper, to keep the pressure on here. You know, that he'll feel that at this stage Yorkshire are in a strong position, not in an invincible position by any manner of means.
No.
There's a bit of a debate going on down there between John Simpson, Daniel Hughes, Ollie Robinson, Jack Carson, sort of the senior members of the side. Robinson, Hughes and Simpson. Jack Carson is going to carry on bowling. Jack Carson 4 overs 1 for 19. Robinson 15 overs 0 for 39. And Nudcat 12 overs 2 for 25. Hasn't bowled a lot, but then he may not have played a lot of cricket. Have to catch up with him after the day's play. J. Devon Nudcat. Someone is now walking behind the sight screen. In fact, we've had that little bit today. I was saying yesterday how good it was that no one was walking behind the sight screen, but it's happened a couple of times today. In comes Carson around the wicket. Bowls to Tattersall, who's back and cuts firmly. 4 runs. Can't bowl there. Too short. Shortish offside boundary. And just clubbed away through the offside by Luxton, who goes to 58. The total to 207 for 4. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, but there's no other protection on that offside.
It does look as though when the other bowlers have come in rather than the first two, that they've certainly gone for runs, including Sean Hunt.
Now people are wondering. It's been really good here in terms of people not walking behind the bowler's arm, but the stewards should really. They've been very good at preventing it. I don't know quite why they're not doing it now. Really. In comes Carson. Bowls. Tattersall is forward. Play down the onside. There is no run. There should be there's been a rope or something across, hasn't there? They've been very good at not allowing people in. But all of a sudden, they're letting people just wander behind the bowler's arm, and now that steward is going to wander behind the bowler's arm as well. In comes Carson, bowls, and tucked away by Tattersall, backward a square on the leg side, there is no run.
It just slows everything down a little bit.
Well, I'd imagine that Johnny Tattersall might ask this lady to move, because she's got a bright yellow, luminous jacket on. And you could just see it over long off. It will be in their eye line. Carson in again, bowls, Tattersall stretches forward, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. Nice flighted off break by Jack Carson.
Yeah, just talking about the bowling figures, Sean Hunt, he's gone for 7 off his nearly 7 overs, so...
Carson in again, bowls, forward comes Tattersall, plays back down the offside of the track, there is no run.
So his economy not good really in the context of this game.
I'll give you the scores in the other games in a moment in the second division, as Carson prepares to come in from the piece home in, bowls, and the ball is played onto the leg side, hits the pads of the fielder in there at short leg, who I think is Tom Alsop. It's another dot ball, 207 for 4, Tattersall on 6, Luxton on 58. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, various BBC radio stations across Yorkshire. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nasir Hanif. If you're watching the Yorkshire Cricket Club live stream, you'll see it's the most glorious day, and they're just showing a picture of I think the houses which are on North Marine Drive, and the trees swaying away outside the ground, which illustrates that it is still pretty breezy, but compared to what it was this morning, it's nowhere near as bad. And in the sunshine, out of the wind, it's really very pleasant indeed. So, we've got a change of bowling.
Unadkat, is it?
I didn't hear what they said, but I think it might be Jade Evanukhat, who we said hasn't bowled an awful lot.
No.
He's picked up 2 wickets, and he's looked the most dangerous of the Sussex bowlers. 2 for 25 in his 12 overs, and you're right, he's going to come back in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
And in he comes, first delivery, brand new over, and this one is just left outside his off stump by Johnny Tattersall.
So elsewhere in this division, Middlesex, who were second in the table at the start of play, bowled Northamptonshire out for 207 yesterday. In their first innings, they're 118 for 1. Sam Robson going along very nicely. He's on 51. So Middlesex well placed down at Lords. At Derby, Glamorgan bowled out yesterday for 168. Derbyshire have piled on the runs today, 353 for 7, leading by 185. Runs all the way down the order there for Derbyshire.
Unadkat comes in. Next ball is just pushed out towards the leg side, just trickles out the ball again. There's no run there from the bat of Johnny Tattersall.
Leicestershire, who aren't completely out of this race for promotion, made 402 against Gloucestershire, who in reply are going along very nicely. They're 90 for 1 down at Bristol. In the Test match, Sri Lanka have mounted a bit of recovery. They're now 89 for 3, but still trailing England by 33 runs.
And it's Unadkat again, Jaidev Unadkat. Next delivery, left outside his off stump by Johnny Tattersall, no run.
That being said, Dinesh Chandamal has retired hurt, so I don't know how bad that is. Let's not hope it's too bad, but if he can't bat again, effectively Sri Lanka are 4 down, so well, that might be heading for a 3-day win. We shall see.
Yeah.
Up at Old Trafford. Sussex would dearly like to have a wicket here before tea.
Oh, yeah. And it's going to be a Unadkat again. Next delivery. And this one, playing a miss and an appeal. In fact, Unadkat turn round, hands up in the air towards the umpire. And
well, Sussex need to make sure here they're not showing any dissent. I mean, clearly they're disappointed. They felt they'd got Tattersall caught behind. Good delivery. I mean, he's looked by far the most dangerous of the...
He has. And I think there's air between, or there's a space between the bat and the ball. Let's just have another look at the replay again as this delivery comes in.
Here we go.
Let's have a look. And, yeah, bit of space. Bat and ball.
Yeah.
So, the correct decision in this case.
Well, it looked like it, didn't it? But Sussex clearly felt there was a little feather edge. But the umpire's the person who matters.
And I've got again, this one again played out into the offside. No run, straight to the fielder, mid-off. Yeah, difficult sometimes.
Well, you know,
especially with tiny edges like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, in Test match cricket, clearly you have the review system, and but
sometimes it might be a case that the bat hits the pad afterwards, perhaps, and that's made the sound.
Yeah.
Maybe they did hear a sound and it wasn't quite the edge.
Yeah. But you know, over the course of a season, I'm a firm believer that these things do even themselves out over a course of 14 matches in a championship. You're going to win some and you're going to lose some.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the best team wins.
Nardgut again, this one again.
Good
Ooh,
ball.
bit of bounce there from Nardgut.
He's been excellent today,
Yeah.
Jade Evanucat. He's far away. Ollie Robinson gives him a little sort of palm shake of the hands, but he has been by far the best of the Sussex bowlers, and he's looked the most likely to take wickets. It's his first match for Sussex this season.
Yeah.
Now this is interesting because the next over is going to come from this end of the ground, the Peasholm Park end of the ground. But there's people wandering behind the sight screen.
There's lots
again.
of people.
Lots
isn't
of
there?
people.
Lots,
Yeah. So there's no one at this end stopping people walking away. The steward doesn't seem to be stopping people. So let's hope that we don't get more. Here we go. There's two more just wandering across. In comes Carson. Bowls. Forward comes Luxton. Plays down the offside. There is no run. There's two stewards there preventing people coming through. So let's hope that happens. I do prevent people coming through as the over progresses. So it's been excellent so far in terms of preventing that. Carson in again. Bowls. And Luxton is beaten now, so that's a bit of a nothing shot, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think he changed his mind. I think he was maybe looking to run that down to third man, and then played a sort of a very wafty shot outside the off stump, and quite fortunate not to get an edge. Carson again. Bowls. Nicely flighted off break and chipped down the ground, only as far as Hudson Prentice at mid-on. There is no run. It's an idyllic setting. I'm looking over at that huge marquee that's set up on the western side of the ground. All set out for the President's dinner tonight, no doubt. John Barclay, formerly of Sussex, guest speaker. Carson in. Bowls. Clipped onto the leg side, and a comfortable single fielded by Nardgut. And Luxton goes to 59, 208 for 4, and deck chairs are set out on that side of the ground. It's really very pleasant over there in the sun. The good news is the sun has actually moved away from shining into our commentary box. So
that's a relief, isn't it? And it's fascinating as well, isn't it? Because the right-hand side of the left and the left-hand side of this ground, there's a sharp contrast. You've got the suits on one side and the benches on the other side.
Totally.
The marquee and the benches.
Carson in again. Bowls. Forward comes Tattersall. Plays to backward square leg, and there is no run. Yorkshire will have half an eye on tea here. 51 overs so far bowled in the day, and we've got, well, we reckon probably well over 40 overs to be bowled after tea, and if the light holds, and there's no suggestion that it won't, Sussex are in for a long afternoon in the field here after tea. They will have a new ball available in 28 overs after this one. In comes Carson. Bowls, and Tattersall back and steers that one through square leg for a single. He goes to 7, the total to 209 for 4. Jack Carson has been nice and tidy in this spell.
And the fact that he took that wicket.
Well, huge wicket of Johnny Bairstow.
It's made a massive difference in the context of this game.
Yes,
Huge.
Jack Carson's figures, just give them to you. 6 overs, 1 for 24. We'll see if we can find out where Sussex are on over rate when we get to tea. I'm sure that the Sussex camp will be inquiring of the umpires where they are.
Yes.
Some people are getting very excited. Someone's saying, I think people are allowed to walk across now because the bowling is coming in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Yeah. Unadkat is going to continue with his spell.
Well, he's been excellent, hasn't he?
He
has really been the standout bowler today.
13 overs, 2 for 25. Miserly. In he comes, first ball, new over. This one played out through the slips, through what would be second and third slip region.
Good stop there by Haynes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Diving no to his left.
Yeah, but no run, no additions. But yeah, miserly 6 overs. I beg your pardon, 13 overs. Yeah, 2 for 25. An economy of just under 2 runs. So.
Yeah, and he's caught problems throughout, hasn't he? He's got bounce that others haven't.
Yeah. Certainly early on as well with Finlay Bean's wicket. As he in comes again, this next one outside the off stump. Johnny Tattersall looked as though he played at that.
Yeah, I think Tattersall is claiming he pulled the bat inside the line. I'm not entirely convinced that he did. I think he pulled the bat inside the line after the ball had passed, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah. So looking at the grounds, a helmet just by the side of the Sussex wicketkeeper, and 2-3 slips now in.
Well, perhaps John Simpson feeling, now is the time to attack. 7 minutes or so maybe a couple of 3 overs to go until tea. So you'd think that the Yorkshire batsman won't be taking a huge amount of chances.
Unadkat in again. This next one, bounce down the leg side, picked up by the wicketkeeper, and it's been signalled again.
Was 1 for the over?
1 for the over.
Okay.
From the umpire. Yeah, Unadkat getting bounce on occasion, and of course earlier on bowled that beautiful Yorker early in the day to Adam Lyth from memory. And readies himself from the far end as we're looking down the ground. Still a few people walking around the ground as we approach tea, and Unadkat comes in again. This next ball is played towards the leg side to play squarish, and in fact it's going to run away to the boundary. 4 runs there.
Well timed, wasn't it?
Yep, well tied on his leg side, off his legs. So more runs now for Will Luxton, taking him on to 59. He's the established batsman. He's been batting for a long period of time. And in fact, I beg your pardon, it wasn't Will Luxton, it was
Johnny Tattersall.
It was Johnny Tattersall. Yeah, Johnny Tattersall. He's facing. Will Luxton's on the other side. He's on 59. Johnny Tattersall has made 11 so far. He'll want to retain his wicket as we head into tea. This next delivery is just played out in front of him. Played into the offside. Squarish. Off the bowling of Unadkat. And the damage largely where it's been done by these opening bowlers for Sussex. And where Yorkshire have gotten runs, they've tended to get them off the second and third bowlers. Although Ollie Robinson, from what I gather, I think has not taken a wicket, has he?
No, he hasn't. Not so far today.
No. As Unadkat comes in again. This next delivery outside the off stump. And Johnny Tattersall raising his bat, letting the ball go through. And that, in fact, is the end of the over. Yorkshire 213 for 4. That gives them a lead of 24 runs. Johnny Tattersall has made 11. And on the other side, the established batsman is Will Luxton. He has made 59.
They have indeed. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, and several others around the county of Yorkshire. Very good afternoon to you. And if you're watching on the live stream, where currently they're showing a photograph of a ball against a case. Perhaps that's the case of balls which are being used. And there is a ball just sitting there. But Jack Carson's going to bowl the next over. I think we'll get a couple more in before tea. There's a slip and a short leg as Carson is in around the wicket to bowl to Luxton, who's solidly forward, plays it back down the track, and there is no run. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching the stream on a lovely day in Scarborough. It's a breezy day, but in the sunshine, if you get out of the wind, it's really very pleasant indeed. Carson, who's picked up the wicket of Johnny Bairstow for 57, is in and bowls, and driven straight back down the track. Carson fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So the wickets: Adam Lyth for 24, Finley Bean for 3, James Wharton for 40, right on the stroke of lunch, and Johnny Bairstow, having been calamitously dropped by Ollie Robinson, hit a 6 and then was out to Carson. In comes Carson, bowls, clipped into the onside, no run. They really need to stop these people coming across. There's some, I think there's some staff, maybe from one of the they're saying, well, why can't I go across there? Oh dear, no. Oh, they're letting them go. They could have, well, that's why people are saying, whoa, wait a minute. Carson in, bowls, Luxton is forward, clips onto the onside, a stop by, I think that's Tom Alsop in there at short leg, and there is no run. So after tea, we do know it's going to be a long session. We're trying to find out exactly how many, but I think 40, 42 overs, something like that, will still, so lots of cricket to be played here today. Carson in, bowls, and forward comes Luxton. That one on the bounce to Alsop, everyone with hands on heads, but I'm fairly certain that wasn't a chance. Maybe just bounced in front of.
It's a long stretch as well, by the looks of things, wasn't it?
Yeah, and often in these situations, the batter will have half an eye on tee. Cast again. Someone else tries to walk behind the bowler's arm. He's stopped by the steward. Carson in again. Bowls played into the offside by Luxton, and there is no run. It's been good, tidy stuff from Jack Carson, just as it began to look as if Johnny Bairstow was really about to cut loose. End of the over. One more over before tea, I think. Nasir. 213 for 4, 59 to Luxton, 11 to skipper Tattersall.
Yeah, it's all hindsight now, but I'm sure Johnny Bairstow would have been licking his lips at the side of a spinner and wanting to put it, dispatch him to all 4 parts of this Scarborough ground, given its size and everything else. But it was not to be. He'd been given a reprieve in the earlier over, but he couldn't really build on that. Unfortunately, from a Yorkshire perspective, but from a Sussex perspective, a really crucial wicket, and now they will look to build on that and take further wickets as Unadgat comes in for this first ball of a brand new over. That one over the shoulder of Johnny Tattersall and through to the wicket keeper, and there is no further addition to Yorkshire's total. Yeah, people still walking behind, and I don't know if they're just heading for tea or whatever, but it's not really helpful. I suppose on this side the bowler is coming from the other side, so it doesn't really matter, but still. It's they're walking in front of some of the spectators who are probably not liking.
Now it doesn't matter too much, does it?
Yeah. But here comes Unadgat again, and he comes in and bowls this next delivery, and this is played out in front of him by the batsman Johnny Tattersall. And these two just look to retain their wickets now and see if they can see off these last few deliveries before everyone takes a bit of a breather for tea, and then a rather longish post-tea session. I guess we lost a few overs yesterday, didn't we? And so hopefully some of that time will be made up.
Yeah, we can pick up 8 overs a day, so it'll be 104 overs if the light holds, and the same tomorrow as well to make up for the 24 overs that we lost yesterday.
Yeah, so Unadgat again, and this next delivery. It's again left outside.
The bounce again.
Yeah, again the bounce just in front of the off stump and going through a good height. Now whether the sun has dried up the pitch a little bit, I don't know, or whether it's just the length at which he bowled that delivery.
Well, he's constantly, he's constantly got bounce out of this pitch.
Yeah, maybe it's just that hard length he's bowling. Just short. It's not quite short, but a little bit fuller than that. And he's getting some good bounce. Gets it from time to time and causing some of these Yorkshire batsmen a few problems. Goals in the background you can hear as Unadgat comes in. This next delivery is played again into the slip cordon between second and third slipped, and picked up there by a couple of the fielders, and there's no further additions. Tidy over so far.
So we've had 54, this will be 55 overs in the day so far. We'd have lost 2 overs for the change of innings, that's 57 overs. There were 3 this morning, I think, which makes it 60 overs. So I think there could still be 44 overs to be bowled after tea.
Well, you're not far off, Adrian. I've got 45 here, according to one bit of information I'm seeing at the moment. As Unadgod comes in, this next delivery leg side and played down onto the ground, just bounced again a little bit, but one further run to the total.
Yes, it's about containment here for Sussex at the moment, isn't it?
Yep.
I mean, you know, the lead is what, 14 plus 11, so 25. So it's not a huge lead. And from a Sussex point of view, they need to believe if they could pick up a couple of 3 wickets quickly after tea, they're right back in this game. Conversely, Yorkshire will be thinking, with 6 wickets still in hand, they've got an opportunity to establish a very healthy first innings lead.
As Unadgod comes in again, this next delivery outside the off stump and left well alone by the batsman through to the wicketkeeper. It's the end of the over.
It's tea.
Yorkshire. Yeah, it's tea, in fact. Yeah, 214 for Johnny Tattersall's on 12. And on the other side, it's Will Luxton, and he has made 59. Applause from the crowd as everybody goes for their beverages.
20 minutes for the tea.
So there we are. We heard the announcement of 20 minutes for tea as the 2 batters make their way off. Ollie Robinson chatting away to the Yorkshire batters as they make their way off. He'll be the most relieved man at Scarborough because that drop has to go down as one of the worst drops. I mean, Tom Haines and Ollie Robinson getting themselves in a bit of a pickle in terms of who was going to catch the ball. John Simpson's coming off, shaking everybody's hand. But I think Sussex realise here that they're a bit behind the game.
They're a bit behind, yeah.
Applause as Luxton and Tattersall make their way off. Those in the crowd making their way to get a cup of tea or whatever they're going to do over the next 20 minutes or so. We're going to do similarly. Thank you for listening. And Nasir, Dave Townsend, Jonathan Doidge and myself, Adrian Harms, will be back with you in about 15 minutes or so's time for the final session of the day. But lots of cricket. And we reckon 44 overs still to be bowled in the day.
Jack Carson will continue for the Bairstow Park.
Welcome back from North Marine Road for part 3 of day 2. This final session, which sees Yorkshire resuming on 214 for the loss of 4 wickets. Will Luxton 59 not out, Johnny Tattersall not out on 12. We've seen Johnny Bairstow dismissed in the afternoon session. LBW to Jack Carson for 57 as the only wicket to have fallen in the last 2 hours and 10 minutes of play. And Jack Carson will start this session from the Bairstow Park end, bowling here to Johnny Tattersall, who's turning one off his legs down to the fine leg boundary, not quite making it there. And they're going to get back for 3 runs. I'll now turn DT's cans back on and say good afternoon, David Townsend.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Doidge, and a very good afternoon it's been for Yorkshire, isn't it? Pushing ahead. What do you think the minimum they would settle for here? 300?
From this position, I think yes. Carson in, and that's flicked off the legs by Luxton, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, I've just been out to have a look at the deck. You know, obviously, beginning as we get towards the end of day 2 to start to show the odd sign of wear, follow through footmarks and those sorts of things. But it looks like it's played really a decent deck, and there we go. First wicket of the evening session comes in the first over because Will Luxton has gone, and he has been bowled.
How did that get through?
I think, yes, he has.
How did it get through?
Couldn't see the stumps. He tried to cover it, and he covered everything. But there was a celebration, and certainly didn't get any bat on ball by the looks of it.
Has it just gone past his? We'll have a look at the replay. I think it might have just passed the.
Yeah, well, he's just nipped back in, hasn't he? Just turned in the off spin of Jack Carson and been bowled. So that's disappointing because great opportunity for Will Luxton to turn that into a first class 100 to follow that 50 over 100 he made just a couple of weeks ago. But he'll be disappointed as well, not added to his tea time score. Yeah, he's been castled by Jack Carson. So Matthew Revis walks out at number 7. No George Hill just yet. And 217 for 5. So there you go, asking me 300 from the position of 4 down. Yes, 5 down. Does that change it a little?
Yeah. No, I think they'd probably still want 300, but it does obviously affect the situation. Revis have good memories of century scored here last year against Derbyshire. He'll want to contribute, not necessarily a century. I mean, if he got a century, then Yorkshire will be out of sight. But
so Luxton, Luxton, Carson I should say, short leg in place and slip in place, and Revis dropping that into the offside, and there is no run. Just checking back on Will Luxton's day with the bat. Well, we know he made 59. I'll tell you more if my laptop would update, as Revis flicks at one down the leg side and misses out on that one. Luxton bowled Carson for 59 from 130 deliveries. He showed a good temperament, good patience out there for long enough, just the odd flash. 8 fours. But yeah, just got beaten by a Carson delivery. And he's back in the dressing room at this moment as Revis drills one back down the pitch at the bowler to complete that 56th over, with Yorkshire having added 3 to their tea time score. They're 217 now for 5.
he should have gone immediately after lunch, shouldn't he, Luxton? He was dropped at third slip, a catch you'd normally expect Coles to take. But that's absolutely cracking delivery. It's gone through his... Oh, dear. It's like a fat man trying to get into a very sort of tight shower or something, you know, whether one of those shower. I'm talking about myself here, Dorji. You know, when they have those sliding doors on the shower and they're only about a foot wide, and you have to sort of squeeze in. That was that ball getting through between bat and pad.
DT, I haven't seen you
don't
and,
really want to,
and the thought of you getting into a cold
to go into the
shower
you don't want
does
to,
bring me out into a cold sweat.
Oh, the girls liked it anyway. So it's Hudson Prentice to start the bowling after T is shy at the stumps there, and sort of little they were through comfortably for the run. In fact, it's not. It's Tom Clark, isn't it, who's trundling down the hill. Just turned around the corner for a single by Johnny Tattersall. Talking about having good memories of this ground, of course, he's got his highest first-class score, as we found out last night during the quiz. Clark bowls through to the keeper, no run. Very wide, wasn't going to tempt Revis. Regulation sort of field, 3 on the leg side, couple of slips. 3 men saving 1. No one out on the offside for Revis, so they're tempting him, saying strike it through the cordon, run it down to third man, you've got runs to be had, and that one's short, and he's hit that beautifully. Over front, he's the 16-2 at the other end to Tattersall. Has Adrian started to say Tattersall yet?
No, he's actually been spot on. Spot on.
It's set for Springsteen. Clark bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on. And Ali Alumo just walking past us, looking very summery today. One of our regular contributors. For those of you who wonder what on earth we're talking about with Springsteen, there was earlier on this afternoon that Robinson running into bowl, and Adrian thinking about a concert he'd been to, and he managed to have Springsteen running up the hill from the Peas Hole, and running up that hill. That would have been Kate Bush, though, wouldn't it? Yeah. 222.
We've heard them all before. Ben Coad, who you wouldn't think would be that difficult to pronounce, but Darren Goff referred to him as Ben Coad, and then in an earlier match in the 50 over comp, my Nottinghamshire commentary colleague referred to him as Cod, Ben Cod. Short again, hooked by Revis down to Hudson Prentice there, who's I'm seeing Hudson Prentice everywhere at the moment. Who's that down there? Of course, it's Hunt. Sends his throw in left arm. So, Carson going to continue at the Peas Home Park end of the ground. 1 wicket has fallen and 9 runs have been added since the tea break. Tattersall 16 and 5 so far to the new man out there, Matthew Revis, who's going to... See on the stream there, a lady doing keeping score, making sure that the scores are up to date, but they've got everything right. Josh says good knock from Johnny Bairstow for his 50, then complete comedy with that drop. Carson in, bit of drift about that. With that breeze still, we were told that the forecast suggested the breeze would be dropping this afternoon, but having just been sat outside with the family for 20 minutes or so while I was off, it's still pretty stiff, the breeze. In comes Carson again, past umpire Longley, and Revis flicking that one round the corner, dot ball. Causing a few problems, isn't it? Jack Carson, I suppose coming from Northern Ireland, inevitably he's going to be nicknamed Frank, isn't he? After the great Northern Irish comedian. Yeah, I wonder if after he gets somebody out like Will Luxton with that delivery, he turns around and says, it's the way I bowl them. As Revis punches one to Hudson Prentice there at mid-on, no run. Lindsay O'Regan, good afternoon to you. Email in from him in a mo, because Carson's bowling again, and Revis, there is turn, and Revis helps that partially by design, partially with a bit of inside edge about it. Square on the leg side for one. Lindsay says a very skittish innings that from Johnny Bairstow. Doesn't seem to possess much by the way of mental equilibrium. And would do well to watch and learn from Will, playing much more composed. Well, they're both back in the changing rooms at this moment in time, as we know, as Tattersall pushes at one outside off stump. No run. And Lindsay goes on to say he likes Will a lot. Sound technique. I think he just needs one good first-class score and he'll be on his way. Well, he got a good first-class score today. There's an appeal for LBW here. Gone. Tattersall beaten, and from a good position, Yorkshire have lost 2 quick wickets, and everything starts to feel like it's changing.
That one, didn't seem to look quite right, but let's see it again. Oh, it was turning like he was back on his stumps, but that turned quite away.
We've got an update coming up any second now with BBC Radio Leeds.
Johnny Tattersall was LBW to the bowling of Jack Carson for 16.
There we go. 16 for Johnny Tattersall.
George Hill.
LBW to Jack Carson, who's picked up those 2 wickets since the tea break, so there's some encouragement for spin out there. Tattersall disappointed as he makes his way back off. And George Hill, well, I think it's probably fair to say, needs a few runs for his own self-confidence as much as anything. He was saying things in interviews during the 50-over competition after he got his 6 for 28 at rugby the other week. More in a moment, because here's the update. Yeah, not great news for Yorkshire supporters listening in, because they've just lost 2 quick wickets on the evening side of the tea break. Will Luxton returned 59 not out. Johnny Tattersall 12 not out at 214 for 4 when they stepped back out there at 20 past 4. And here, 13 minutes later, they've lost Will Luxton, who was bowled in the first over back by Jack Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, for 59 from 130 deliveries, 8 fours, batted well. Was given a life earlier in the day. And now skipper Johnny Tattersall has been got out by Carson as well, LBW, just a couple of minutes ago for 16. So a strong position has become a little weaker. They still have 4 wickets remaining. They're of course in front at this moment in time by 35 runs on the scoreboard, with Matthew Revis out there not out on not out on 6, I should say, and George Hill, who's just joined him, not out on 0. Still trying to build a sizable lead and put some pressure on Sussex when they get to bat second time around. They're making a little bit heavier weather than they were earlier in the day. 224 for 6.
You got there eventually.
Yep. Yeah. Some days you do, some days you don't.
It flows, some days it's. But you got all the relevant information in there, which is the main thing. 224 for 6. Clark down the hill, bowls, and Revis nicely off the back foot down to the west side of the ground. He's going to pick up at least 3 runs, as that's just kept in, and the batsman back comfortably for a third. So 2 very good young batsmen here. Revis probably, if he kicks on, could certainly bat at number 6, I think. Okay, he's at 7 now, so that's not a big thing. But George Hill, I mean, really on top form. He's in the top 5, and coming in at number 8, well.
Yes, as I was saying just before the update there, before I was rudely interrupted by the update, George said to me in his interview when he got 6 for 28, you know, well bowled, George. Yeah, thanks, but it makes a change because I'm not getting any runs, or worse to that effect. So he's been a little bit down in that respect with his run scoring, as he just plays a dot there into the offside. And basically, as you were just saying, DT, we know he can play.
Yeah, he can certainly play. But it's the advantage, of course, of being an all-rounder, because although he wouldn't, he wouldn't be jumping up and down with his 6 for 28 because he's not scoring runs. He's still 6 for 28. Next delivery from Clark is clipped up to mid-on. There was a little bit of excitement because it was in the air for 2/3 of the way there, but never going to carry. 2:27 for 6. So Adrian sitting outside waiting for his cue to update Radio Sussex. You hear the noise around the ground. It's how much louder it is, isn't it, than it was Lindy's first thing in the morning when it's more of a murmur. It's a word for a sort of loud murmur, a sort of buzz, perhaps. Would buzz be the word, a buzz around the ground?
Yeah, we'll go with buzz. Jack Carson is going to bowl from this Peasholm Park end again. Why wouldn't he? He's been successful so far in this session. There's a short leg and now a leg slip in place as the first ball of the over is punched away really square on the leg side for a single by Matthew Revis. Just see a few stragglers dashing past before that ball was bowled. I was sitting outside when 3 black-clothed ladies, presumably I think in their uniform from the catering staff from the marquee, came around the back of the sight screen as Carson's in and Hill punches out towards Sean Hunt coming in from the cover boundary, 1 run. And the steward, you could hear her politely say, would you mind just staying where you are behind the screen, please, because the bowler's about to bowl. And by process of negotiation, the head of these 3 ladies decided that it was more important that she went, so she just went. As Revis turns this one into the leg side, no run. And I know we moan about officious stewards and all that. I've done that plenty of times on broadcasts, but she was being very polite and she was doing the right thing because of the game, because you aren't supposed to walk behind the bowler's arm. But no, the other lady decided that was it, she was off. Fortunately, the batsman batter didn't kick up a fuss as Revis blocks one. Carson turns again. And Revis tries to force this one a little bit more, but can only force it back to the bowler. So quite how a diplomatic incident was avoided, I'm not sure, but the world carried on. 2:29 for 6. Revis has punched one away into the leg side. Good piece of fielding there by Clark at mid-wicket. Yep. And that denied Revis a run. Ollie Robinson skips off the field. Ollie Carter skips on.
How many more times is he going to go off today?
I don't know, I was talking to some of the spectators at the tea break just now, and Ollie Robinson came off and slammed the door. And I said, well, we did hear that up in the commentary box. We weren't sure because we couldn't see from our position. It's just obscured as the door, isn't it? Whether or not he did slam it or whether it was the wind that took it. But of course the supporters, no, he definitely slammed it. Yeah. When they left the field earlier in the afternoon, this was a while back.
So Clark starts a new over, and there's a strangled appeal there for LBW as that ball, full pitch ball, just blocked in the end by George Hill. George Hill, who's one of the lads who turned up and lost on the last question to the dads last night. So Clark bowls to him, and that's well outside the off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. Quieter night tonight, I think, Doidgy.
You think so? We're not going to do an impromptu quiz in some pub or restaurant then?
Just a quiet pint in the North Riding, I think. Clark bowls, and that's another delivery well outside. I mean, if Hill had wanted to play at that, he probably wouldn't have been able to reach it. So. Lovely sunny evening, still that bit of wind. There's not too many shirt sleeves in the crowd. There's one down there, but mostly wrapped up, mostly arms folded as well for a bit more warmth. Clark Bowles, that's a cracking delivery. Again, that's just really flown, and John Simpson has taken that head height behind the stumps, a little bit too wide to cause the batsman problems, but it flew. What's that ding? Is Adrian's egg boiled or something?
It's such a laugh being on commentaries with Harmsy, even when he's not on air.
This next ball is through, and Simpson takes, so that's 4 in a row outside off stump. Ding is easy. That's it.
He's just looking at the Chelsea fixtures for the 2024-25 campaign.
I didn't realise he's a big Chelsea man. He's living where he does. He should be Brighton, shouldn't he? Next ball, last of the over. Hill up on his toes, plays it out square. There's an easy single there.
We're going to leave the broadcast in the care of Harmsy and NASA between 4:50 and 5:20. DT, do you think we can do that, or is it a bit like handing it to sort of Frank Spencer or whatever for 30 minutes?
Yes. Would be.
I think
back
Harmsy's
on 1970s comedy shows again.
Harmsy's vocabulary extends further than Frank's.
I've had a bit of trouble.
As Carson is in, good use of feet by George Hill, who comes down the pitch and plays that to long on where Hudson Prentice was fielding. They picked up 1. Can you imagine Fred and Frank in a 2-way? Carson in. Revis turns this one off his legs. There's no fielder down backward of square, so there's a long chase here for somebody, and they're going to certainly run 3. You wouldn't put it past them to run 4. No, they're not quite going to make that. They have got through for 3 though. He just tickled it round the corner. He's never going to make the boundary. So 3 to Revis, takes him to 13. You would have had a bit of trouble, lad, facing my bowling.
That's all he did, basically, wasn't it, Frank Spencer? He did some very good stunts, to be fair, Michael Crawford.
Carson is in. That's turned into the leg side by Hill, but can't get it past Clark. No run. I think you'd have to say that he was a unique television character, wasn't he? There's been nobody else. You can see similarities in some that are successful, but I can't remember anybody else quite like him doing that. As Carson is in, and that's pinged away backward of square leg by George, who's going to pick up 2 runs, taking the score to 5. I mean, there may have been somebody before my time as a television watcher, which you and Harmsy might have picked up on, but I'm too young to remember anybody else similar. Carson is in. Oh, now beaten here. George Hill has an appeal for LBW, but not given by Tom Longley. I remember. Do you remember the Selwyn Froggatt?
Oh yeah, Bill Maynard.
Bill Maynard, yeah. He was a bit of a hapless character, wasn't he? A bit like Frank, but I don't think he was in quite the same mould. Carson in again. Turn again down the incline, and George successfully defending George Hill. So 5 to him, 13 to Revis, 236 for the loss of 6 wickets. Still a lot of cricket to be played today. Sylvia says, oh dear, the old adage, add 2 wickets to the score has changed things somewhat. Need to dig in now for a significant lead. And David Coleman says he may be the well he spins them from Carson, but the real jokes have come from some of the umpiring decisions today at Barbados. End of the pier stuff.
Sure they've had that bad a game, have they?
No.
It's always the thing, it's very easy to say, oh, well, that doesn't look a good decision, and then watch it another 5 times on a replay and decide that maybe it wasn't, but they've been pretty good. Clark starts a new over. Ooh, had a little fiddle at that one, Revis, outside the... made a bit of fiddle. 13 to Revis, 5 to Hill. Nearly in trouble there. Didn't want to get at the bat on that, did he, Betty? .236 for 6. Field changing, another slip coming in. This has been an impressive spell, hasn't it, from Clark? I don't know how far down the pecking order he is as far as bowlers coming on, but he's got a bit of bounce, and he's obviously impressed John Simpson, who's given him another slip. That's played back. No run to be had there. I suppose another one who's always getting into trouble, certainly in the later series, was Compo, wasn't he, on Last of the Summer Wine? He was always getting into dodgy go-karts and things like that. But you're right, I mean, Frank Spencer, some of those stunts were incredible. Next delivery is played wide of mid-on, and a comfortable single there. So Ollie Robinson came in, shied underarm at the stumps, but Revis was comfortably back. I think this one they did where he actually roller skates down a hill and under an articulated lorry.
That was
unbelievable.
yeah.
Next delivery is crashed front of square, and that's going to bring George Hill a couple of runs. That's all he's going to get, because there was a sweeper out there on the boundary, but that'll please him, playing a shot like that.
Yeah, nicely played.
Authoritative shot, wasn't it?
One of my earliest television memories, really,
50-run lead. Go on.
Was the one where he was hanging off the edge of the car, off the cliff. One of the first things I can remember about watching television and laughing as a child.
Delivering the throw, and Simpson takes moving to his right.
Good afternoon to you, Mike Britton, who says watching both games at the same time. I'm assuming that means either England or Durham, or possibly Middlesex, or somebody else anyway. With regards to the word kookaburra and the famous cricket ball, when the word kookaburra is mentioned, it sends a shiver down my spine. Back in the 90s, played against an Australian touring team using a kookaburra during the match and got hit on the inner thigh, and to this day still got a scar.
George Hill gets one short of a length, and he plenty of bottom hand in that. He punches it away in front of square over mid-wicket, and 4 runs, which takes him into double figures. He's got 11, 243 for 6. The lead now 54. Wasn't quite in control.
No,
was it?
No, it wasn't. It took it a little bit high. Yeah.
Safe out there.
Yeah, not a million miles from being that shot that Johnny Bairstow played earlier in the day that went up in the air and Ollie Robinson dropped. But yeah, he did a bit more control over it than that. But I wouldn't say it was 100% in control of it.
What I never understand with the kookaburra, we don't like kookaburra balls, do we? We think
no.
rotten things. Why doesn't some enterprising Brit actually buy the kookaburra company and start making kookaburra balls to the specifications of the Duke? That would solve all the problems.
Mike certainly says he'd prefer to use a Duke, as Carson is in for the first ball of the over, and Revis stepping back. Has a flick at one and it misses through the gloves of Simpson. There's more like a leg gully now than leg slip, really, as well as a short leg. And a slip. Sweeper on the offside, sweeper out on the leg side. Interesting field, really, set for Jack Carson here, who is bowling one a bit too leg stumpish and has been picked off for a single by Matthew Revis. Mark Clayton, good afternoon to you, has put a video up. Well, he's actually sent me the video that Sussex have put up on Twitter of the Johnny Bairstow LBW, and says, "I'm going up for this?" ? As stretching forward to play a solid defensive shot is George Hill here. No run.
What was debatable about the Bairstow? Whether they hit him outside the line? Or?
Having seen that now, because I didn't see it on any footage before that. Oh, George Hill dancing down the pitch as failed to play the shot that he wanted to. Fortunately for him, he did take the ball with him somehow and avoided potentially being stumped by a country mile because he was a long way down. Does like to use his feet against spin. 244 for 6, Carson. Holding right arm over the wicket. George this time with a sensible little defensive push.
I suppose we would move out and let the other team in.
We outstayed our welcome, we have, haven't we? Yeah.
Is it time
Maybe we should let Harmsy back in there, and then Nasser can take over from me in the chair here. Dead ball signals Lungley as Carson ran in and then failed to deliver. Hill on 11, Revis on 15. Harmsy back alongside, and here's Carson, and George uses his feet again, but doesn't get to the pitch, and there is some spin. Ball cannons into him and they get through. He doesn't signal a leg by, so he must have got some bat on it. So the score should go to 245 and George to 12, and it does. End of the over then. 64 of those now complete in this Yorkshire first innings. They've got an okay sort of lead so far with 4 wickets remaining, but you wouldn't say they're in total control of this match by any stretch of the imagination, Harmsy.
No, I was just going to say, I'm a little surprised Sussex haven't gone spin at both ends, and they're going to do that now because James Coles, the left-arm spinner, is going to come into the attack. Lovely email from Hugh Johnson, who's a photographer by trade, and a big Sussex supporter. He thanks us for the commentary, but he says, I remember when I was a young assistant doing a shoot at Primrose Valley Caravan Park near Skegness, which I think was the largest in Europe. We stayed in the Grand Hotel Scarborough for a few days during cricket week and had dinner alongside the Yorkshire team in the large dining room. It was very traditional, with all the players dressed very smart in their tie and blazers, no tracksuits. They had a very long table which must have had between 20 and 30 players, coaches and admin. As a young cricket fan, it was great to see, and now a very traditional, distant memory. It must have been in the late summer of 1981 too. He's suggesting maybe Boycott, David Bairstow, Raymond Illingworth, etc. were all in the Yorkshire team. He goes on to say, one shoot we had to do was on the large sandy beach with several donkeys where all the locals sat in deck chairs wearing Fair Isle jumpers. We paid them all £5 or £10 each to remove their jumpers and sit without a shirt, inferring it was hot weather rather than a bitterly cold wind. In comes Coles and bowls. It's clipped to backward point. Good bit of fielding there. They go through for a single, but it was a good bit of fielding at backward point by Jack Carson, I think, who's a real competitor, Jack Carson. He hates losing. In comes Coles. Round the wicket, bowls, and stepping back is Hill. Plays it into the offside, fielded by Carson again, and it's another single. Useful lead this for Yorkshire, but from a Sussex point of view, maybe not as bad as it looked as if it might be when Bairstow was looking as if he was going to take the Sussex attack to the cleaners.
Yeah, useful, but not quite there for Yorkshire. They'd probably want over 100, I reckon.
57 the lead so far. Coles in, bowls, played by Revis into the covers, and there is no run.
As a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, we always thought this was going to be it. I mean, it's Sussex. Jack Carson has dragged Sussex back into this, to be honest. Coles round the wicket again, bowls wide outside the off stump, and Revis eases that one out to deep point, picks up a single.
Yeah, 3 for 39 off 12 overs.
Well, he's been excellent. I mean, you pick up, Bairstow, Tattersall and Luxton, 3 big wickets in the Yorkshire middle order. In comes Coles again, bowls and clipped. I thought it was in the air for a while from George Hill, who's just looked a little frustrated against the spinners. Dave was saying in the last over, he seemed to be trying to get down the wicket to Jack Carson, which always gives encouragement to the spinner. There's a slip and a short leg. Coles in again, bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump. It's rather carved away again to that fielder on the cover boundary. Who's Finn Hudson-Prentice, gets in the throw. Not a particularly threatening over that, I didn't think, from James Coles. End of the over, 248 for 6.
I guess all of this will help in terms of the over rate for Sussex, won't it?
Well, it certainly will, and I'm not quite sure what the latest is in terms of where they were on over rate at tea. Hopefully we'll find that out.
And it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to continue by the looks of things for Sussex.
Yeah.
Very effective in this game so far.
Well, and I think they'll keep bowling him because he's looked like... I mean, the two players who've looked like taking wickets for Sussex have been Jed Evanuka, who I think has been excellent, and Jack Carson. So unsurprisingly, cast his carrying goes now a slip and a leg slip, Nasser.
Yeah, and it is Jack Carson, and he's into George Hill. There's no run there.
I mean, I guess there's every possibility. We could see Sussex batting again tonight. The amount of overs we've got left, that's not an improbability.
Yeah, Jack Carson comes in again. This next delivery as George Hill comes out, and is he going to be caught out into the deep? Yes, he is. He's going to be caught, and he went airborne.
I think that's poor cricket by George Hill, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, went airborne and was in the air for a very, very long time, and into the safe hands of the fielder there.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Finn Hudson-Prentice, so good catch taken in the deep. And that is the end of George Hill. So, not a good shot, as Adrian suggested just a few moments ago. And now Yorkshire lose yet another wicket.
Well, we were saying, weren't we, that it looked a little edgy against the spin of Carson in the previous over, like he was trying to get down the track after him. There's a long on out, and it was straight down Finn Hudson-Prentice's throat. So 4 wickets for Jack Carson. And when you think Yorkshire were at one stage 194 for 3, so they've lost 4 for 54.
Yep.
Since Johnny Bairstow gone out.
No, it's not a good middle order collapse, pretty much, and it's not going to help Yorkshire's cause. Matthew Reeves is still there. He's got made 16, and hopefully the tail can wag for Yorkshire and add on to the 59. I mean, 300 seems a long way away now with some of these batsmen that are coming in, but we shall see. Plenty of overs still to play tonight. 34-ish.
Well, we would lose 2 if there was a change, but I mean, it's very possible that Sussex could be batting again tonight. This game is sort of moving on apace.
Yeah.
Anyway, Carson picks up his 4th wicket.
And he's going to bowl again. So, yeah, Carson very, very effective. 4 for 39 now. Just over 12 overs. That was the second delivery of this over. He's going to come in and bowl again now to the new batsman. And he comes in, his first ball, and it's just played out in front of him.
25 wickets for the season for Jack Carson.
Yeah, so Jordan Thompson is in fact the new batsman who's facing Jack Carson. So it's really helped Sussex's cause this afternoon, and he comes in again, and this one played out again in front of him by Jordan Thompson. Not only has he improved Sussex's run rate, but over rate, I beg your pardon, but he's also certainly helped with wickets, 4 of them so far. And James Cole as well, quite tidy on the other side, just the 1 over from him. As Jack Carson comes in again, and this next delivery. Again, an attempted attacking shot. He aimed it leg side, but it went offside, didn't it really, I think? Just sort of squirted off the bat and didn't really go anywhere, and in the end, batsman crossing over.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're certainly looking to attack Carson, but as with all off-spinners, they like it when the batter gets down the track to them, and interestingly, John Simpson's got his mid-off and mid-on up, so he's encouraging the batter to hit the ball over the top.
So it's Reeves now on the other side, and he's facing much more correct, and just pushing the ball out in front of him. And another successful over for Sussex, and certainly for Jack Carson, another wicket for him in this game.
Yes, his previous, or Jack Carson's best return in first-class record is 5 for 79, but he is a player who's very much on the England radar. He's been away with England Lions. He spent some time with Graham Swan, so he is a bowler who England have certainly. I'm not saying he's anywhere near a Test appearance. Don't think that. But he's certainly, all he could do is take wickets on an off spinner, and he will certainly be in the conversation, I would think, for tours during the winter. I'm not sure whether he'll go to Well, I don't know. Maybe could go to Pakistan. I don't know. I mean, they're going to take Leach. They'll probably take Bashir. I mean, they might take Jacks. But I mean, Carson must be in the conversation. And I think this is a good bowling change by John Simpson, because he's bringing Jaydev Anukat back into the attack, who's looked like taking wickets. 249 for 7 are Yorkshire, as in comes Anukat. From the Trafalgar Square end, he bowls and let go by Thompson. That wasn't far away from the off stump, you know, his hands on heads.
No.
Well, so the James Coles experiment didn't last too long, and I didn't think it was a particularly threatening over. Whether John Simpson decided to bring him back to hasten through the overs, I don't know, but we'll have to try and find out where.
Yeah, this is going to be a handy little spell if Unadkat can make a breakthrough on the other side as well. Maybe clear up the tail. Just 3 wickets for Sussex to get now, and we could see Sussex batting again. Anukat
races towards us in bowls, and Thompson is solidly forward. Plays to mid-off. There is no run. Ollie Carter is back on the field, the Sussex 12th man. I think I saw Finn Hudson-Prentice leave the field after he took that catch. I mean, I don't think he looked like he'd hurt his hand at all, but he did leave the field. 249 for 7, 66 overs gone with this ball. Robinson suggesting a fielding change to Anukat. Sussex do need to be very careful here, you know, because I'm not convinced, even with Carson bowling as much as he has, that they're changing it around again, that their over rate is very much improved from where it was. Anukat in again, bowls, and Thompson plays firmly to mid-on, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, and again there is no run. 1 or 2 people starting to drift away, 1 or 2 people putting on coats. It is quite chilly out there. If you're out in the sun, I'm looking at the steward down below us who is pretty muffled up. That being said, the gentleman down below us has got shorts on and a t-shirt, and he doesn't look like he's too bothered by the cold, but certainly the wind is not it's not as strong as it was, but it's a chilly wind. But the sun is back with us, bathing the ground as in comes Anukat bowls. That's wide outside the off stump. Thompson lets that one go through to Simpson, and there is no run. I think Sussex have fought back well here. I did rather fear when that catch went down that off Johnny Bairstow, the catch dropped by Ollie Robinson. I rather feared that Bairstow then, who hit I think the next ball for 6, and you thought crumbs Sussex really were on the back foot, but they've shown a lot of character since then.
Very, very good passage of play for them, certainly from wickets. The loss of after the Yorkshire's loss of Johnny Bairstow.
And Anukat again. In bowls. Thompson reaches for that, and the ball, I lost track of it slightly, but he sort of paddled it away onto the leg side. The applause around the ground is to the 250 for Yorkshire, and that gives Yorkshire a lead of 61. Could be 61 vital runs in this clash at the, well, it is really the top of Division 2. Yorkshire top coming into this game, but sorry, Sussex top, but Yorkshire with a win here would really be snapping at Sussex's heels going into the final 4 matches of the season. Middlesex visiting Yorkshire next week for a game at Headingley. So it's all really bubbling up into a very exciting end of season. Now Sussex want another change. They're moving the mid-wicket back, and I think umpires generally take quite a dim view of this, because it will be the umpires who will decide, well, you know, about over rates, etc. Anukat in, bowls, Revis is forward, plays it down the track. Revis, Anukat fields off his own bowling. It is the end of another over. I can see John Simpson is sort of running between overs here, and he's going to have a chat to Ollie Robinson. Now I wonder what all that's about, because I think I'd be inclined to keep Jack Carson going here. He's picked up 4 wickets. Finn Hudson-Prentice has come back onto the field, the Sussex all-rounder, and Ollie Carter has made his way off. And if you've just joined us, well, a very good afternoon. Where have you been all day? Because it's been a really good day's cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, York, Sheffield, and other BBC radio stations around Yorkshire. The news here that Yorkshire are 250 for 7, leading Sussex by 61. Jack Carson, very much the man of the moment. Sussex comes in around the wicket and bowls, and I've taken your over. I do apologise.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Nasser Hanif and Adrian Harms here.
That's
on commentary duties.
Absolutely fine, Adrian. Yeah, first ball No run off that, so nothing really of significance to report as he comes in to bowl this second delivery. And he comes in again and bowls this next one. It's cut away, and it's going to be well fielded, but the batsman still cross for a quick single. All these valuable runs now coming at the this stage of the day.
I think that was James Coles who fielded that at backward point. He'll be ruining the opportunity. Put down Will Luxton just after lunch when Luxton was on 27. One of several catches that have gone down for Sussex today.
And it's Jack Carson again. Ball in hand, comes in past the umpire. This next delivery is just pushed out in front of him, and the batsman will come through for a quick single played towards the onside. And just a reminder for people in the other game, lots of games of course in Division 2, but the one that I guess people will be taking a keen interest, the Northants game. Northants 207 in their first innings, Middlesex 106 now for the loss of 4 wickets. So Middlesex trailing by 41 runs in that one as Jack Carson comes in again. This next delivery is played leg sides, but there's oohs and ahs from some of the fielders. It's gone through the leg side, squirted down, and the batsman will run through for another single. All these valuable runs now.
Well, they are. I mean, it's interesting yesterday. I mean, Jonathan and Dave have watched a lot of cricket at this ground, and they felt the Sussex score of 189 were possibly undercooked, but you never quite know here at and Sussex have chipped away. There has been a bit of spin for Carson, but you know, Yorkshire on top. They've got the lead. They've got the runs on the board.
Jack Carson comes in again, and this next ball again played out in front of him. The ball just trickles in front of the batsman, and there's no further additions to the total. Yorkshire, of course, have Moriarty amongst their ranks, and he took some wickets yesterday late on, didn't he? And there was a clatter of wickets late on as I was leaving, in fact. And it's Jack Carson again, comes through, and again the ball pushed out into the onside. There's going to be no further additions to the total. At the end of the over, it's Yorkshire 253 for the loss of 7 wickets. Matthew Reeves has made 17. George Thompson has made 4.
Yes, indeed. And I presume it's going to be Jay Becker, but I did look at, yeah, he's just peeling off his sweater, isn't it, as he makes his way in. 1 or 2 more people making their way towards the exits here, but still plenty of cricket to be played tonight. We're making up the 8 overs. Well, we lost 24 overs yesterday, and we'll make up overs today. And still over 30 overs left to be bowled.
Yeah.
We unfortunately, on the scoreboard that we can see, you can't see the overs ticking down.
Yeah, it looks like around 27 overs still to be bowled today.
That's a lot of cricket. So 2 slips in a gully for J. Devon Ucat, who's going to run in from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. He's got those white seats behind him. Sun shining brightly, quite a stiff breeze across the ground, and Ucat is in. Bowl short, and ducking underneath that is Jordan Thompson, signalled as the one for the over by umpire James Middlebrook at the far end of the ground. Lots of blue sky around. A few high-level cotton wool clouds. The forecast, as I understand, for here tomorrow is very good. I think if we were playing at Hove tomorrow, we wouldn't get any cricket because it's a horrible forecast on the south coast tomorrow. With a lot of rain, heavy rain as well.
Good bounce.
So we may well have had the better of things here.
Yeah, good bounce from Ucat in that last ball.
Very good. He's in again. Bowls and wide and hammered away by Thompson. Has that gone for 6?
6, it looks. Yeah.
Yes, it has.
6, yep. It was upish, aerial.
Well, he doesn't hang around Jordan Thompson. He plays a lot of white ball cricket, doesn't he? But it was slightly over pitch from J. Devon Ucat, and it was driven away backward a point over the ropes for 6 runs.
And
Jordan Thompson goes to 10, the total 259 for 7.
Yeah, and why not? Because Yorkshire could do with these runs.
Well, it's, as I say, he's a hard-hitting... I mean, I like Jordan Thompson. I think he's a good all-round cricketer. And he's a very handy player to be coming in at number 9. And Ucat won't like that. He's bowled very nicely today. Simpson keeps the 2 slips in place. And Ucat is in again. Bowls and Thompson driving. That's 4 more.
4 more.
Yeah, over-pitched and just drilled down the ground by J. Devon Ucat. By Jordan Thompson, I apologise. He goes to 14. 263 for 7. I just wonder here whether Jordan Thompson's made up his mind. I think, well, a quick 30 or 40 here might be very, very handy for Yorkshire.
Well, that'll
if
be
indeed it's going to be a lowish scoring game. And he certainly put bat to ball in it. Now this has prompted a change and a discussion, and it's not a criticism, it's an observation, and all you can do is to observe what's going on the field of play. But I think Sussex have been painfully slow in terms of some of their field placing. And as we understand, they are well behind on over 8. Here comes a look at Bowles, better delivery, and Thompson plays it onto the onside. There is no run. And someone will correct me, but I think Sussex have lost 2 points so far this season for slow over 8s, and goodness me, you don't want to get to the end of the season and find. I think Dave was saying earlier that Middlesex, there was a season where they went down because, ultimately because of their slow over 8s.
Yeah. They really don't want to be taking too many times over some of these fielding changes.
I know the umpires do. There's a consensus generally made about where sides are. Anukat in again, Bowles, and Thompson flicks this onto the leg side. Good tumbling save by Jack Carson, who loves being in the middle of the action. And there is no run. But I think generally speaking, umpires do take a dim view of things like helmets taking a while to be bought out, or drinks being bought out, or a fielding change being made in the middle of an over, that sort of thing that takes a while. That's, and I think it's quite right as well. There's overs to get through, and even in the very low level of cricket that I played, you always used to run between the overs, get up the other end, get started again.
Useful little lead now, 74 runs.
Now we've got another change. So he's just about to bowl. John Thompson's ready, and they've moved the second slip to about a fourth slip position. It's just these seconds, they all count. Anukat in, bowls. Thompson is forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Anukat looks frustrated. End of the over, 263 for 7, 14 to Jordan Thompson, 17 to Matthew Revis. If you just joined us, welcome to the BBC commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex and various BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire. Welcome also to the Yorkshire live stream that's currently showing the spectators sitting on the benches enjoying the sunshine here at Scarborough, where it's been very breezy throughout the day. But the great news was that we got underway at 11 o'clock. And it's been a good day's cricket. I can see Ollie Robinson is warming up, so I think we might be going to see a bit of Robinson from the Trafalgar Square end in the next over. You can see the wind is still blowing very strongly because Jack Carson's shirt and trousers are being ruffled and buffeted in the wind.
Yes, as Jack Carson now comes in, bowls first ball, new over, and that one punched down the ground past the bowler, and they'll collect another single. So they'll look now to Matthew Revis.
I just wonder here whether Sussex might be tempted to put someone back on the fence for Jordan Thompson, because I don't think Thompson's going to hang around here against the spinner.
Not 14 runs, 1-6, 1-4 in that. Jack Carson in again, the second one. Plays it to the onside and past mid-on. And they'll collect another single.
I mean, that being said, as I say, I think often with the off spinner, one of the tricks in the bag is to say, right, let's encourage him to hit over the top, because that's what George Hill tried to do, and didn't do so.
Yeah. It's going to be Jack Carson again this time. He's bowling to Matthew Revis, and that one played to, just clipped off his legs. No run there. Yeah. Sussex would dearly like to clean up and take these last couple of wickets.
They certainly would.
And here comes Jack Carson again. This next ball, again played out this time into the offside. And another run to the total for Yorkshire. 266 now for the loss of 7 wickets. A couple of half centuries in there for Johnny Bairstow, of course, and Will Luxton. But no one really going on from the half century as Jack Carson comes in again, and this next delivery is played out in front of him.
I think it's a wicket, Nasser, where patience has been rewarded for the batters.
Yeah.
Tom Alsop still the top scorer of the match with his 86. Crumbs Sussex, apart from that, only made 103.
Yeah, Jack Carson, and he's in again this time, and this time, oh, it's hoiked.
Yeah, that was a full toss.
Beautiful, John. That's going to go to the boundary. Another 4 runs to the total.
Well, he hasn't bowled many poor deliveries,
No.
Jack Carson, but that was a full toss, and Jordan Thompson, that was a gift.
Yeah.
And he pulled the way through wide. He's been on for 4 runs.
Yeah, he does seem to be adopting that strategy, Jordan Thompson, if it's going to be there. And that one, of course, as you quite rightly said, poor delivery. And that one's gone for 4, so 4 more valuable runs in the context of the game. And it might well be a low-scoring game, although talking to some people earlier, they're saying that the pitch sort of stays true to the end. So it's not going to do anything silly on the 3rd or 4th day, perhaps.
Well, we are going to see Ollie Robinson back into the attack for Sussex from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. 270 for 7, so the lead now is 81. Interesting, Dave and Jonathan were talking just after tea about what was a sort of minimum, and Dave was suggesting, you know, a total around about 300 gives a lead of 100 or so. That could be a very useful lead as far as Yorkshire are concerned. They're certainly in the box seat here.
Yeah. It's a psychology as well, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah. I mean, you know, so there's scoreboard pressure, isn't there? You know, Sussex, you know. Anyway, Robinson, who hasn't picked up a wicket so far, he'll be keen to address that. He comes running in from the Trafalgar Square end, running into bowl to Matthew Revis, and Revis right in behind that, plays it into the gully region, fielded by a scurrying Tom Haines. And there is no run. There are 2 slips and a backward point. There's a cover and a mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover point boundary. Then on the leg side, there's a mid-on, a deep backward square and a fine leg, who are probably only separated by about 20 yards or so. So there's a single pretty much anywhere on the leg side, to be honest, for Matthew Revis if he decides to take it. Robinson wheels around and is in again. Bowls, Revis is forward to a ball of good length, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Before this over, Ollie Robinson's figures were 15 overs, no wicket for 39, so tidy enough from Robinson, but not perhaps quite the penetration. Well, not the penetration, because Sussex would be hoping that their strike bowler would have picked up wickets. But that's really been left to Jack Carson, who's picked up 4, Jade Evan-Nucat with 2, and Finn Hudson-Prentice the other. Robinson trying to address that wickets column. He comes in and bowls, and Revis is forward. A ball pitching on about middle and off. He was looking to play it through the offside, and he repeats that shot. He actually ended up playing it to mid-on. And there is no run.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, weren't we, that he wasn't quite getting his line quite right, Ollie
I
Robinson.
don't think he has all day, to be honest. He's, you know, the odd one has, but he doesn't quite, particularly when it was very windy this morning. It's not quite as windy now, but it was very breezy first thing today as Robinson in again. Bowls and driven by Revis back to Robinson, who fields on the bounce. And again, there is no run. The skipper, John Simpson, claps his gloves together. If you haven't really been following the day's play, Sussex eventually out for 189. It didn't take too long this morning before Sean Hunt was LBW. To Jordan Thompson for a single, leaving Tom Alsop rather marooned on 86. Wonderful innings from Alsop. In 182 balls from memory. In comes Robinson. Bowls. Oh, and that's a play and a miss. And that wasn't a great shot by Matthew Revis.
Yeah.
He could so easily have got a nick on that. Good delivery by Robinson through into the gloves of Simpson. And there is no run. In reply, Adam Lyth made 24. Finley Bean 3. James Wharton 40. Rather gave his wicket away on the stroke of lunch, driving and a wide delivery. Will Luxton made 59. He made the most of being dropped just after lunch, when he'd made 27. The innings of the day, really from Johnny Bairstow, who came in and just looked like he was break off as Robinson in bowls, and Revis is going to get runs here, and he's going to get 4 of them. Down towards third man, Robinson looks rueful with his hand on his chin as the ball races away over the third man boundary for 4 runs. Revis goes to 23, 274 for 7. Yeah, he really did look in the mood, Johnny Bairstow. The minute he walked onto the field, he was bursting with confidence. A couple of sixes, and he really did look as if he was going to take Sussex to the cleaners, but he was trapped by Jack Carson. Johnny Tattersall, the skipper, made 16, and George Hill looking to get down the track and hitting Carson over the top was caught at mid-on. Ollie Robinson has come. Is this Ollie Robinson who's come off the field? Yeah, it is.
Again?
He's come off the field on numerous occasions today.
It's not the first time today, is it?
Not quite sure why.
Yeah, we've got a subfielder coming on.
Jack Carson is going to carry on the attack. I think you've got one more over.
Yes, I have.
That's
I've got one more over.
I think
I'm going to give way to Dave.
Dave is going to rejoin us on commentary.
Yep, and it's Jack Carson in this next delivery. It's attempted square shot, sort of trickles out, no run there. But yeah, Matthew Reevis, Yorkshire will look to him now. 3 wickets for him, of course, in that first Sussex innings. So again, this time round they're going to look to his batting, see if we can add a few more runs here, help the Yorkshire cause. As in comes Carson again. This one played out in front of him by, in fact, Jordan Thompson.
He's just lining up that leg side boundary, isn't he, Jordan Thompson?
He really does want to see if he can get some quick runs here. But this time he's pushed it down to, flicked it off his legs. In fact, it's gone squarish, and they'll come through for a quick single. And that takes him on to 20. As Carson comes in again, this next delivery just that bobbled a bit and went over the stumps, and I think it's going to roll down towards the boundary, through past the wicket-keeper.
There are byes. That must have turned.
Yeah.
That really must have turned, because it's defeated John Simpson. It's gone down the leg side. Be quite interesting to see a replay of that, actually. I'm not sure if they came out of some bowler's foot marks. Let's have a little look.
And there was a delivery that did that earlier as well in the day, another wicket that fell.
Well, I can't quite see from that angle.
In fact, it was Carson's previous wicket, I think, where he did spin it quite considerably. It's going to be Carson again. And this next reverse sweep attempted, and the ball hits the pad, and no connection with the ball whatsoever.
Sure, that's one of those, when it comes off it looks great, and when you're plumb LBW, you... what's happened here? Was he hit on the head? Yeah, I think he was.
As the ball bounced up, bobbled up.
Yes, he did. He went to reverse sweep, and the ball has hit him on the helmet, and that means we've got a further delay. So the physio will come trotting on. Probably gives us an opportunity to bring Dave back in.
Indeed, yeah. So I'm going to give way to Dave.
Because we are going to have a break in play. We are going to see Nasser again at about 10 to 6. We'll be joined by Doiji, who is off meeting as many fans around the ground. So we have got a break in play, and that's an opportunity for more. So Ollie Robinson is now back on the field. It looks like Daniel Hughes has come on. This is going to be a long session, Dave, and if this light holds, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see us still here at around about 7:30. I can see Paul Farbrace is out on the outfield, the Sussex head coach, nattering away to one of the fielders on that leg side. Brave man, Paul. He's got his shorts on. Not really sure his shorts weather today. But another delay. And,
I know they have to have a sort of one-size-fits-all protocol for being struck on the head, but you know, when slow bowler, when it's just popped up, and
I sensed a groan from you.
Yeah, there's no way around it, but we know he's not going to have concussion from that. Or if he is, he's got serious problems. If he can be concussed by a little flick on the helmet like that. But it's got to be done. But it's just a little bit tiresome. 279 for 7 then, and that represents, Adrian, a lead of exactly 90.
Yeah, and 90 really useful runs, aren't they? I mean, you know, who knows whether this is...
You're all right with your headset there?
Yes, I'm...
Give it a good old clang, and sort yourself out. Yes.
There we go.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a relatively low... Well, you know, is it a low-scoring game-ish? But, you know, 90 runs. I mean, Yorkshire most definitely on top here. Carson in again, bowls to Revis, who's stoutly forward, plays it back down the track. That is the end of the over. So 72 overs gone. A new ball would be available in 8 overs' time. I remember when Jason Gillespie was coach at Sussex, and of course someone that you know very well, Dave, and coach here as well. He was very keen to say the new ball is available, not due, and he's absolutely right. The lads on the live stream are showing someone who's doing a crossword. We can't quite see the clues, but it looks to me as if that crossword is pretty much completed. They may be looking after us. Oh, he's moved his leg. The gentleman moved his leg, so we couldn't see. But he looked like he was still looking for one of the words. Or perhaps 12 across or something, I don't know. But it's going to be Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson from the Trafalgar Square end runs in bowls, and that's a nasty short delivery to Thompson, and that's the first one we've really sort of seen kick from on a wicket line, on a batsman line, if you like. We've seen quite a few kick from outside the off stump, and Yorkshire bowlers, Revis and Thompson out there, they won't mind seeing that too much.
No, I agree. There's been more bounce, Dave, hasn't there, bowling from that Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Yes. Here's Robinson again, bowls, and Thompson likes the ball in his half, not up around his chest somewhere, but he'll cope with it. Jordan Thompson, it was a cracking game of cricket here that ultimately decided the 2016 championship when Middlesex won it, and Steve Finn running down the hill and bowling quickly, and on the final afternoon is a memory, getting plenty of bounce and ball fizzing through. But it's a sort of elevation of our commentary position does make it look more of a hill than it actually is, the incline, but whatever it is, Robinson runs down it, and that delivery is well, it's plucked out a fourth stump, that one, isn't it? Just narrowly missed the timbers, as I think Thompson was waiting for another short delivery and got rather flummoxed with that one. Being Jordan Thompson, the big show from the Yorkshire lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
he'll have an answer, or he'll want to have an answer to Robinson.
Yeah, he will. I'm sure he will.
Let's see what happens, this ball. Another short delivery into the ribs, and just turned round the corner for a comfortable enough single. Scoreboard ticks over again. 280. 280 is a reasonable Adrian first innings score.
Right, okay.
Sussex have got 280. 320, decent enough. Obviously in the game against Gloucestershire, we saw Lythe and Bean put on pretty much that themselves, a record opening partnership. Robinson bowls to Revis this time, and Revis has a flat-footed flash at that one outside the off stump, and
he's
goes through to Simpson.
I mean, he's beaten the bat today, Ollie Robinson, on a number of occasions. So you could say he's been, his figures could quite easily be sort of 3 for 50 or something. I'm going to need to do an update to this on BBC Radio Sussex. I might just ask Nasir to come in for 5 minutes, if that's okay.
If he wants to, I can just
you can keep nattering away, whatever you want to do.
It's up to him. So you go off and do what you got to do, Adrian. We'll see you back shortly. Robinson bowls, and Revis plays that up to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. And I think for the first time, and probably the last time in the couple of days that we're working together.
Yeah, it's going to be the first and last. It's going to be quick.
Nasser's back on.
Short and sweet.
Nasser's back on strike, as they say. So.
Yeah, short and sweet. Short and sweet. And I think it's going to be Jack Carson to continue by the looks of things, is it?
Have you enjoyed your couple of days in Scarborough? I
certainly have, yeah. I've been here before, but certainly not to the cricket.
No, you brought the family and stuff, didn't you?
I did bring the family and stuff. Quite a different experience. Yeah, it's going to be Jack Carson who's going to carry on from this end, and bowls first ball. No run off the first delivery of this brand new over from Jack Carson, taking all the wickets today.
Come on, you've been here for 2 days. What is this end?
This is the Peas Moat.
No, Peas Home.
Peas Home. I thought there was a moat in there somewhere.
There probably is.
Jack Carson, second ball of the over, and this one punched out into the offside, and the batsman will come through for a single.
Yes, a lake in there. Peaton Park behind us is it's got a little lake, you know. I think it's man-made one, and that's why they have the Battle of the River Plate for the tourists a couple of times a week. It's not been on today. You might have heard a few crash and bangs yesterday.
Yeah, I did hear some of those.
Fun.
Yeah. As Jack Carson comes in again, this next delivery is just played out in front of him by Matthew Reeves. No run there. Yeah, there's a bit of a slope to this ground as well, isn't there, Dave?
Yeah, just saying, it
tiny
tends to be exaggerated from our elevated position.
Here we go, and this next delivery again from Jack Carson. No run. It looked at as he tried to bowl that delivery, he was going to try to give it a bit more of a tweak. I don't know. Certainly looked that way from his action.
Looks a good bowler, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Comes in again. This next ball. And this one is lofted, in fact, by Reeves, and it's going to go for 4 more runs, 4 more valuable runs for Yorkshire.
I thought when he hit that was going for 6, but
yeah, it's
inside the ropes.
Yeah, inside the ropes. So yeah, all useful runs these, as we approach that near 100 lead. And it's Jack Carson, and he's in again. This next ball, more carefully played by the batsman this time. The ball bobbles in front of him.
Yeah, I think he was just waiting for that one that was given a little bit more air, and when it arrived, bang, he hit it and over the top. Scored a very good 100 here last year. Matthew Reeves against Derbyshire. Very good, very promising all-rounder, isn't he? He seems to bowl quite well here, certainly running down the hill with as the Australians say, he's a big unit.
Yeah. And he did the interviews yesterday as well, didn't he? Taking all those wickets, 3 wickets for him yesterday. So he had a good day certainly yesterday, and now hoping to replicate that with the bat.
He's yeah, big lad. He certainly didn't go short on his meat and veg when he was a lad. Didn't need to be told to eat up, I'm sure. Short delivery there from Robinson. Starts this new over, and that's taken by Simpson as far too short to bother Jordan Thompson. Jordan Thompson can, if the ball's in his half, it'll go. He doesn't die wondering.
No.
Self-proclaimed big show, as he known in the Yorkshire side, named after Glenn Maxwell. He's the Australian big show. Robinson bowls to him again. That's in his half, and well, he just clipped it around the corner to back with square for a single. The scoreboard ticks over again.
Yeah, 30-40 more runs here from Jordan Thompson. Very, very valuable in the context of this game.
So 286 for 7, just 3 runs away from a 100-run innings lead. It's not a decisive lead, but certainly more than handy. Right-handed Matthew Reeves on strike now. A couple of slips and then perhaps a 4th slip, 5th slip. Next delivery from Robinson, up on his toes, pushes it out into the offside. No run. 3 men on the complete the offside field, then 2 slips and a 5th slip. A bit too fine to be a gully. Then deep backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and then 2 men out. One at a pretty square, deep square leg, and then a fine leg verging on a long leg in front of the old pavilion. As that next was
good thing these batsmen put themselves in, haven't they? They're in their 20s, 23 and 27 respectively, to both Reeves and Thompson. Thomas, the more attacking of the 2 batsmen, Reeves perhaps less so, but both of them certainly adding valuable runs in this late sunshine here at Scarborough. And yeah, if they can just keep their wickets intact, add a few more runs.
Robinson bowls, and that's Reeves up on his toes, playing to that deep backward square position. A position first made popular by Duncan Fletcher during the 2005 Ashes in most coaches and captains have very wisely deployed it since, because it does save a lot of runs.
The goals sound as though they're getting a bit more noisier.
Well, they're hungry this time of day. They knew there were going to be rich pickings when people leave half-eaten pieces of fish and trays of discarded chips. Robinson round the wicket to Thompson, and that's down the leg side. That's a little flash at it. If you make a mistake here, as I did on Wednesday night before the game had started, of having some fish and chips, ate them in my car, I got a gull looking very sorry for itself, actually sitting on the bonnet of the car and looking at me eating the chips, and I thought, Yorkshire fish and chips.
Yeah.
You know how many chips they put on. They put there's half a potato field goes onto each tray of chips, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Far too many. So I got a decent number of chips left. So I got out and finished the fish. Got out of the car, spread them around on the a few feet away from the car. Oh my goodness! This Alfred Hitchcock film, the birds. They came from everywhere, and within, I'm not kidding you, within half a minute, all the chips were gone. Absolutely all the chips have disappeared. So.
And you're probably not the only person who'd be doing that during the course of the day. Here comes Jack Carson again. First ball, new over, no run.
Well, your average Yorkshire gull is that fat. Half of them are wearing lycra these days.
The sea air's right from this part of the county as Jack Carson comes in again. This next one, attempted square pull, square cut rather, and ball just going into sort of the gully area. No run there.
Didn't quite get hold of it, did he?
No. You got a slip in there, the wicketkeeper, and a couple of close infielders on the leg side, sort of leg slip, and a close infielder also on the leg side, sort of short leg.
That's an interesting position, isn't he?
Yeah, so
silly mid-on?
silly mid-on in the eye line of the batsman, trying to put him off perhaps. As Carson comes in again. This next delivery, Revis up on his toes and punches that out into the offside, and there's no run. And I think Adrian has finished, and I'm shortly going to give way to Adrian after Jack Carson comes in again. And this next delivery is hoiked again, uppish, and in fact it looks as though it's gone for 6. Yes, it has gone for 6. So 6 more runs. And that will take the lead over 100 now.
Brave shot that from Revis, because after he'd cleared a sort of deep mid-on in the previous over, and Carson has sent the mid-on back to deep mid-on all the way back to long on, and he still took it on and cleared him. So useful shot.
Really handy runs these. There's Carson, who's been quite mean with the runs. The next ball is played out in front of him carefully by the batsman on this occasion, having taken 6 off the last delivery. Yeah, very valuable runs. 23 and 34 now respectively. 34 to Matthew Revis, and he's the man who's facing at the moment. Jack Carson, again this time just the ball dribbling out into the offside, and that is in fact the end of the over. Yorkshire are 293 for 7. Revis has made 34, and on the other side it's Jordan Thompson who's made 23, and I'm going to give way now to Adrian.
Thanks very much to Nasser, who don't worry, he'll be back later. In fact, he'll be back in about 10 minutes, I think.
He will, yeah. I mean, a new ball is available for Sussex in just 4 overs' time. I was a little surprised to see Ollie Robinson back into the attack with a new ball imminent, but maybe the tactic is they wanted to keep Carson going. In fact, someone else has come off the field. Now, who's that who's left the field? In fact, looks like it's Jade Evan-Nugcat who's come off the field. Maybe to get some bowling boots on, because he's going to take the new ball, I would imagine. And I can't see any reason why John Simpson would delay taking the new ball. But it's going to be Ollie Robinson in the meantime, who's running in and bowling to Jordan Thompson, who plays into the offside and picks up a comfortable single. And that takes the total to... Is that, crumbs, my eyes are not the best. Is that 294, Dave?
Well done, Adrian.
Is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, you've got the sun shining on the electronic board over there. It's
Thank
nice.
you. That's
It's
made me
not
feel a
easy,
lot better.
Especially for an old fella like yourself.
Yeah, I know. A lead of over 100. Yorkshire in control. Robinson has got 2 slips of the gully in place. Comes running in from the Trafalgar Square end. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. I think sometimes Ollie Robinson has bowled the wrong line, but he also, when he's bowled some absolute beauties, and that was an absolute beauty. On another day, I think I said earlier, he might have picked up 2 or 3 wickets, and he's still wicketless. But these two down the order, and are perfectly capable batters, we know that, are showing that if you're playing straight and you're prepared to be patient, you know, this pitch doesn't hold a lot of terrors. Robinson again. In and bowls, and Revis is stoutly forward, plays out into the offside, fielded by Carter, and there is no run. It really is the most glorious evening here in Scarborough. There is a breeze. In fact, I was just sitting outside of the commentary box giving my update to the listeners in Sussex, and it's really quite cold out of the sun, but if you're in the sun, it's really very pleasant. And as I say, if we were playing at Hove, we wouldn't have any cricket at all tomorrow because they're forecasting 2 inches of rain, apparently.
2 inches of rain?
Apparently.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, across...
Good for the gardens.
Yeah. Robinson in, bowls to Revis, who's caught, and Robinson eventually gets his reward. Good low catch taken by Tom Clark, who's got a very safe pair of hands there at second slip. And I think Ollie Robinson deserved that wicket. He's probed away outside the off stump. Revis goes for 34. The 8th wicket goes down for Yorkshire, who are 294 for 8. It means it's a lead of 105. And I think there's every possibility we're going to see Sussex batting tonight.
Every possibility. Ben Code comes out to replace Matthew Revis. 34 very useful runs from the Yorkshire number 7, and you can hear what the crowd think as he walks off. I like to see him just take his helmet off. You know, okay, he hasn't scored 50 or anything, but you know, just take your helmet off and let the let the spectators just appreciate you. And you know, yes, you're disappointed to be out, but you know, they've all paid to come and watch today, so most of them have.
NASA was sort of checking to see how many overs we've got left up. I mean, I reckon we've still got probably the best part of 20 overs to be bowled tonight. We will lose 2 if there is a change of innings, but
it's going to be 104 in the day, and we've had 2 changes of innings. So
well, it's 104 in the day. We
will have had 2 changes of innings, so that's basically 100. So you're coming up to...
And there was 2 this morning in that, so yeah, so about 22.
That's what I mean. If Sussex bat tonight, you will have had 2 changes of innings, therefore you will have lost 4 overs, which means we'll see 100 overs bowled. We're in the 77th here. And how many overs did it take? 3 overs?
I think 3 overs this morning. So best part of 20 overs then.
Yeah.
Robinson in, bowls to Code, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. And I suspect, you know, from a Yorkshire point of view, I mean, it's one of those little sessions, if we do get 15, 20 overs, it's a session where Sussex haven't got a lot to gain, but Yorkshire, but they've got a lot to lose, because if they were to end up today 2 or 3 down, Yorkshire will feel they're really in the box seat.
Yeah, I mean, they know, don't they, Sussex, that they're going to have to bat very well. They're going to have to get through. Well, they're going to have to basically match this score, and then because that will then set Yorkshire 190 to win.
Robinson in again, bowls. Yeah, he beats. He looks heavenward, Ollie Robinson, doesn't he? Because that's a good over, and that's just what Sussex needed. Robinson picks up his first wicket of the day, courtesy of a good low catch by Tom Clark at second slip. 294 for 8. I just wonder how Jordan Thompson plays this now. Does he think, well, new ball, 3 overs away, Anukat and Robinson, I think I might give it the charge here.
Whether he gives it the charge or not, I don't think he's going to play negatively, shall
No,
we say.
I think you're right.
He always looks to be aggressive, and may well give it the long handle.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, we're all set up for what should be a cracking day tomorrow. It's been a decent crowd. I think by Scarborough standards, it's not a huge crowd, is it? But there could, there could be a big crowd tomorrow.
Decent crowd tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sussex will battle on, I'm sure. That first delivery from Carson is just played square of the wicket easily by Jordan Thompson. He's happy to leave Ben Code to take strike. I think Ben Code's got a first-class 50, but I think he scored a few runs here, if I remember from the quiz last night.
Yeah, I remember a game down at Hove a few years ago, and Ben Code came in as a night watchman and started smashing the ball around, made 30 or 40 odd. So he's so he can bat.
He knows one end from the other.
He does.
Carson bowls a quicker delivery, and he turns that to short leg.
Ouch.
And
there you go.
295 for 8. You heard Nasser in the background there. Next delivery is just eased into the offside, looking for the gap between backward point and extra cover. Didn't find it.
Good stop there by Hughes. I just wonder whether Hughes and Haynes are sort of thinking, I have to face a few overs tonight.
Would you be tempted just to bring your mid on in a little bit?
Yeah, I would.
Go on, have a go over there. Mid off's fairly deep, but he's not long off.
Oh, that turned.
And that delivery there was turned sharply and gone over the top and middle and off. The middle and leg, I think.
Crumbs, that went a long way, Dave.
Yeah, Simpson took it neatly, and now a man is being sent back to the extra cover boundary. So is he going to toss another one up outside off stump? See what Ben Code does. He does, but Ben Code is back on his stumps, turning it round the corner, and he's going to get off the mark. Tickle towards leg gully. 1 run. So we said 300 was really the minimum that Yorkshire wanted at tee.
Yeah.
But Sussex come back well in this session. You tend to find that as well here as well, Adrian. Sometimes you'll have sessions where no wickets fall throughout the match, and then other. Oh, huge shot! Oh, that's coming just.
Whoa!
Ended up in the family stand.
Well fielded, sir.
It's landed on the causeway around the ground, or the concrete pathway, and it's bounced up into the family stand. And a little moment of excitement there. The gentleman sitting 20 yards away to our left. He's pleased with himself. He's still got it. Yeah. 302, that brings the
nice way to bring up the 300.
Yeah. The lead now then 113. So Thompson moves on to 31. Just really needs Code to stay with him, doesn't he, for a little while? Deutsch is back. That must be the... minute to spare. Look at that.
Yeah.
I think does he slip in here? What do we do then?
So we got what time are we? 5:50. So it's JD and Nasser. So let's try to do this Robinson over, and then.
JD can slip in here, can't he?
JD can slip in.
He can slip into my seat.
So Sussex with 4 slips in place, looking to try and wrap this innings up, and as we've worked out, probably the best part of 20 overs to face, and the light looks really good. Lots of blue sky as Robinson is in, bowls to Code, who's looked rather uncomfortable, plays the ball high up the bat down onto the leg side, and there is no run. The spectators will get their money's worth today, Doidgy, because we're going to be here for another hour plus, I'm sure.
Well, with the light as it is, yeah, you would think so.
Well, I see no reason why we're going to get these overs in, 104 in the day. And I think it would be surprising if we don't see Sussex bat, because a new ball is available in 2 overs' time. Robinson in and bowls, and Code drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run. I haven't seen Jade Evanukat come back out onto the field of play. Is Ollie Carter still out there? Let's have a little look. I think that's Carter at mid-off. No, that might be a Nukat who's out there, so he is back on. So perhaps he nipped off the field to put on his bowling shoes. Did you have bowling shoes back in your day, Doidgy?
Yeah, the ones that I wore for batting in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Code make room and plays that neatly away through the offside. He's taken one, he's going to come back for a second run. Nicely played by the Yorkshire bowler. He goes to 304 for 8. Lead stretches to 115. I mean, how significant is that, Doidgy? You know this ground. You've watched a lot of cricket here, as Dave. So how significant is that lead? I mean, I know it's 115.
Sorry, I'm just trying to deal with other things
Oh,
at the
sorry.
same time. I would say any 100 lead has got to be pretty significant in a game of 4-day cricket.
Robinson in bowls, and down the wicket is Code, and he just says thanks very much and smashes Robinson over mid-off for 4 runs. There was a couple of years ago we were down at Ove, and Ben Code played exactly this sort of an innings, low down the order, and you could say at this stage really Yorkshire have got nothing to lose. You know, a quick sort of 20 or 30 runs here, you know, extending that lead, you know, maybe up towards 150, but there was nothing. I mean, I was just watching the replay of that shot on the excellent live Yorkshire stream, and the ball was just belted away for 4 runs, and Ollie Robinson has decided it's time for a change in the field. I have said continually today, and I hate to be a dreadful bull, that the Sussex over rate has not been good, and we'll have to see how that works out at the close of play, because I suspect they are behind. Robinson into bowl to Code. He won't have been light hitting for 4 runs. It's right up in the block hole, and Code flicks it confidently enough onto the leg side. These will now be irritation runs as far as Sussex are concerned. 8 to Code, 300, and you have to out here, Deutsch. Is that 309 for 8? The sun is just shining on the scoreboard. I'm pretty certain it is, which means the lead now is 120. People sitting on the benches enjoying the sunshine. And I hope you're enjoying our coverage here on BBC Radio Sussex, various BBC local radio stations around Yorkshire, and via the Yorkshire live stream, provided of course by Yorkshire Cricket Club. More changes going on to the field. Just the one slip in place now for Jordan Thompson. Wonder whether he'll look to take on Ollie Robinson, who's in. Bowls down the leg side, and he's got a long way across there, did Jordan Thompson. And Robinson looked as if to say, I didn't miss the leg stump by very much. Ari Cavalos, one of the Sussex players who wasn't selected for this game, is coming running onto the field. I know not why, and he's given something to the umpire. Well, that's interesting. Why would a 12th man come running on and give something to an umpire? It looks like the umpire gave it back to him. And now Carvalho's is sprinting off again. Well, I wonder what all that was about. How strange. He definitely gave something to umpire James Middlebrook, who's standing at the far end of the ground, and then Harry came running off again. Unless he just fancied a bit of exercise. Anyway, what do we know? Have I got to go? Yes, I have. And Nasir is coming back on. Sorry, enough of me.
And I might
DT.
ask DT to pop back on for me, because the update I was going to do in the commentary at 6:05 is not going to happen that way, as Ben Code tries to flick one away over his left shoulder and misses it, and he is bowled by Jack Carson. 309 for 9. The game advances once again, and Code gone without scoring.
And they are... No, he did score. He scored 8.
It's not showing on the board.
No,
sorry, my apologies. It's got very quickly put on, so well done, scoreboard operator, as last man 8.
And they are career best figures for Jack Carson. Prior to that, his best figures were 5 for 79. He's picked up a 5 in this innings. 5 for, just waiting to get it up on my computer here. He has picked up 5 for 70. So, if he doesn't concede another 9 runs, they will be career best figures. As Ben Cope wanders off, Dan Moriarty comes out. Would you like me to stay on with Nasser for a minute if you're doing other things, Doidge, or will we bring DT in or whatever?
I'll bring DT back in, so
Okay.
we're over this side of the box.
Right, DT, you come.
I'm not until 5 past. I'm trying to catch up with what's been going on. Slightly thrown, I've got to say, because just before I came back on, I was standing just to the left of the little blue wall down here. Don't know if you could see my head or not, but there was a couple of young lads standing just in front of me. And when the 6 was hit down there, I've got stuff in both hands. You know, your brain's telling you one thing. I was trying to explain to one of the boys, because he was asking me what the BBC does, and this ball's advancing towards it, and I'm sort of trying to cope with all these different things, as well as something on the phone that was going off at the same time. And the ball, honestly, I was saying to these lads, watch it. They're not watching the ball. It's coming straight for the shorter one of the two, and I thought he's going to take this full on the head. I was reaching to try and stop it at the last minute, missed him by not a lot, and bounced on. He was kind of oblivious about the whole thing, because he was turned side on, and even when told that the ball's coming towards him, he wasn't kind of picking up on that. So nearly a very nasty accident because of that. It clonked him on the head. Could have been gone. There's a dot ball there from Carson to Moriarty first up, and again second time. I think Nasser's probably better off going right-hand side, DT, and I'll just see things through until you two can pick up again for me. And in he comes, and that's cracked away through the covers off the back foot by Moriarty, who will pick up a single. I'm also going to have to take away the effects mic to do this update, I'm afraid, so you can have no sound effects for a couple of overs. Technicals and all that, just don't get me started. As Carson is going to continue at the Peace Home Park end. Around the wicket, Jordan Thompson goes big and will not be going home after that one. He's going to be staying for another delivery at least, because that is 6 over long off. And he moves on to 37, 316 for 9. I think we know what's going to happen here. He won't be waiting for Dan Moriarty to play himself in.
No. Third 6 for him.
Carson in again. Thompson down the ground once more. 6 more onto the balcony on the pavilion away to our left. He did this earlier in the year, got 40 odd in quick time at the end of the Gloucestershire, the Yorkshire innings in the Gloucestershire match. They only batted once there. 322 for 9 now, 43. Every single run now will be cheered to the rafters. I'm going to leave you with Nasser and DT and pop off and do this update in a few minutes' time. So I'll see you in about 10 probably in the end.
Yeah, 4 6s now for Jordan Thompson. Highest first-class score of 98 for him. As we continue with the action here. And the goals are certainly out and about this late stage in the day. And yeah, it's that new ball time, but let's see what's going to happen. Is the new ball being taken? Just umpiring conversation with the bowlers. And it looks like Ollie Robinson. And it does look as though... Does it look as though he's taken the new ball? Just trying to make out if he has or if he hasn't.
I'll see if I can get the glasses on his... on the new Cherry. Well, he's not holding a ball at all.
No.
Yes, he is. He's got it in his hand now.
OT overs are up.
I'll find as soon as he...
well,
yeah, it does. It
looks like a new ball.
No.
No, well, he's going to carry on with the old ball. Ollie Robinson.
I can't confirm that, but...
No. Let's just see his first ball from Ollie Robinson, and that's pushed out in front of him by Moriarty.
Yep.
And
just puts Jordan Thompson back on strike.
Yep.
So
Yorkshire will be looking for that. See if they can get some more runs here. Add to those 6s. Highest score of 98, I was looking earlier. Highest first-class score for Jordan Thompson. He'll certainly want to add on a few more runs onto that.
I still can't confirm whether that's a new ball or not yet. I think he's holding it. No, it's too far away.
It's too far away. Well, Ollie Robinson comes in with this ball and see if he can make an inroad. And that one, ball pitching right in. It looked like an attempted Yorker and well kept out.
Yeah, I think that's probably, given the way that it was thrown up to mid-on, I think that's probably still the old ball.
Yeah.
You don't normally let the new ball bounce.
So it's going to be
Can't confirm it.
no, Ollie Robinson. And he's going to carry on in this spell and continues. And this next one, again, played out correctly by Jordan Thompson, not taking any risks so far.
Just waiting for one in his half, and, and Robinson knows that. And
Yeah, and he's
he'll probably tickle his ribs up a bit with this one, I think, Nasir.
yeah, he's come out and sort of got himself ready as Jordan Thompson as he faces up to this next delivery from Ollie Robinson. And in comes Ollie Robinson, and this next one again, yeah, that one bouncing a little bit into the midriff of Jordan Thompson, and the batsman will collect another single. In fact, it's a leg bite come off the pad.
Not sure it entirely came off his leg, but
No.
you don't get hit buys, do you?
No.
I tell you, there was a test match in Belfast between Ireland and Zimbabwe, and world record number of buys in the Ireland first innings, 42 buys.
Wow.
So Clive Madandi, he was debutant for Zimbabwe. 42 buys he let through.
And in comes Ollie Robinson again. This next delivery again played out by Dan Moriarty. Little stop and start, but the batsman crossed through for another single. Safely onto the other side. I think that Belfast ground, I've been to that Belfast ground because I remember seeing Pakistan against Ireland playing out there, and it's very much similar to this, a sort of open ground where spectators can actually come on as well.
Yeah, fewer seats.
Fewer seats, and some of the people bring their own seats as some of the spectators.
Yep. Lovely ground in the grounds of Stormont Castle.
Yep. Nice ground. And Ollie Robinson, it's going to be him again to continue in this over, this next delivery. Let's see what happens. And played towards the leg side, attempted pull. No connection from Jordan Thompson. So a shake of the head. And rehearses the shot. It's the end of the over. Yorkshire are 325 for the loss of 9 wickets. It's the belligerent Jordan Thompson, 43. And Moriarty, the last batsman in, he's made 3.
Yeah, and that now looks like a new ball. Certainly a fair bit of shine on it, far more than there should be from an 80 delivery. And we're getting
an announcement.
No Cats coming on.
Yeah, he was quite effective early on, wasn't he? So
no, it's still. Is it? Oh, I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
New ball is available, that's all we know.
Okay, well, let's go with that.
Should be able to see. No, that is definitely an old ball. That is absolutely, definitely an old ball. One side's shiny, one side's not so much.
Sometimes this happens, doesn't it, Dave, where the bowlers just get themselves ready and set with the old ball.
Indeed. Moriarty on strike. And strikes that one nicely, to be fair, to extra cover. And there's no run to be had there. So the innings goes on. It's a decent lead now, isn't it?
Yeah.
136. Not Adrian's still chuntering on though about the over rate.
I think it's the new ball now, I think.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Hey, then they're definitely the new ball's coming.
Right, so here we go.
Umpire going to wave it to the scorers. Takes the old ball. We were right, it was the old ball. There you go.
Yeah.
Now, if this delivery is just nicked to the keeper, first delivery with a new ball, do they start the next innings with another new ball, or do they just say, oh, come on, we've got to use that?
Good question.
Anyway, it's not nicked to the keeper, it's wide outside the off stump.
It's well wide, in fact, isn't it?
Yeah. Just a very loose delivery. But, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense, you wouldn't think, would you?
No.
But then again, cricket doesn't always make sense. So we shall see. Unudkat bowling then. Couple of wickets to date. Is he going to add one here? Pitched up, tempted Yorker. Well dug out again by Moriarty. Doesn't get a run. The left-handed Moriarty. Couple of slips in place there. It's a diving, tumbling stop at mid-off. Definitely can't use that as a new ball now. It's been struck quite firmly. So.
Yeah, Unudkat 2 wickets for 41 so far off his 17 overs, so good economy from him. And Ollie Robinson, of course, taking the 1 wicket so far.
Unudkat in again, bowls, and Moriarty's bat doesn't come down in the straightest of angles, but he's pretty good when he actually strikes it, and goes again up to mid-off. Doidge is fiddling with his equipment to the left, which is usually a sign that he's about to come back on. I'll let you. I'll carry on through this over. May well wrap up the innings here with 325 on the board. Moriarty on strike, and plays that nicely to the right of mid-off this time. And we've got a bit of actuality back on, a bit of sound, a bit of buzz from the crowd, and Deutsch is not happy.
A few goals.
There's one strutting about just to the left of the scorecard. He is strutting his stuff, isn't he?
He's definitely strutting his stuff.
Here's Unudkat bowls, and that's through outside the off stump. The end of the over, the end of me for a little while. I'll hand you over to Nazir, and after that, Deutsch will be on.
Yeah, so Yorkshire 325 for the loss of 9 wickets. So Moriarty looking to play for the batsman on the other side, Jordan Thompson, because Jordan Thompson has certainly been smacking a few runs around here at the ground. 4 sixes from him, 43 runs to him, of course, so far, and I think he'll want to climb into a few more these deliveries. Of course, it's going to be a bit more tougher now with the new ball than it was perhaps with the older ball, but he'll certainly want to try to get on with things. No point hanging around now. And I think Deutsch is going to join me back very shortly. Got,
Hands up, I'm here.
Oh, he's here. He's here. Got the new over. And this one is Ollie Robinson, and he bowls to Jordan Thompson. Played back up to the bowler. No run off that delivery. I guess he's just trying to line one of these deliveries up. As Dave said earlier, if it's in that part of the pitch where he likes it, he's certainly not going to hang around. He's going to throw his bat. More people leaving. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson again. To Jordan Thompson, 3 slips. This next one is played out into the onside, squarish. Another run.
You mentioned that 98 for Jordan Thompson. He's not going to thank me for saying this, I know, but came at Trent Bridge very early on in his career, and he hit the ball a long way that day on a good Trent Bridge deck. like loads of lefties, very strong through the leg side, and he was hitting the ball over cow corner, clearing the boundary, and he just went for one shot too many on 98. He sort of got a bit carried away with what was going on, and I said to him afterwards, you know, first class century and all that, and he said, oh, I'll have loads more opportunities. and he really hasn't.
Here comes Ollie Robinson again, and this one again played out in front of him by Moriarty. The batsman had gone through for a single off the last delivery.
And it's one of those things, you know, he can remember that moment. It wasn't just one of those things he said in an interview that was passed off, because he has referred it to me, you know, since then, and said, I remember you saying that, I remember what I said, and I'm kind of, oh no, why did I say that?
Hindsight. It's going to be Ollie Robinson again. See if he can close this Yorkshire innings as he comes in again and he bowls, and this one played out nice and neatly by Dan Moriarty in front of him.
Because he played his part, Jordan, in last night's quiz as well, even though he wasn't there. He was in the team last year, but we had to axe him this year because his dad, Steve, couldn't take part. I think he's keen, Steve, for next year, so we might have the pair of them in the room. But he did take part in the quiz last night, Jordan, in a different sense, because he was the answer, of course, to one of the questions. Richard Tattersall took an age. I thought I'd need to book an extra night in a hotel to get his answer out of him on the question of which Yorkshire player is known as the Big Show. And he finally got there with the correct answer.
Here comes Ollie Robinson again in this next one. Oh, a play and a miss. In fact, it's not a play and a miss. He's out. It's Moriarty. Went for a drive, edge, and through to the wicketkeeper, and that is in fact the end of the Yorkshire innings. 326 at the end. So Jordan Thompson left high and dry on 44. A really good innings from him on that side, and it was Dan Moriarty, the last batsman, out, attempting a rather extravagant shot, but in the end going through to the keeper, and Ollie Robinson collecting another wicket. So this is going to be an interesting period of play, certainly for Sussex, as they come out into this late evening sun here at Scarborough. Applause all around the ground as Jordan Thompson and Moriarty come off, and the applause mainly for Jordan Thompson, I guess, after a very valuable innings and this very useful lead now for Yorkshire in this game. And that's going to set this game up beautifully. And a very tricky little period this now for Sussex to come out and bat and face the music. That lead, 137 runs for Yorkshire.
Yeah, not that many people are there on the circuit in county championship cricket where you come to the end of their innings and they've hit more sixes than fours, but Jordan Thompson just has 4 sixes and 2 fours in his 44 not out in 44 deliveries. An hour and a quarter at the crease, and yeah, I think the tail has wagged to a reasonable extent there. There was talk, wasn't there? DT asked me what would you accept when they were just the 4 down. Would it be a minimum of 300? And I said yes, and then of course they lost a wicket virtually the next ball, lost another one quickly after that, and then you're looking at the board thinking, well, if the tail doesn't wag here, they might not get 300. They've got 326. I think that's perfectly acceptable, really, first time around here at Scarborough, certainly with a lead of whatever that is, 137, yeah. And so, considering Sussex made 189 first time around, that is a very healthy looking lead. That's not to say that Yorkshire will bowl as well or Sussex will bat the same way second time around. They might learn from their experiences in the first innings. But we'll take a quick breather while the players do, and we'll be back with you. In fact, let me just wrap up the Sussex bowling figures first. Ollie Robinson, 21.5 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 57. An Adcat with 18 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 41. Hunt, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 53. Hudson Prentice, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 50. Haynes, 2 overs for 8. Carson, 20 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 83, his best first class figures. 4 overs for 17 for Clark, and 1 over for 3 for Coles. So 8 bowlers used by Sussex, which gives you a little bit of an idea that they were searching for it for a little while at times out there as well. There were, for the record, 4 byes, 10 leg byes, 10 no balls in that innings as well. So Did give away a few extras at Sussex to the Yorkshire lads, and there were 326 all out, as I say, a lead of 137. Sussex to bat for the second time shortly.
Well, the thing is, there's and the Wi-Fi here is not great. So I did it last time when I was back to the hotel. So it's saying the job is great. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, because Sunday, I mean, obviously a long drive back on here sometime on Sunday. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll leave something for Monday morning. Okay. No problem. Yeah, I'll do so. I'll just bone up on how many will return. Quite a few. There was a bit of a spat here. There was a bit of a spat between Bairstow and Robinson that you might want to talk about if I can get to mention it. Fellas up here on the Leeds match, they talk about Leeds. So you weren't sure actually. Well, I have to tell you, Tim, it is the most glorious evening here. It's been very windy throughout the day. It's the first time I've been to this lovely bathed in sun.
Tom Buckley and James
As
Smith.
well, Tim, tonight, because we lost overs yesterday due to weather. We've got over 14 overs involved, so we'll be putting into about half 7 for weather holes. An intriguing game, but Sussex, I'm afraid, are behind in the match because Yorkshire just been bowled out for 100. They lead by 137. It could have been worse for Sussex when you look at Castle bowled beautifully. 483, and really bowled
Johnny Tattersall leading out Yorkshire.
Welcome back from North Marine Road then, as the Sussex opening pair make their way out to the middle for the second time. Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes. And Johnny Tattersall leading out Yorkshire. Beautiful sunny evening, best part of the day, and there's still a decent crowd in, but quite a number have now decided to make their way elsewhere. Nasser Hanif and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for the first part of this Sussex second innings, where we'll be in a few overs' time. Well, there are, talking of a few overs, 17, or there were 17.1 overs remaining at the point that that wicket fell. So we think 14 remaining. We can't see the scoreboard from here, so any change to that will let you know, but still basically an hour of cricket to play, so things could have moved on quite significantly once again in this closing spell. It's going to be Ben Coad to open the bowling from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Have a look at the scores as well elsewhere in a few minutes' time. 4 slips in place. Ben Coad picked up a wicket in his first over of the match. Will he do the same in this Sussex second innings? Nasser to take you through this over.
Yeah, tricky little period this for Sussex as Ben Coad comes in, first delivery, and this one punched into the gully region, and the batsman will come through for a quick single, taking Sussex up and running, getting them up and running. Yeah, Ben Coad looking to repeat what he did in that first innings. And Yorkshire, if they could just nick out a couple of wickets in this evening session, that will certainly help them. Yeah, Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes, the two batsmen. Daniel Hughes, the experienced Australian, and both of them will look to see if they can keep their wickets intact. That'll certainly do their cause a lot of good as they go into tomorrow. So yeah, 4 slips. Johnny Bairstow behind the stumps as Coad comes in again, and this next delivery is punched along the ground, and there'll be another single there into the offside, to the mid-off region. So a couple of not quick runs, but a couple of runs to open up the Sussex second innings.
Yeah, Yorkshire, it will be important for them here to not let this slip, not have an untidy 14 overs. Be tight, keep the pressure on.
So here comes Coad again. This next ball, the play, just outside the off stump of the bat of Tom Haynes, playing a miss, and that's what they'll be looking for. If they could just eke out 1 or 2 wickets this evening, that would be brilliant from a Yorkshire perspective. It's going to be Coad again to continue. And in he comes again. And this next ball is played much more firmly back towards the bowler. And there's going to be no run.
Certainly going to be a test of the Sussex resolve, isn't it, here? As you know, they've come back out there with that deficit, 137 runs. That's a fair old total to rub off before you make a bit of a profit on the scoreboard.
In comes Coad again. This next ball again is played into the offsides, and there'll be a couple more runs.
And from Yorkshire's point of view, they'll want to see this through now. It's another opportunity here. They've squandered a couple of those earlier in the season, not least at Hove earlier in the campaign. And this is their time now, isn't it, to try and ram home some advantage. A change in the com box at the end of the over. Bring Harmsey back in.
Yep. And at the end of this over, I'm going to give way to Adrian. And in comes Coad again. And that one is beautifully driven through the cover region for 4 runs to Tom Haynes. And that is, in fact, the end of the over. And I'm going to leave you in the company of Adrian and Deutsche and Dave for the rest as I go and head for my train.
Thanks, Nasser. Yeah, lovely shot by Tom Haynes. Unusual to say it, but on that occasion, just too much width offered by Ben Code. And, enabled him to get his hands through the ball. Jordan Thompson is going to start from this P-zone park end again. He'll be happy. He's had another good game so far, JT. 3 for 46 and then 44 not out. Can he do any damage for Yorkshire in this second innings? P-zone park end of the ground, then Thompson turns and makes his way in and bowls it now, and that is driven up to mid-off by Hughes, and there is no run.
I sort of said, Deutsche, that, you know, this is a session really where I feel Sussex have got, you know, everything to lose, really. But I guess that being said, they have to be positive. There's no point just sort of prodding and poking around here and trying to get through to tomorrow. If the ball's there to be hit, you know, they've got, and Tom Haynes has been very positive, and I think that's probably a good sign for Sussex.
Yeah. Ooh, that's up there to drive. Good delivery by Jordan Thompson in that respect. He drew him into playing the shot. He's turned that into the leg side, Hughes. He's threw it a little bit soon. No run. I mentioned Jordan, 3 wickets, 44 runs. I'm sure you've got the same with the lads who you follow around all the time. You get to know them. It's a bit more about the personalities, don't you, and that sort of thing. And yeah, what they say on the record, and then a bit more about them off the record, if you like, or how they are around the place. And he's a great character. Here he is bowling wide of off stump. No run, but he's just a cracking lad, you know. He's got that self-belief, that self-confidence. People laugh about it, the big show, the man that makes things happen and all that, but you've got to love him as a cricketer in terms of the wholehearted stuff that he brings to the game, because he's always trying. He's virtually always fit and ready to play, and he just keeps on going. You know, whatever you say in terms of consistency, and I've mentioned that inconsistency at times in his performances as that is dropped into the pitch, he'll just keep on going, keep on trying, and I think, you know, you're always going to get the sort of love and respect of the spectators and those of us that watch the game when you have somebody who's got that attitude about him, and he really has got it in spades.
Definitely. And the thing is, Deutsche, he performs, you know, 44, you know, there could be a very important 44 runs in this game.
Here he comes again, and that is dropped into the offside. Will Luxton into the other fielding, and there is no run.
Did we decide on 14 overs tonight? Was that the decision?
What we decided. I'm not sure quite what the officials have decided, and because we aren't privy to the larger scoreboard. Not quite sure.
I don't think
it'd be very helpful actually if our streaming colleagues would show us a shot of the large scoreboard.
Oh, that'd be. Yeah, I don't think the overs were actually shown. I had a look earlier on and I couldn't see it anywhere.
All right, okay. There's no overs remaining showing now.
If they could, that'd be handy.
In comes Thompson. That's pulled, and is it going to go all the way? It is indeed. Signals James Middlebrook, who of course has switched now to the P-zone park end. Short ball and beautifully lifted away down to the far corner of the ground by the tea room, pulled for 6.
Well, that was effortless, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Beautifully timed by Daniel Hughes. So Sussex off to a very positive start. 14 without loss. Yeah, that'll be very. I know it is the scoreboard, Deutsche. 13 overs left. Thank you very much, fellas. There we are. So it was actually 15 overs tonight then.
Yeah, well, I thought. Well, that's why I asked DT, because it says 17.1 remaining when the wicket was taken, and you remove 2, don't you? So that was DT's maths. That's my disclaimer.
They were listening to you, George. Good job they weren't listening a bit earlier on when you were talking about the lads on the screen on the stream. Oh, Scarborough Cricket Club.
Yeah, John Dodds, groundsman. We got a shot of the back of Dodds' head.
Right. But it's going to be Ben Code who's going to carry on the attack from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. He comes into bowl to Tom Haynes. Haynes is hit on the pad. I reckon that was sliding down the leg side. It was a stifled appeal from the slip cordon. One or two people have slipped away, perhaps deciding it's time to get back to the guest house or whatever, or wherever they're going this evening. But a good few have stayed, particularly on that eastern terrace, if you like, or the bleachers, as DT calls them. People enjoying a bit of late evening sun. The wind has dropped considerably as in comes Code. Bowls to Haynes, who, well, he shows good judgment, but Ben Code is down on his haunches. He can't believe that's missed the off stump, but it did, and it was taken a long way down the leg side by Johnny Bairstow. So he looks sort of towards the dressing room area. 3 slips and a gully. There's a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So the Yorkshire lead was 137. Sussex with much work to do. So in comes Code around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays to point, and there is no run. To a certain extent here, you know, Doige, Yorkshire get 2 bites with the new ball here. But, you know, it's only going to be 15 overs old. I mean, Code and Thompson, Revis, you know, can give it absolutely everything here, can't they? For the next, you know, for these 15 overs, and they've got tonight to rest up and come back again.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Yeah.
In comes Code, bowls. Haynes is well forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run. He'll be keen to make runs here. Tom Haynes out second ball in the first innings. LBW to the man he's facing now. Ben Code is a long way from Hove to Scarborough. And he'll be very, very keen to get in the runs. He played some good innings in the One Day Cup, Tom Haynes. He's not around for the T20 matches. He's not in the squad for that for Sussex. Code in and bowls, and Haynes is sit on the pad. There's another loud appeal. My feeling was that was probably a little high. Is that a fly or a wasp? That's a fly. Haven't seen many wasps this year. Have you?
No.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought that at home the other day. I thought, seen many years. See, I saw a wasp and I thought, that's the first wasp of the year I think I've seen, and it's August. I mean, normally there's loads of them this time of year, isn't there? But anyway, I digress. Haynes waits and Code is back to his mark. He's in and bowls. Haynes is solidly full, plays to mid-on. There is no run. End of a good over from Ben Code, which was actually a maiden over. And the total remains, is that 14 without loss? The numbers are slightly obscured, Doige, because of the sunlight on the scoreboard and my eyesight perhaps not being as good as it could be. What do you make it?
Yep, 14 without loss, 7 apiece. 7 apiece to the 2 batters.
Lovely.
Yorkshire lad says expensive and rare expensive opening over for Ben Code. Can the man that makes things happen make it happen?
Why were you making a funny face when I was talking about wasps? Are you thinking that was an irrelevant conversation?
I can't remember now. It's seconds ago. I've forgotten. Here's Jordan Thompson with 3 slips, waiting for an opportunity that's not created by that delivery, which is pushed out into the offside by Hughes, and there is no run.
Could be set up for a cracking day tomorrow, though, Doige. You know, I think the weather is set fair.
Yeah.
104 overs.
Yeah, the forecast feels more like a batting day tomorrow. So
yes, it does.
You know, it could turn the game again.
Well, as I say, it's a shocking forecast. Well. If we were at home, we wouldn't be playing tomorrow. That is for sure, because it's going to tip down. So we've got by far the best of the weather here tomorrow.
Here comes JT again, wide of off stump and through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Andy Walker says he'd rather the club went bust than it end up with members losing their power and the club being sold to the highest bidder.
Wow.
Becoming just another rich man's plaything. DT, by the sound of things, agrees.
Yes, there was a yip for the bus from the back of the bus, wasn't the bus? What's the matter with me? The box.
DT earlier said he wasn't going to comment on it because he might say something he'd regret, but he's still commented on it on quite a few occasions. Thompson in, and that's pushed out to point, and there is no run.
I suppose when you are facing this sort of deficit, I mean, it is right to be, you don't want to be reckless, but the only way Sussex are going to get themselves out of this hole that they've got themselves into, I think, is to be positive. If You've got to clear these arrears. And I mean, Dave was saying, I mean, they've probably got to score round about 350, haven't they, to give themselves some sort of a chance.
Thompson over the wicket.
Sharp.
Driven through the covers, along the deck all the way. That's a cracking shot by Hughes. It was a half volley length from Jordan Thompson. We wouldn't say it was a particularly wide delivery, but wide enough for him to get it through that area. And well worth 4. Takes him to 11. The score to 18 without loss. Brian Osborne points out Jordan Thompson made number 44, made 44 not out from 44 deliveries.
Oh, right, interesting. Nice symmetry there.
Here comes Thompson again. And straightens things up this time, and that's a respectful defensive push.
Maybe a chance that 44 is going to come up in the lottery tomorrow, Doidge, then. You never know.
I just like to deal with one day at a time, Harmsy, this time in life.
Yeah.
As DT says, if I wake up tomorrow morning, then that's a positive.
Well, let's hope you do.
Thompson in again and bowling once more to Hughes. It's wide of off stump, and he leaves to complete the over at 18 without loss. Also to mention Richard Mallender, sent this a while ago now. Afternoon to you, Richard. He said the drop catch off Johnny Bairstow earlier is just about the worst bit of first-class cricket I can remember seeing.
It wasn't the best, was it?
No.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, various local radio stations around Yorkshire. If you may be watching the Yorkshire live stream, well done to everybody who's worked on that. I always like to say that because down at Hove there's only one lad, Jack, who does it.
Jack the lad?
Jack the lad. He's a nice fella. He's an Albion supporter and he works incredibly hard. And all you ever get is people saying, oh, it's not a very good stream. And, you know, I know the people at the clubs around the counties work really hard and some have got more staff than others. But it's a terrific service as in comes Code, bowls to Haynes. Haynes forward, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. The sun has momentarily disappeared. There's a little bit more cloud building up. In fact, there's quite a bit of cloud building up from the west. Which means we may not get all of these overs in. We shall see. Oh, something's fallen over. I thought George had fallen off of his
DT just kicked over my water bottle.
Right, okay. There are 1, 2, 3 slips and 2 gullies, I'm going to say that is.
He's moved into the slouch position.
In comes Code and bowls. Oh, and he's beaten Haynes outside the off-stump. I thought he got a little nick on that, Tom Haynes. Goes through to Johnny Bairstow. There is no run. Haynes survives.
Now, Clive...
Sorry, good delivery that was.
Yeah, it was. Clive Parker says, on-field incident. Sorry, Dodge, but missed the commentary when Unadkat was warned by the umpire and the next ball struck the helmet of Luxton. Was that given as a dead ball? Why no 5 runs added?
I don't know. I mean, certainly I think Unadkat was given a warning when he hurled the ball back. As in comes Code. Bowls to Haynes, who he's almost turned round there, Tom Haynes. He looked as if he was going to play the ball on the leg side. And in the end, it was a strange shot, really, out into the offside. Yeah, I saw the instant where he hurled the ball back at Luxton. And umpires don't like that, do they? And it was... Look at this shot. It's strange technique from Tom Haynes. He takes his left hand off the bat handle. Still, he survives. Code runs towards us and bowls. Haynes defends solidly down the offside of the track. Ben Code, who he's probably had a huge weight lifted off of his shoulders, the fact that he hasn't got to answer Jonathan's difficult questions in a quiz tonight. Or maybe he's going to another quiz, I don't know, perhaps he is. But not a Doidgy quiz. And we've talked about it a lot today, but well done those 4 Yorkshire lads who came along last night, stayed till 9:30, mingled with the supporters. I was really very impressed. Code makes his way in and bowls, and Haynes flicks this one away through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up a singly comfortable flick through the onside, but nonetheless he goes now the scoreboard's really clear now because the sun has gone in. 19 without loss. 8 to Haynes, 11 to Hughes. Last night I put out a tweet and I said there were some loose shots. That was what I meant to say, but I didn't put a double O in. I put LOSE. And someone corrected my spelling. Always check your tweets, is what they say. Doidgy, bit of a schoolboy error.
Yeah, they do. I'd forgive you for that, because quite often you've got your mind doing something else at the same time as well, doing this job, with all the stuff that is thrown your way. So, not too harsh on that.
In again, bowls. Forward comes Hughes, plays down the track. There is no run. So that's the end of the 5th over. We have got another 10 to be bowled tonight if the light holds long enough. I would have thought that Yorkshire will be quite keen to bowl these 10 overs. In fact, the live stream is now showing that cloud that's just sort of drifting in from the west, which is where the weather has been coming from. What on earth's the matter with me?
It's been a long day.
Pal. It has been a long day, but it's I shouldn't be mumbling over my words, really.
A long and challenging day.
Oh, there's David Bowden, ex-Sussex president, sitting next to the gentleman in the green cap. David is going to the president's dinner tonight in the marquee. He's on the live stream, Doige.
Looking around the ground. Here's Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, bowling to Tom Haynes.
He's a big Albion fan, is David, and
dot ball.
There was one Sussex supporter I bumped into yesterday who was here for the day yesterday. Then he was going back because the Albion play United tomorrow. So that was his sporting weekend was going to be. But no, President's dinner tonight. I did see the price of the tickets. Look quite pricey. Hope it's a good dinner. Sure it will be.
Usually is. Thompson in again. Oh, good delivery.
That was a good ball.
Nips away from Tom Haynes. And there's no run. When you say the Albion, does that get on the nerves of supporters of other clubs who have Albion in their name? Because it's a bit like when people say United and they mean the team from Manchester.
Yes,
when
probably.
Of course, there are plenty of other such named teams around.
Brighton, I mean, it shows how well Brighton are doing. I think Brighton are favourites to beat Manchester United tomorrow, which is quite interesting. Yeah, we shall see. We're interested in the cricket.
Thompson in again. Ooh, felt like it was nipping away again.
No, I
shorter
agree.
in length this time and dropped into the offside. Andy Walker says he's enjoyed the whole day's play today. Really good competitive cricket. Spectators at the heart of the action. They nearly really were with that lad who nearly got hit when I was just before I came back on air. Dear me, that was a scary moment. 2 wickets before the close would cap off the day perfectly, says Andy. And Yorkshire lads got a response to Andy's previous message about club being sold to the highest bidder, blah. As Thompson's in, reaching for this one. He keeps low as it's wide of the off stump. And there's no run. I had to chat with John Dodds, the groundsman, about that at the tea break. And a few of them have kept low but wide of the stumps, and he thought it was down to a bowler's foot marking the follow through possibly. Yorkshire lad says Colin Graves was open and honest in his comments today. Andy Walker, the days of a members club being able to bail out a county cricket club are long gone. Demutualisation, in his opinion, is the only way forward, but getting 50% of the membership to vote and then 75% to vote for could be challenging. Thompson in, and Haynes blocks that into the offside. No run. Some more inspirational comment from the back of the box from Townsend. I did say we'd have a look at the scores elsewhere, so let me do that after this next Jordan Thompson delivery. Because he's turning now and leaving the commentary position behind to head in and bowl here to Haynes, who didn't play that entirely comfortably, but he got over the top of it enough and he's run it away down to third man. Luxton will field. They'll get 2 to complete the over at what I think will be 23 without loss, or did they put that on very quickly? I think the latter, 21 without loss. So scores on the doors elsewhere. In the test match, Sri Lanka lead by 68 runs at 190 for 5 in their second innings, so it looks as though they're probably heading 40 feet. But we shall see, cricket being cricket. It stumps in a match at Chesler Street, where Durham made 531 for 7 and Nottinghamshire 220 for 8 in reply, trailing by 311 runs. Southampton, Essex 378 for 7. Still the first innings of that match against Hampshire, who stuck them in. So you wouldn't say that's been altogether successful. They're still playing there, by the way. It's stumps at the Oval, where Lancashire were shot out for 204. Surrey made 444 for 9, and Lancs a forward-out loss, trailing by 236 in their second innings and trying to stave off an innings defeat. Match delayed by bad light at Edgbaston.
Code wide of the off stump, taken by Bairstow, no run.
Warwickshire lead by 125 runs. They're 27 for 1 in their second innings. At Worcester, Kent 104 for 2 in their second innings, but they are miles behind, 172 behind Worcestershire, who posted 447. Stumps at Derby, where Glamorgan are 39 without loss, trailing by 222 in their second innings.
Code. And again, bowls to Hughes, who clips this one away through square leg, picks up a single, he goes to 12, the total 22 without loss.
At Bristol, Gloucestershire 227 for 3. That's 175 behind Leicestershire's 402 posted in their first innings. That's stumps. At Merchant Taylor's, Northants 207 all out. Middlesex have gone in front, but it's not a major lead. 246 for 7, so they're 39 ahead. They're still in play there. Yeah, and that's your lot, other than this one.
Code, as that cloud stretches ever closer to the ground. In and bowls. Oh, Haynes is beaten, and he just doesn't look in great nick here, Tom Haynes. He played a thumping cover drive, and I thought, oh, that's Tom at his best. But since then, he seemed to be taking his hand off the bat, and he was a little lucky to survive that delivery from Ben Code. He just needs to guts this out for the next, what have we got? 9 overs. Because Sussex desperately want to go into tomorrow with a full complement of wickets in the bank.
Jonathan says, with regard to Colin Graves, like him or loathe him, Colin is the only person in the world, Narnia and beyond, to put a single penny in to save the club.
Code in again, that's better from Haynes. Forward plays down to the onside, there is no run.
And any judgment of him should bear that in mind.
Right, okay, so plenty to discuss after the members. Do you call it, was it a members forum? Or
Yep.
yeah, we have members forums down at Hove.
You will be able to hear my 7 minutes with Colin on BBC Sounds if you head for my, sorry, not the BBC WYSX account.
Comes Code again, bowls to Haynes, who cuts firmly away, and that's gone for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. A little bit too much width from Ben Code, and Haynes crashes that away through point for 4 runs. He goes to 14, and Sussex to 26 without loss. Some of the spectators, Doige, sorry, you were going to say something.
Well, I was just going to say, if you want to access that Colin Graves interview to hear what he did have to say, because he said pretty much the same stuff to me, as you might imagine, for 7 minutes after the forum. It's on BBC Sounds. You can, if you go on there and head for West Yorkshire Sport Daily, the BBC Radio Leeds daily sports programme.
Code Haynes plays to mid-on, no run, end of the over.
That will be up there as a podcast at some point this evening, so you'll find it on there if you just wheel away through it to try and find the spot where the interview comes on. If you want to do it that way, or if you're on X, you want to head to the BBC WYSX account, it will also be posted on there just as a standalone interview.
I think we might be able to get some spin here because some helmets have just been bought out, and I think Dan Moriarty is going to get a bowl. Sussex are 26 without loss. Haynes on 14, Hughes on 12. The spectators are, yeah, we are going to get Moriarty. The spectators that are left, and there are quite a few, are starting to look a little chilly. The gentlemen in the seats just out in front of us are sort of pulling coats and fleeces on, and I can see the person operating the camera up on the balcony. Looks a little chilly up there as well as we go into the dying embers of today. I mean, 10 to 7, and we've still got another 8 overs to be bowled today. The first of which is going to be bowled by Dan Moriarty. Interestingly, bowling from the end from which Jack Carson got quite a bit of turn earlier on today. This is an interesting ploy from Johnny Tattersall.
Well, yeah, no early breakthrough, so Jack Carson was getting the ball to turn, so you don't see why Dan Moriarty shouldn't. But he's a left-armer bowling at left-handers, of course, at the top of the Sussex order in particular, so that'll bring a slightly different challenge, not challenging the outside edge of their bat so much. First ball over the wicket was turning to the leg side, no run. He had a flick at one that was aimed down the leg side there as Hughes, and missed out.
I wonder if this is a little bit about Yorkshire recognising the light may be not as good and thinking, well, we know that Yorkshire have got nothing to lose here. Let's stay out there and bowl these remaining overs.
Yeah, Moriarty in again. That's pecked up by Hughes into the offside, no run. Jim Green says, on the question of mutuality, if the club went into receivership, surely it would then be sold to the highest bidder. Hence, sounds as though the club will end up in private hands one way or another.
Here comes Moriarty. Oh, sorry.
Into the leg side. No, Ronnie. I
What-
tell you what,
what
have
way-
a go doing an impression of me if you want for this next delivery.
One way or another. Wasn't that a Blondie song?
One way or another, it
One
was.
way or another. Yeah.
Parallel lines, I think.
Yeah, that was the album.
Moriarty, well, interesting to see if Hughes stands for this, because there's a goal on top of the sight screen right behind the bowler's arm, and he's not bothered about that, and he's played this delivery into the leg side, no run.
Johnny Bairstow got a bit annoyed, didn't he, with people who are, understandably as well. They've been very good here controlling people walking behind the bowler's arm for about an hour this afternoon. That control's all elapsed, and people were wandering around. But the gull has not upset Hughes.
There's Moriarty again. Hughes playing from the crease, flicks to leg where Bean does the fielding mid-wicket.
Nearly took off ahead of the short leg fielder there.
Yeah, nearly shaved the ear lobe of James Wharton under the helmet. No harm done. End of the over, 26 for out loss, 14 to Haynes and 12 to Hughes.
Just to say, Jack Carson's figures, they were career best when he took his 5th wicket, but then Jordan Thompson decided to hit him for 2 sixes, which meant that they are now not career best figures. His previous best was 5 for 79. He finished with 5 for 83, which is largely irrelevant, but I just thought I'd tell you anyway.
That's just blown a hole in my last report now, because after you told me it was his career best figures, I said career best figures.
Well, it was when he took the 5.
No, but after that point, it would.
Code is carrying on, bowls to, well, not carrying on, but he's continuing bowling. Bowls to Haynes, who plays that into the offside. There is no run.
I'm not sure the Yorkshire listenership will be bothered that Jack Carson's figures were delivered incorrectly by your BBC Yorkshire reporter. I hope.
I'm sure they won't.
That's it, marching orders.
Well, look, I wonder if someone's got some chips or something up on the eastern terrace, because suddenly the seagulls are flocking in their droves. Do seagulls flock in droves? I don't know. In comes Code, bowls to Haynes, who plays to mid on. There is no. Yeah, they do flock in flocks, but there's a lot of them. Perhaps they're in droves.
Do you want to just say that again?
Well, what I should say is, instead of trying to be clever, there are a lot of seagulls gathering on the eastern benches.
I'm going to say, I mean, some of the stuff you've come out with this afternoon has been flocking ridiculous.
Yes, apologies. In comes Code around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's beaten, and that's a really good delivery by Ben Code. And I said it a couple of times, Sussex just need to get through this. Tom Haynes really needs to guts this out, because this isn't easy. The light is still playable. That cloud is drifting in. There's still some sky blue, sort of Manchester City colour sky above the ground. But the cloud is inching in, and I'd imagine that particularly Tom Haynes might be quite glad if that cloud comes in a little more quickly. Code won't be thinking that. He comes in around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays into the covers, and there is no run. Of course, there's extra pressure here, isn't there? Because Tom Haynes will know, I don't want to get out here. You know, I need to do my bit for the side. I didn't contribute with the bat in the first innings. Start tomorrow, new day. If it's a bright day, third day pitch, chance to make some runs.
I thought we were going to break into song then. It's a new day. It's a new life.
Yeah. Code in bowls. Haynes plays more confidently on this occasion to mid-wicket.
Are you feeling good?
Who sang that?
Oh, a few people have sung it.
Have they? Right, okay.
I think probably in most recent recording history, to any note in terms of popularity, probably Bublé, wasn't it?
I have no idea. The lights are shining pretty brightly on the scoreboard. Down towards the tea room here at Scarborough, which suggests the light is getting slowly worse. In comes Code, bowls And Haynes gets a thick inside edge, and, well, he's hanging on, Tom Haynes, and he's survived the over, is the best we can say. 26 without loss, but he has done so. Well done, Tom. You've got to stay there. 14 not out, 12 to Hughes. Ben Coates straining every sinew to pick up a wicket.
DT's just going to pop in and do a quick over for.
Okay, that's fine. And Dave's put on his coat. Maybe he's getting a bit chilly. Yeah, it is getting a bit chilly, actually. I'm rather glad I brought my anorak with me. Had a very pleasant walk this morning down by the sea. First time visitor to Scarborough. There are very few people on the beach, but it did look magnificent this morning with the sun out. Now, the umpire's having a natter. Now, I wonder if this is about the light. Yeah, they're getting the light meter out. I don't think it's quite as dark as when they went off yesterday. And they are bowling the spinners, so why wouldn't they stay on? I mean, I know they take the light reading, so maybe the message is to Johnny Tattersall, you can stay on as long as you bowl the spinners.
Why at 7 o'clock on a Friday evening would they be taking the light, Adrian?
Well, they took light yesterday, didn't they? They took a reading last night when they came off. And my understanding is if that reading is now, then they come off the field. Or do the umpires say to the skipper of the bowling side, unless you bowl the slower bowlers, we're coming off? I don't quite understand what the rule is there. You know, if there's a reading and it's bad light, surely you come off.
Well, I suspect we will have this over, and then they'll decide to bring Matthew Revis on, and the umpires will have another little chat, and then we'll be done for the day.
Well, it's going to be Dan Moriarty who's going to bowl. We have got 6 overs remaining in the day of the 104. And as Dave says, the time ticking towards 7 o'clock as Moriarty is in. Left arm over the wicket, bowls to Hughes, who defends onto the onside. Unsurprisingly, Tattersall has got fielders gathered around the bat. There's a slip, a leg slip, a short leg. There's a point cover, a mid-off, saving one on the offside. A mid-on, mid-wicket. The only fielder who's out is there's a deep backward square as a rather irritating flies come into the commentary box. Moriarty in, bowls. Oh, Dan Hughes let that go, and I don't think that was far away from the off stump, and I suspect that might have turned.
Yes, it did turn, didn't it? I think it probably went over the top of the junction of the post and the crossbar there.
That's turned quite a long way, yeah. It's the end from which Carson got quite a bit of turn earlier on today with his 5-wicket haul. Moriarty in, bowls. Hughes this time makes sure he gets right forward and plays the ball out into the covers, then wanders away towards square leg. I'm sure he's getting some helpful assistance there from the Yorkshire fielders, who are probably telling him there's a little bit of turn here, Dan, you know. Need to be careful. Moriarty in again, over the wicket. Bowls. Hughes turns it onto the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket by, who's that there? Is that Matthew Revis?
It's Finley Bean by the look of the way he's moving.
Okay, there is no run, and it is indeed Finley Bean. Well spotted, Dave. Now Moriarty's going to come around the wicket, and that's prompting Daniel Hughes to retake his guard. Still the 3 close fielders, the slip, the short leg and the leg slip. Moriarty in again. Bowls. And again, Hughes is right forward. There's a howl from bowler Moriarty.
That's a nonsense, isn't it, retaking your guard? Because if you're on leg stump and you want to move to middle, you know it's literally 3 inches away. You know,
Yeah.
you're going to be a. Oh.
Moriarty in bowls, and it was a quicker delivery, and Hughes played it quietly onto the onside. Now the umpires are going to have a natter here, I think. I can't believe they're going to let another over go from Ben Code. We shall see. Who else might bowl spin?
Well, he's bringing Revis on.
Right, who's pretty much the same pace, in which case I'd have thought we'll probably come off.
I think he's a little bit quicker, actually.
Is he?
Yeah.
Quicker than Code?
Yes.
Well, I'd imagine if they do that, we might come off. Which is a bit surprising. I thought Yorkshire might have decided to. I don't know if anyone else bowls spin in this Yorkshire side, but Adam Lyth bowls a little bit of spin, doesn't he?
He does. He bowls off spin. He's a good man for taking wickets. So,
I think this is the conversation, right? Do you want to stay on? If you want to stay on, you've got to bowl it. No, the Sussex lads have decided they're coming off. So Haynes and Hughes have decided that is it for the day. So I can only assume that. Well, Adam Lyth had his cap off as if he was waiting to bowl. But either way, that's.
if you'd have listened to what I said at the start of the previous over, Adrian, I said we'll see this over. They'll bring Revis on, and the umpires will call bad light.
But why would Yorkshire do that? Surely they'd want to stay out there for the last 5 overs and see if they could pick up a wicket. Anyway, they haven't. So we're making our way off, and that will be it for the day. With Sussex 26 without loss, it means they trail by 111 runs going into day 3. Haynes and Hughes have survived. The Yorkshire players make their way off. I don't understand the rule in that, Deutsche, but it doesn't really matter. We've been denied 5 overs. Yorkshire's day, I think no question about that.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of possibly, you know, I know some people will laugh at this suggestion, but you might say, well, they've bowled 10 overs, they ain't taking a wicket. They can come back fresh tomorrow. The ball is not another 5 overs older.
No, that's very
and
true.
have another early. You talked about having a second blast. I mean, that definitely feels more of a second blast because the ball's going to be 5 overs younger tomorrow morning than it would have been otherwise.
No, that's
so
right.
maybe they've just thought, well, do you know what? We really do want to bowl a seamer here, and we'd rather stick with that plan. And if that means we go off, we'll come back fresh tomorrow. And no major losses here. You know, the only argument you could throw back is that if they run out of time at some point to win this match by 5 overs, then they cost themselves the game. But you can't really see a scenario where that might happen, can you?
No,
I'm not
no, interesting.
sure you can. So yeah, I don't think it's
Good day's cricket
too bad a
though,
call.
Deutsche, and I think very much Yorkshire's day. Sussex battled hard, they didn't hold their catches, and that's cost them dear, really.
Yeah, there was just something, I don't know, you see those players all the time, like I said when we were talking about Jordan Thompson earlier, you'd have more idea about the general Sussex body language in the field and that sort of thing, but they just felt like there were a few, spells where they were out there and it wasn't quite happening for them, and you wondered...
Well, I think when catches are going down and it's not going your way, I mean, they put... Well, the crucial wicket, I think, was when... was the drop after lunch of... Will Luxton. Because had that catch been taken, Yorkshire would have lost a wicket to the last ball before lunch and then an over after lunch. They'd have been 4 down. And that could have been absolutely crucial. But the chance went a-begging. Bairstow got stuck in. And the game started to run away from Sussex a little bit.
Yeah, I was the word I was looking for when I was stumbling there was drift, letting the game drift a bit.
It did a bit.
And so it slightly took the foot off the pedal, and maybe just kept allowing Yorkshire moments where they could kick on again, because they got themselves into the position where after at 2:24 for 6, after they had the real zinging sort of 45-minute spell, they might have been close to bowling Yorkshire all out. But anyway, the situation they find themselves in is that they're 26 without loss. They've rubbed off a few of that deficit, but it remains 111 runs. Yorkshire have got to take 10 Sussex second innings wickets and then have a go at whatever it is that they need to chase.
Look at the light now.
Light now is
fantastic.
Beautiful, sunny, yeah.
They could have played now, but
that's
they're
a
not
good
going.
point.
Right.
So there we go. 14 for Haynes, 12 for Hughes, and no wickets for Ben Code, Jordan Thompson, or Dan Moriarty so far this evening. We'll be back to do it all again tomorrow for you folks. So
Thank you,
just the
Deutsche.
3 of us tomorrow, of course.
Lovely day. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
We shall we'll go enjoy our evening, and I hope you lot do too out there in streaming and audio land. And we'll be back about 5 minutes before the start of play on day 3. Thanks for your company today. Good night.